What if Harry Potter was abandoned and Loki raised him as the god of mischief and destruction? Chapter 1. The green-eyed storm. The sky over the Quidditch World Cup wasn't just dark, it was buzzing, vibrating with the collective screaming of 100,000 wizards who thought watching people fly around on twigs was the peak of entertainment. Hadrian Lockison sat on the very edge of the top box, legs dangling over the railing, looking down at the pitch with the kind of boredom that usually led to something exploding. He wasn't watching the game. The little gold ball, the snitch, had been whizzing around for 3 hours, and frankly, if he wanted to see things fly fast, he'd just throw one of his daggers at a wall. "They're cheering for the guy who missed the catch," a voice said from the shadows behind him. It was a smooth, amused voice, one that sounded like it was constantly suppressing a laugh at a funeral. Hadrian didn't look back. He popped a grape into his mouth. "They're cheering because the Irish chaser just looped the Bulgarian keeper and scored. It's a tactical distraction, Dad. Though, honestly, it's sloppy. If he'd banked left, he could have taken the keeper's head off." Loki stepped into the flickering light of the stadium torches. He wasn't wearing his horn helmet or the green leather armor that usually screamed, "God of Mischief." Tonight, he was blending in, wearing a sharp, black muggle suit with an emerald tie, looking like a high-end banker who just foreclosed on an orphanage. He leaned on the railing next to Hadrian, looking down at the tiny specks zooming on brooms. "Civilized sport doesn't encourage decapitation, Hadrian," Loki said, though his eyes glittered. "More's the pity. Midgardians are so fragile. Look at them. Screaming for a game they can barely see." Hadrian smirked, running a hand through his messy, jet-black hair. It was the only thing he'd kept from his biological parents, that and the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, which he currently had covered with a simple illusion. To the rest of the world, his forehead was smooth. "Fragile breaks easy. Breaking things is fun. Are we done here? The Irish seeker looks like he's about to crash, and I promised you I wouldn't intervene unless someone started a war." "Patience," Loki chided gently. "We aren't here for the sports. We're here because the magical signature of this place is a chaotic mess. It masks us. Heimdall can't see through a crowd this dense with erratic magic. Plus, the popcorn is surprisingly adequate." Down below, Lynch, the Irish seeker, plowed into the ground at terminal velocity. The crowd erupted. "Ouch," Hadrian muttered, wincing sympathetically. "That's a spinal compression." "Definitely. He'll live." "Wizards bounce," Loki dismissed. "Now, the match is ending. Crumb has the snitch. Ireland wins. The chaos is about to shift from excitement to intoxication. That is our cue to leave before the vomiting starts." Hadrian hopped off the railing, his boots hitting the metal floor of the box with a heavy thud. He adjusted the jacket of his dragonhide coat. It was black, high-collared, and lined with pockets that held enough enchanted steel to level a city block. He wasn't carrying a wand. Wands were for people who needed a stick to tell reality what to do. Hadrian preferred to use his hands. "Back to the tent?" Hadrian asked. "Or are we portaling straight to the safe house in Rio?" Loki checked a pocket watch that ran on the movement of stars rather than gears. "The tent. I left a very expensive bottle of wine breathing. We leave at dawn." They turned to leave the top box, ignoring the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who was currently blustering at the Bulgarian dignitaries. No one noticed them. That was the first lesson Loki had taught him: if you don't want to be seen, don't act like you're hiding. Act like you belong, or better yet, act like everyone else is beneath your notice. They walked out into the cool night air, descending the massive enchanted staircases. The energy in the camp was shifting. It wasn't just drunk wizards celebrating anymore. There was an undercurrent. A sharp, metallic taste in the air that Hadrian had learned to associate with very bad intentions. He stopped on the third landing, his head tilting to the side. Loki stopped 2 steps down. He didn't turn around. "You feel it?" Fear, Hadrian said. And fire. Not the cooking kind. Go, Loki said simply. I'll pack the wine. Hadrian grinned. His green eyes flashed, glowing with an internal light that had nothing to do with the torches. Don't wait up. He vaulted over the railing of the staircase, dropping 60 feet into the darkness. Most people would panic falling 6 stories. Hadrian just pushed his magic out, catching the air like a solid surface. He slammed into the ground in a crouch, creating a small crater in the mud, and immediately sprinted toward the screams. The campsite was a war zone. Tents were burning, the magical canvas curling up and vanishing in sparks of orange and black. People were running, families, children, drunk fans sobering up really fast as they scrambled over guy ropes and overturned coolers. And marching right down the main thoroughfare was a parade of nightmares. Figures in black cloaks and bone-white masks moved in a tight formation. They were laughing. Above them, floating helplessly in the air, a Muggle family was being flipped and spun like ragdolls. The Roberts family. The camp managers. Hadrian slowed to a walk. He hated bullies. He really, really hated boring bullies. And these guys? They were the definition of boring. One of the masked figures, a Death Eater, if Hadrian remembered his history lessons correctly, raised a wand and blasted a nearby tent just for the noise of it. Mors Mordre is such a tacky aesthetic, Hadrian said aloud, though the noise of the panic drowned him out. He cracked his neck. He stepped into the path of the march. The lead Death Eater stopped. He was tall, hulking. He stared at the teenager standing in the mud, hands in his pockets, looking completely unimpressed. Move, boy, the Death Eater grunted, his voice muffled by the mask. Unless you want to join the Muggles. Hadrian looked up at the floating family. The little girl was crying. Put them down, Hadrian said. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the screaming. It carried a resonance, a vibration that rattled the teeth of anyone standing within 20 feet. The Death Eater laughed. Crucio. The red light snapped out of the wand, aimed straight at Hadrian's chest. Hadrian didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He just swatted it. He brought his left hand up, backhanding the air. His hand glowed with a sickly green energy, Seeger. The curse hit his palm and shattered like glass, sparks of red magic raining harmlessly into the mud. The Death Eater froze. What? My turn, Hadrian said. He moved. To the wizards watching, he vanished. To Hadrian, he was just moving at the speed of combat. He lunged forward, closing the 10-foot gap in a blink. His right hand snapped out, gripping the Death Eater's wrist, the one holding the wand. Crunch. The bone snapped audibly. The Death Eater shrieked, dropping the wand. Hadrian caught it before it hit the ground and snapped the wood in half with his thumb. Amateurs, Hadrian spat. The other Death Eaters, about 20 of them, snapped out of their shock. Spells began to fly. Green killing curses, red stunners, purple hexes. Hadrian danced. He pivoted on his heel, letting a green bolt sail past his ear. He sidestepped a stunner, grabbing the first Death Eater by the throat and using him as a human shield against a blasting curse. The man absorbed the impact, crumpling. Hadrian tossed the body aside and reached into his coat. Let's even the odds. He pulled out 2 daggers. They weren't steel. They were URU alloy, scavenged from a scrap heap in Nidavellir during a field trip when he was 10. They were black, jagged, and balanced perfectly for murder. Hadrian threw the first one. It flew in a curved arc, bypassing a shield charm and embedding itself in the shoulder of a wizard trying to flank him. The man screamed and dropped. Hadrian didn't stop. He charged the main group. A wizard in a silver mask panicked. Avada Kedavra. Hadrian dropped to his knees, sliding through the mud. The green light passed inches above his head. He came up inside the wizard's guard, driving an elbow into the man's solar plexus. The wizard folded. Hadrian spun, sweeping the man's legs out from under him, then stomped on his wand hand. "Who are you?" one of them screamed, backing away. Hadrian straightened up, recalling his dagger with a twitch of his fingers. The weapon flew back to his hand, blood vanishing from the blade as it touched his skin. "I'm the guy ruining your night," Hadrian grinned. It was a pharaoh look, all teeth. He raised both hands. Green fire erupted from his palms, forming a whip of solid energy. He lashed out. The whip wrapped around the ankles of 3 Death Eaters. He yanked. They hit the ground hard. Running away so soon. Hadrian mocked as the back line of the group started to disapparate. Cowards. Voldemort would be embarrassed. The name froze them. "You dare speak his name?" a woman's voice hissed. "I dare a lot of things," Hadrian replied. "For example, I dare you to dodge this." He slammed his hands together. A shockwave of pure force exploded outward, knocking the tents flat and sending the remaining Death Eaters flying backward into the darkness. The floating muggles began to fall as the magic holding them broke. Hadrian pointed a finger. "Arresto momentum." The family slowed, drifting gently to the ground. They were unconscious, but alive. Hadrian stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by groaning dark wizards and burning wreckage. He wasn't even winded. He twirled a dagger between his fingers, waiting for the next attack. But the sky turned green. High above, a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth materialized in the stars. "The Dark Mark." "Dramatic," Hadrian muttered. He sensed movement to his left. Ministry wizards. Aurors. They were popping in, wands raised. "Drop the weapons," a voice shouted. "On the ground. Now." Hadrian looked at the Aurors. Then he looked at the unconscious Death Eaters. "You're welcome," he said. "Stupefy." 20 red beams fired at once. Hadrian sighed. He stepped backward, crossing his arms. The shadows behind him seemed to open up, a mouth of darkness swallowing him whole. The spells hit the empty air where he had been standing a second ago. He reappeared a mile away, in the tree line near the woods, watching the chaos from a distance. Loki was leaning against a birch tree, holding 2 glasses of wine. "Show off," Loki said, handing him a glass. "They started it," Hadrian shrugged, sheathing his daggers. "Did you see that formation? Pathetic. If Thor fought like that, I'd actually respect him. Don't let your ego get too big, son. You left 3 of them conscious." "I left 3 of them to tell the story," Hadrian corrected. He took a sip of the wine. It was excellent. "So, the World Cup is a bust. When do we head to Hogwarts?" Loki's smile faded slightly. "About that. Plans have changed. We aren't just observing the tournament, Hadrian. You're going to be in it." Hadrian paused, the glass halfway to his mouth. "Excuse me." "The Goblet of Fire," Loki said, pointing toward the horizon where the castle would be in a few months. "It's an ancient magical contract. Very binding. Very old magic. Someone is going to put your name in it. The original name. Harry Potter." Hadrian spat the name like it was poison. "Exactly. If you don't compete, the contract will strip you of your magic. All of it. Even the seed I taught you. It latches onto your soul, not your core." Hadrian crushed the wine glass in his hand. He didn't bleed, his skin was tougher than that. "Who? Does it matter?" Loki asked. "The point is, someone wants Harry Potter to die in a tournament. I think it would be hilarious if Hadrian Lochisen showed up and won it instead." Hadrian stared at the green skull fading in the sky. He wiped the wine from his hand. "Fine," he said. "I need the prize money anyway. I want to buy a motorcycle. 2 months later. The Great Hall, Hogwarts. The feast was boring. That was Hadrian's primary assessment of British wizarding culture. They solved everything with excessive carbohydrates. He was currently invisible, perched on the rafters high above the Gryffindor table. He'd been here for an hour, watching the students file in. He saw the French students from Beauxbatons dance in like fluttering butterflies. He saw the Durmstrang lot march in like they were invading Poland. And he saw Dumbledore. The old man looked exactly like the pictures. Ancient, twinkling, and radiating a subtle manipulative aura that made Hadrian's skin crawl. Hadrian checked his watch. The goblet was about to make its decision. Down below, the hall went silent. The blue flames of the goblet turned red. A piece of parchment shot out. The champion for Durmstrang, Dumbledore boomed, catching the paper. Victor Crumb. Polite applause. The brooding seeker stood up and slouched into the side chamber. The flame turned red again. The champion for Beauxbatons. Fleur Delacour. A blonde girl who radiated Vila allure stood up. Hadrian critiqued her form from the ceiling. Too much hip sway. Throws off the center of gravity. Easy to trip. Third time. The champion for Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded. Screaming, cheering, pounding on the wood. Well, Dumbledore said, beaming. We have our 3 champions. But in the end, only one will go down in history. Only one will hoist this chalice of champions, this vessel of victory, the Triwizard Cup. Hadrian stood up on the rafter beam. Here it comes. The goblet didn't go out. The blue flames roared higher, turning an angry, violent scarlet. Sparks flew out, scorching the stone floor. The entire hall gasped. The fire spat out a 4th piece of parchment. It was burnt at the edges. Dumbledore caught it. He stared at it. The silence in the hall was heavy, suffocating. Dumbledore looked pale. Harry Potter, he whispered. Then, louder. Harry Potter. Heads turned. People scanned the Gryffindor table. Ron Weasley looked confused. Hermione Granger looked terrified. Harry Potter. Dumbledore shouted, sounding angry now. Is Harry Potter here? Hadrian dropped. He didn't use a spell to slow his fall this time. He just landed. Boom. He hit the floor right in the center aisle between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The stone cracked under his boots. Dust billowed up. Students screamed. Wands were drawn. Hadrian stood up slowly from the crouch. He was wearing his combat gear, black trousers, heavy boots, a fitted gray shirt, and his dragonhide coat. No robes. No school colors. He looked up at the high table. He looked Dumbledore in the eye. You rang. Hadrian said. His voice carried to the back of the room without shouting. Dumbledore stared. Who are you? The name on the paper, Hadrian said, walking forward. The students parted like the Red Sea, terrified of the aura he was projecting. It was heavy, cold, and smelled like ozone. You are Harry Potter? Dumbledore asked, his glasses slipping down his nose. I used to be, Hadrian said, stopping at the foot of the dais. But the service was terrible, so I switched management. It's Hadrian now. Hadrian Lockison. Lockison? McGonagall gasped, a hand to her chest. Long story. Involves a lot of paperwork and a blood adoption ritual that would probably make you faint. Hadrian winked at the stern professor. She looked like she might actually faint. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry? Dumbledore asked, his voice tight. Hadrian, he corrected. And no. Why would I? I hate school events. But since some idiot decided to enter me, and I felt the binding magic try to latch onto my soul about 5 minutes ago. I figured I'd show up. I assume there's a cash prize. This is no joking matter. Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, spat. He is lying. He wants the glory. Hadrian turned his head slowly to look at Karkaroff. Glory? Buddy, I've killed things that would use you as a toothpick. I don't need a trophy to feel special. Insolence. Karkaroff stood up, reaching for his wand. Hadrian didn't reach for a weapon. He just smiled. The shadows under Karkaroff's chair suddenly elongated, wrapping around the man's ankles. Karkaroff looked down, pale. Sit, Hadrian commanded. The shadows yanked. Karkaroff slammed back into his seat. The hall was dead silent. So, Hadrian said, turning back to Dumbledore. Where do I go? The little room with the other victims. Cool. He didn't wait for an answer. He walked past the high table, heading for the antechamber. As he passed Snape, the potions master sneered. Potter. Just like your father. Arrogant. Strutting. Hadrian stopped. He leaned in close to Snape. You have no idea who my father is, Professor, Hadrian whispered. But if you keep talking, I'll introduce you. He loves meeting new toys. He pushed open the door to the antechamber and stepped inside, letting it slam shut behind him. The antechamber was quiet. A fire crackled in the grate. The 3 champions were grouped around it. Fleur turned around, tossing her silver hair. What is it? Do they want us back in the hall? Hadrian walked over to the snack table and picked up a pear. Nope. Just me. I'm the 4th wheel. What? Cedric asked. What do you mean? Someone put my name in. I'm competing. Hadrian took a bite of the pear. Don't worry, I won't try too hard. I'd hate to make you all look bad. You is a little boy, Fleur laughed. It was a cold, condescending sound. This is for wizards, not children. Hadrian stopped chewing. He swallowed. He looked at Fleur. I'm going to assume that's a translation error, Hadrian said smoothly. Because if you just called me a child, I'm going to have to prove you wrong. And I don't think you want that smoke, sweetheart. Fleur bristled. Excuse me. The door banged open again. Dumbledore marched in, followed by the other headmasters, Crouch, Bagman, and Moody. Harry. Dumbledore grabbed Hadrian's shoulder. Hadrian reacted on instinct. He grabbed Dumbledore's wrist, twisted, and locked the old man's arm behind his back. Don't touch me, Hadrian hissed. Release him. McGonagall shrieked. Hadrian shoved Dumbledore away. The headmaster stumbled, looking more shocked than hurt. Personal space, Hadrian said, dusting off his coat. Learn it. You possess great skill, Dumbledore said, rubbing his wrist. His eyes were sharp now, analyzing. And great anger. I have a lot of things, Hadrian said. Right now, what I have is a binding magical contract. So, are we doing this or not? Because I have a hotel room booked in London and I'd like to get there before midnight. You cannot compete. Madame Maxime shouted. He is too young. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract, Barty Crouch Sr. said, his voice robotic. He looked ill. He must compete. Or he loses his magic. See? Hadrian gestured with the half-eaten pear. Government bureaucrat says I have to play. Rules are rules. This is a plot. Moody growled, clumping forward on his wooden leg. His magical eye was spinning wildly, trying to look through Hadrian's clothes. Someone's trying to kill the boy. Let them try, Hadrian said. I could use the exercise. He looked at the other champions. Cedric looked concerned. Crumb looked annoyed. Fleur looked like she was smelling something rotten. So here's how this is going to work, Hadrian announced, taking charge of the room. I'm going to stay at the castle, but I'm not sleeping in your dorms. I require a private suite. Guest quarters. I don't do roommates. I snore. Also, I sometimes summon demons in my sleep. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore started. Loch Ison, Hadrian corrected sharply. And if you can't accommodate that, I'll sleep in the forest. The centaurs are better company anyway. We can arrange a guest room, Dumbledore said slowly. But Harry, we must speak. About your disappearance. About where you have been. I've been growing up, Hadrian said. You should try it. It's liberating. He turned to the door. Instruction for the first task, he asked Bagman. Oh. Yes. First task is November 24th. Bagman stammered, clearly terrified of the teenager. Courage. Daring. That sort of thing. Great. Vague. I love it. Hadrian kicked the door open. He looked back at the stunned room. Gentlemen. Lady. He nodded to Fleur. Try not to die before I get a chance to beat you. He walked out. The castle was quiet as Hadrian navigated the corridors. He didn't need a map, the magic of the castle whispered to him. Hogwarts was old, and old things liked him. The stones seemed to shift slightly to give him shortcuts. He found an empty classroom on the third floor and stepped inside. He locked the door with a wave of his hand. Heimdall is watching, a voice whispered from the corner. Loki was sitting on a desk, legs crossed. He was back in his green armor now, an illusion shimmering over him to keep him hidden from the castle's wards. Let him watch, Hadrian said, leaning against the doorframe. He can't touch me here. The castle's wards are too dense. If he sends the Bifrost down, he'll start a war with the British ministry. Odin is losing patience, Hadrian. He knows I'm on Midgard. He knows you're with me. The abomination and the traitor. Sticks and stones, Hadrian muttered. He slid down to sit on the floor. The adrenaline of the confrontation was fading, leaving a cold focus. Dumbledore suspects something. He felt my arm. He knows I'm physically stronger than a wizard should be. Dumbledore is a schemer, but he thinks in terms of chess, Loki said, hopping off the desk. He thinks you are a pawn. He doesn't realize you're the player flipping the board. I hate this place, Hadrian admitted. It smells like dust and lies. Everyone's staring at me. The boy who lived. They want a savior, Dad. Give them a show instead, Loki advised. He walked over and placed a hand on Hadrian's head. It was a rare gesture of comfort. They want a hero. Be a god. It's much more fun, and the hours are better. Hadrian smirked, looking up. The first task. November. Dragons, Loki said casually. I peeked at Bagman's mind. Nesting mothers. Nasty tempers. Dragons. Hadrian threw his head back and laughed. It was a sharp, barking sound. That's it. I thought it was going to be something hard. Don't get cocky. You can't kill it. You have to retrieve something. An egg. Steal from a dragon. Classic. Hadrian stood up. I can work with that. You'll need to train, Loki said. Your illusions are sloppy. That stunt with the shadows in the Great Hall. You wasted too much energy. You need finesse. I have finesse. You have brutality, Loki corrected. Which is effective, but messy. If you want to survive the All-Father's hunters when they inevitably crash this party, you need to be better. You need to be me, but with your mother's stubbornness. Hadrian walked to the window. He looked out at the forbidden forest. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was plotting. Somewhere up in the sky, Asgard was watching. And inside these walls, everyone wanted a piece of him. He pulled a dagger from his sleeve. The metal was cool against his skin. "Let's get to work," Hadrian said. "I have a tournament to wreck." Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Playing with food. So, waking up in Hogwarts is weird. It's not the magic, I'm used to magic. I grew up in a pocket dimension that was literally folded out of spare time and space by a guy who wears horns for fun. No, what's weird about Hogwarts is the noise. The castle groans. It's like sleeping inside a giant, stony stomach that's constantly digesting ghosts and teenagers. I kicked off the heavy velvet blankets of the guest suite Dumbledore had reluctantly given me. It was in the East Wing, far away from the Gryffindor Tower, which was perfect because if I had to listen to Ron Weasley chew toast one more time, I was going to commit a felony. The room was nice enough. 4-poster bed, stone fireplace, a window overlooking the Black Lake. But it lacked personality. So, I'd fixed it. I snapped my fingers. The illusion dropped for a second, revealing the walls covered in Norse runes I'd carved into the stone with a combat knife the night before. Wards. Heavy ones. If Dumbledore tried to peek in here with his little portraits or his twinkling glasses, he'd get a migraine that would last until Christmas. "Breakfast," I said to the empty room. Then violence. Then maybe a nap. I grabbed my gear. I wasn't wearing the school uniform. Why would I? I wasn't a student, I was a hostage of a magical contract. There's a difference. I threw on a fitted black t-shirt, dark cargo pants tucked into combat boots, and my dragonhide jacket. I checked the sheaths on my forearms. Daggers secure. I checked the boot knife. Secure. I walked out the door and the castle tried to change a staircase on me. "Don't," I warned the stone. The staircase froze, shuddered, and then locked into place. Good castle. I made my way down to the Great Hall. The moment I walked in, the noise level dropped. It went from cafeteria riot to funeral parlor in 3 seconds flat. Hundreds of heads turned. I could feel their eyes. Some were scared, some were angry, and the Hufflepuffs just looked like someone had kicked their puppy. I walked right down the center aisle. I didn't go to the Gryffindor table. I didn't go to the Slytherin table. I walked up to the high table, grabbed a silver platter of bacon, a pitcher of pumpkin juice, and an entire loaf of bread, and then walked back down to an empty spot at the very end of the Ravenclaw table. I sat down, propped my boots up on the bench opposite me, and started eating. A girl with blonde hair and radish earrings stared at me from across the table. Luna Lovegood. I recognized the vibe. She had that "I see things that aren't there" look. "You have Raxperts," she said dreamily. "I have a lot of things," I replied, biting into a strip of bacon. "But mostly, I have an appointment with a greasy potion master." "Do you know where the dungeons are?" "I usually navigate by smell, but this whole place smells like old soup." "Down the stairs, turn left at the painting of the fruit bowl, then keep going down until it gets cold," she said. "Thanks, weirdo." "You're welcome, Rapper." I paused. "Rapper? You're wrapped in chaos. It's very loud." I grinned. I liked her. "Keep it secret, yeah. Don't want to spoil the surprise." I finished the bacon in record time, metabolism runs high when you channel divine energy, and stood up. It was time for potions. Dumbledore had insisted that since I was, technically, a fourth-year student, I had to attend classes to maintain my cover or whatever. I agreed solely because I wanted to see if Snape was as bad as Loki said he was. Loki had done some reconnaissance years ago. He called Snape a bitter man who thinks mixing frog guts is high art. I walked down to the dungeons. The air got colder, damper. It felt like home, honestly. Asgardian basements were usually full of frost giants or weapons of mass destruction, so this was cozy by comparison. I kicked the door to the potions classroom open. It banged against the stone wall with a satisfying thwack. The class was already seated. Gryffindors on one side, Slytherins on the other. Snape was at the front, looking like a giant bat that had been dipped in oil. "You are late," Snape said softly. His voice was silky, dangerous. "I'm fashionable," I corrected, walking in. "There's a difference. Also, your door hinge is rusty. You should fix that." I didn't wait for permission. I walked to the back of the room. There was one empty seat next to a Slytherin boy who looked like he was made of sharp angles and daddy issues. Theodore Nott, if I recalled the dossier Loki compiled. I sat down. Nott looked at me like I was a radioactive isotope. "Potter," Snape said. He hadn't turned around. He was writing instructions on the blackboard with a flick of his wand. "Our new celebrity." "Hadrian," I said, leaning back in the chair. "Potter is the brand name. I'm the limited edition release." Snape turned slowly. His eyes were black tunnels. He hated me. I could feel it rolling off him in waves. It was delicious. "Tell me, Hadrian," Snape sneered, mocking the name. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The class held its breath. Hermione Granger's hand shot into the air like she was trying to punch the ceiling. I looked at Snape. A sleeping potion. The draft of living death. Powerful stuff. Good for kidnapping, assassination, or just knocking out a boring dinner guest. "Why? You having trouble sleeping, Professor?" "Guilty conscience." The Slytherins gasped. The Gryffindors looked like they were witnessing a suicide. Snape's face didn't move, but his eyes twitched. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "Stomach of a goat," I said, bored. Though, honestly, it's an outdated antidote. A standard cleansing rune is faster and doesn't taste like goat bile. But hey, if you like digging through entrails, that's your kink. I don't judge. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape snapped. For cheek. "I'm not in Gryffindor," I reminded him. "I'm an independent contractor." "Take points from Dumbledore, he's the one who enrolled me." Snape stalked toward my desk. He moved fast, robes billowing. He slammed his hands down on the table, leaning into my face. "You think you are special," Snape hissed. "You think you can waltz in here, disrespectful and arrogant, just like your father." "You keep bringing him up," I said calmly. "You must have really liked him." Unresolved tension. Snape went purple. He pulled his wand. It was a reflex. He pointed it right at my chest. "Detention, Potter. And 50 points. Now, get out of my sight." I looked at the wand. Then I looked at Snape. "You pointed a weapon at me," I said. My voice dropped an octave. The playfulness vanished. The air in the room grew heavy. The torches on the walls flickered and turned a sickly green. "Get out," Snape repeated. "No," I said. I stood up. Snape was tall, but I was projecting presence. I felt 10 feet tall. "We're going to brew," I said. "That's what we're here for, right? Antidotes. You want to see if I'm incompetent? Let's find out." I grabbed a cauldron from the stack nearby and slammed it onto the table. "Instruction says, antidote to common poisons," I read off the board. Boring. Let's make something fun. I started grabbing ingredients from the shelves. I didn't weigh them. I didn't measure. I just grabbed. Fire seeds. Powdered grapehorn horn. Snake venom. "Potter, stop this instant." Snape shouted. "That combination is volatile." "It's only volatile if you're slow," I muttered. I lit the fire under the cauldron. Not with a wand. I snapped my fingers and a ball of green fire dropped into the burner. It burned hotter than normal flame. The water boiled instantly. I tossed the ingredients in. I wasn't brewing a potion, I was cooking chemicals. I used a silver dagger to stir, channeling a tiny thread of cedar into the mix to stabilize the reaction. The potion turned a brilliant, electric blue. It hissed. Snape looked horrified. Evacuate the class. He's going to blow up the dungeon. The students scrambled, knocking over stools. Draco Malfoy was practically climbing over Crabbe to get to the door. I kept stirring. Relax, Snivellis. It's done. I scooped a ladle of the blue liquid out. It glowed. What is that? Snape demanded from the safety of the doorway. A solvent, I said. Universal solvent. It dissolves magical bindings. Curses, hexes, sticky situations. Watch. I poured a drop onto the desk. The wood didn't burn, it just unraveled. The varnish vanished. The age vanished. The wood looked like it had just been cut from a tree. You didn't follow the instructions, Snape whispered, staring at the liquid. That is impossible. Instructions are for people who don't understand the theory, I said. You teach them to memorize recipes, Professor. You don't teach them to cook. I vanished the potion with a wave of my hand, cleaning the cauldron instantly. Class dismissed? I asked. Snape stared at me. He looked like he was trying to solve a puzzle that was on fire. Get out, he said again, but this time, there was no venom. Just confusion. I walked out, winking at Malfoy as I passed. He flinched. God, this was going to be fun. By lunch, the rumor mill was spinning so fast it was generating wind. I heard he threatened to dissolve Snape. I heard he summoned a demon fire. I heard he doesn't even have a wand. I ignored it all. I was currently in a small, dusty classroom on the first floor, waiting for the weighing of the wands. Apparently, it was a tradition where an old guy poked your stick to make sure it worked. The other champions were there. Cedric gave me a nervous nod. Fleur ignored me, looking out the window. Crumb was sulking in a corner. Then the door opened and a human beetle scurried in. Rita Skeeter. She had blonde curls that looked like they were sculpted from cement, glasses encrusted with rhinestones, and a smile that had too many teeth. Her quick quotes quill was already hovering over a piece of parchment. Harry, she squealed, lunging for me. Her claws, fingernails, dug into my dragonhide jacket. The man of the hour. The boy champion. The tragic orphan returns. She tried to pull me toward a broom cupboard. A quick word. For the readers. They're dying to know how you feel about everything. I planted my feet. She tugged. I didn't move. She tugged harder. I stayed still. Rita, I said. Can I call you Rita? Of course, darling. Rita, if you try to drag me into a closet, people will talk. And not the good kind of talk. Let's do this right here. I grabbed a chair, spun it around, and straddled it. Ask your questions. But warn your quill, if it lies, I snap it. The quill paused, vibrating. Rita blinked. She wasn't used to resistance. She adjusted her glasses. Feisty. I love it. So, Harry, tears in your eyes as you entered the tournament. Thinking of your parents? Not really, I said. My parents are dead. I never knew them. Hard to cry over strangers, isn't it? The quill scratched furiously. Heartless or heartbroken? The boy who forgot. Right, Rita said, slightly thrown. But the danger. You're so young. Surely you're terrified. Seeking a death wish, perhaps. I leaned forward. Rita, look at me. She looked. Do I look terrified? You look confident. I look bored, I corrected. See, everyone thinks this tournament is scary. Dragons? Mermaids? Mazes? That's Tuesday for me. I'm not here to survive, Rita. I'm here to win. And I'm here to show the Ministry exactly how incompetent they are for letting a 14-year-old into their dangerous game. The quill was smoking now. Ministry incompetence exposed. Potter slams officials. Scandalous. Rita breathed. She was loving this. And the rumors? That you've been abroad? Training in dark arts. Dark arts is a label for magic you're too scared to understand, I said smoothly. I've been learning the old ways. The real ways. Magic isn't about waving a stick and saying Latin words. It's about will. It's about power. I held up my hand. A small illusion of a butterfly formed on my finger. It flapped its wings, looking hyper-realistic. Then, it burst into green flames and turned into a tiny, roaring dragon. Rita gasped. The photographer, a mousy man named Bozo, snapped a picture, blinding me with purple flash smoke. Tell your readers this, I said, standing up. Hadrian Lockison isn't a victim. He's the one knocking at the door. Lockison? Rita asked. Print it, I said. And Rita? If you write anything about me crying, or pining for a girlfriend, or having a tragic breakdown, I'll find you. And I know you're an unregistered animagus. Beetle, isn't it? Would be a shame if someone stepped on you. Rita went pale. Her quill fell to the floor. How did you? I have eyes, I tapped my temple. And I know things. Play nice, and I'll give you the best headlines of your career. Cross me, and your bug splat. Just then, Dumbledore walked in with Ollivander. Ready for the weighing? Dumbledore asked pleasantly, oblivious to the fact that I had just blackmailed the press. Born ready, I said. The ceremony was a joke. Ollivander checked Fleur's wand, rosewood, Vela hair, boring. He checked Cedric's, ash, unicorn hair, reliable. He checked Crumb's, hornbeam, dragon heartstring, thick. Then he came to me. Mr. Potter, Ollivander said, his pale eyes wide. Your wand. Don't have one, I said. Silence. Excuse me. Ollivander blinked. You don't have a wand. Broke it, I lied. Years ago. Never got around to replacing it. But, how do you perform magic? I reached into my boot and pulled out one of my URU daggers. It was black, jagged, and etched with runes that glowed faintly. I slammed it onto the table. I use this. Ollivander stared at the knife. Dumbledore stared at the knife. Even Crumb looked interested. That is a weapon, Mr. Potter. Not a focus. Anything is a focus if you push hard enough, I said. This metal conducts energy better than wood. Try it. Ollivander hesitantly picked up the dagger. He shivered. Cold, he whispered. Vicious. It thirsts. Yeah, it has a personality, I agreed. Give it a wave. Ollivander waved the dagger. He didn't say a spell. A blast of pure kinetic force shot out of the tip, blowing a hole through the back of the chair Rita Skeeter had been sitting in. Marvelous, Ollivander squeaked, dropping the knife. Absolutely terrifying. But, it works. Cool, I grabbed the dagger and sheathed it. Can I go now? I have studying to do. I left them standing there, staring at the ruined chair. I didn't actually have studying to do. I just wanted to get away from people. I ended up in the library. Not the main section where Hermione Granger was probably hyperventilating over a textbook, but the back section. The restricted section required a signed note, but the section on legal magical theory and ancient European binding contracts was totally open because nobody cared about it. I needed to know exactly how this Triwizard contract worked. Loki said it bound my magic, but I wanted to know the loopholes. There were always loopholes. I pulled a dusty tome titled Magical Jurisprudence of the 13th Century off the shelf and slammed it onto a table. "Light reading?" a voice asked. I looked up. Standing there was a girl. She had blonde hair, but not like Fleur's. Fleur's was silvery and ethereal. This girl's hair was golden, sharp, and perfectly styled. She had ice blue eyes that looked like they were analyzing my threat level. She wore the Slytherin uniform, but she wore it like tailored armor. Daphne Greengrass. The Ice Queen of Slytherin. "It's a page-turner," I said. Spoiler alert, the goblin did it. She didn't smile. She pulled out a chair and sat down opposite me. She didn't ask. She just claimed the space. "You're making a mess, Potter," she said. "Hadrian," I corrected. And I thought I was being quite tidy. "Haven't killed anyone yet. You humiliated Snape. You threatened the press. You terrified the Durmstrang headmaster. You're destabilizing the political hierarchy of the school in less than 24 hours. Is that a complaint?" I asked, leaning back. "It's an observation," she said. She placed a stack of books on the table. "You're playing a dangerous game. You act like a brute, but you use Cidre. You act like you don't care, but you're reading law books." I narrowed my eyes. "You know what Cidre is?" "My family is old," Daphne said. "We remember the old magics. Before wands. Before the ministry standardized everything into neat little Latin boxes. What you did in the hall, the shadows. That wasn't a charm. That was distinctively Nordic." "You're smart," I said. "That's dangerous." "I'm observant." "That's necessary." She opened her own book. "Why are you here, Hadrian?" "Really?" "I was kidnapped by a cup," I said. "Don't lie to me. You could have run. You have the power to break the wards." I felt the pressure when you walked into the Great Hall. "You stayed. Why?" I looked at her. Really looked at her. Most people looked at the scar, hidden, or the reputation. She was looking at me. "Because running is boring," I admitted. "And because someone needs to shake this place up. It's stagnant. Rotting. And you're the cure." "I'm the chemotherapy," I said. "It gets worse before it gets better." For the first time, the corner of her mouth twitched upwards. A microscopic smile. "Chemotherapy. A Muggle treatment. You have a foot in both worlds. I have feet in worlds you can't even imagine, Greengrass." "Daphne," she said. "If we're going to be destroying the school year, we might as well be on a first-name basis." "Daphne," I tested the name. "Fair warning, hanging out with me puts a target on your back." "I'm a Greengrass," she said dismissively. "We've been targets for centuries. We know how to shoot back." We sat in silence for a while, just reading. It was comfortable. A companionable silence. It was the first time since I arrived that I didn't feel the need to be on. "The first task," she said suddenly, not looking up from her book. "Yeah. It's dragons." I paused. "How do you know?" "My father supplies potions to the reserve in Romania." He mentioned a large shipment of sleeping drafts being sent to Scotland. "Nesting mothers." "Helpful," I said. "Why tell me?" She looked up. Her eyes were intense. "Because Diggory is nice but dim. Delacour is arrogant. Crumb is a puppet. You're interesting. I want to see what you do with a dragon." I plan to ask it on a date, I said. Maybe dinner and a movie. Don't die, she said. It would be a waste of potential. I'll try my best. She stood up, gathered her books, and walked away. She didn't look back. I watched her go. Interesting. She likes you, Loki's voice whispered in my ear. I jumped. Loki was hanging upside down from the bookshelf behind me, invisible to everyone else. Don't do that, I hissed. She's sharp, Loki said, dropping to the floor. Calculated. Cold. I approve. She reminds me of, well, me. She knows about the dragons. Everyone knows about the dragons except the champions, Loki laughed. Hagrid is currently showing the French giantess. You should go pretend to be surprised. Do I have to? It's part of the game, Hadrian. Go look at the beasties. Size them up. I sighed and closed the law book. Fine. But if Hagrid tries to hug me, I'm stabbing him. The Forbidden Forest at night was my kind of place. Dark, full of things that wanted to eat you, and no rules. I tracked Hagrid easily. The man moved like a landslide. I found him near a makeshift enclosure deep in the woods. He was standing there with Madame Maxime, cooing over a massive fence. Inside the fence, hell had broken loose. For dragons. Massive, scaled, and breathing fire that turned the night air into a furnace. There was a Swedish short snout, a common Welsh green, a Chinese fireball, and, the big one. The Hungarian horntail. It was black, spiked, and looked like it hated existence. It roared, a sound that vibrated in my chest. I watched from the tree line. Beautiful, aren't they? Hagrid sobbed. They are, large, Maxime noted, looking terrified. I wasn't looking at their size. I was looking at their magic. Dragons were creatures of pure magic. Their hides were resistant to spells. Their fire was magical. You couldn't just stupefy a dragon. Well, I whispered to myself. That's going to be a problem. I climbed higher into the tree for a better vantage point. The horntail slammed its tail against the ground, shattering a boulder. Speed, I analyzed. They're fast, but heavy. Turning radius is crap. Blind spots under the belly and behind the neck. Loki materialized on the branch next to me, eating an apple. How would you handle it? Loki asked. Illusion to distract, I murmured. Get it to expose the neck. Then drive a dagger into the soft spot between the scales. And if you can't kill it? Loki reminded me. It's a sport, Hadrian. You need the egg. I looked closer. There, nestled in the clutch of real eggs, was a golden one. Right. The egg. I watched the horntail breathe a jet of fire 40 feet long. The dragon keepers had to team up, 6 of them casting stunning spells at once just to make it flinch. I need to be faster, I decided. And I need to be stronger. My physical strength is good, but dragon scale is tough. Seed enhancement. Loki suggested. Risky. If I pull too much, I'll burn out my channels. Then don't pull too much. Use finesse. Use the environment. I looked at the arena they were building. Rocks. Chains. I have an idea, I said, a slow grin spreading across my face. Oh no, Loki chuckled. I know that face. That's the, I'm going to do something incredibly stupid, face. It's not stupid if it works. I dropped from the tree, landing silently in the moss. I'm ready, I said. For the dragon? For the show, I corrected. I walked back toward the castle. The first task was a week away. I had 7 days to perfect a spell that would either win me the tournament or turn me into a smear on the rock. As I entered the castle, I ran into Moody. He was limping out of the shadows, his magical eye spinning. "Potter," he grunted. "Out for a stroll." "Stargazing," I lied. "See anything interesting?" "Big lizards," I said. "Very fiery." Moody grinned. It was a grotesque expression. "Constant vigilance, lad. Play to your strengths." "And what do you think my strengths are, Professor?" "You're a killer," Moody whispered, leaning in. "I can smell it on you. You don't fight to disarm. You fight to end it. Use that." He limped away. I watched him go. "He's not Moody," I said quietly to the empty hall. "No," Loki confirmed from the ether. "He tastes like Polyjuice potion and desperation." "Barty Crouch Jr., I guessed. The dead guy's son." "Let him play his game," Loki said. "He's leading you to Voldemort. And we want to meet the Dark Lord, don't we?" "Yeah," I said, touching the hidden dagger in my sleeve. "I want to see if he bleeds." I went back to my room. I had work to do. The dragon was waiting. And frankly, the dragon was the least of my worries. I had to figure out what to wear to the Yule ball, and I had a feeling Daphne Greengrass wasn't going to accept a date from a guy who got eaten by a reptile. Priorities. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Apex Predator. The tent smelt like fear. Not the metaphorical kind, the literal kind. It's a distinct chemical scent, a mix of cold sweat, adrenaline, and that specific acidity that comes from someone trying desperately not to vomit their breakfast. I was sitting on a rickety wooden stool in the corner of the champion's tent, sharpening my favorite dagger with a whetstone I kept in my boot. The sound, shhk, 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 was the only thing cutting through the heavy silence. Cedric Diggory was pacing back and forth, wearing a hole in the rug. He looked green. Every time a cannon blasted outside, signaling the crowd's excitement, he jumped about a foot in the air. Fleur Delacour was sitting on a low bench, clutching her wand like a lifeline. She was muttering in French, probably praying to whatever Vila ancestors she had to give her fireproof skin. She wasn't looking so arrogant today. The reality of Class X killer beast tends to humble people pretty fast. Victor Crumb was the only one holding it together, but even he looked grim. He was staring at the wall, brooding. "You're going to dull the blade if you keep doing that," Loki's voice murmured in my ear. He wasn't visible, obviously. He was lounging on a support beam near the roof, invisible to everyone else. "It helps me think," I muttered back, low enough that the others wouldn't hear. Or if they did, they'd just think I was crazy. Which, honestly, helps my reputation. "Think about what?" Loki asked. "It's a lizard. You've wrestled Fenris Wolf. This is a downgrade." Fenris was family. He knew not to actually bite my head off. "These things are wild animals, Dad. And I'm not allowed to kill them. That makes it harder." Just then, the flap of the tent opened. Ludo Bagman bounced in. The man was wearing old wasp robes that were a size too small, and he was sweating so much he looked like he'd just run a marathon in a sauna. "Champions." Bagman chirped, his voice cracking. "All right? Everyone feeling spirited?" Fleur looked like she wanted to hex him. Cedric just nodded weakly. "Time to pick your dragons," Bagman announced, holding out a purple silk sack. "Ladies first." Fleur reached in. Her hand trembled. She pulled out a tiny, moving model of a dragon. It was green, sleek, and had a number tied around its neck. "The Welsh green," Bagman said. "Number 2. Crumb went next. He shoved his hand in and pulled out a red one. "Chinese fireball," Bagman nodded. "Number 3. Cedric took a deep breath. He reached in. "Swedish short snout," Bagman said as Cedric revealed a blue-gray model. "Number 1. That left one." I didn't need to reach into the bag. I knew what was in there. It was the universe's way of telling me that I was the main character in a cosmic comedy. I guess that leaves the big bad for me, I said, standing up. I walked over and reached into the bag. I pulled out the black, spiky nightmare. It sat in my palm, curled around itself, tiny smoke rings puffing from its nostrils. It looked angry even in miniature form. The Hungarian horntail, Bagman said. He stopped smiling. He actually looked sorry for me. Number 4. I looked at the tiny dragon. It bit my thumb. Feisty, I grinned. I like her. Right. Bagman clapped his hands, though the sound was flat. Mr. Diggory, you're up first when the whistle blows. The rest of you, wait here. Good luck. Really. He practically ran out of the tent. I went back to my stool. Horntail, Loki commented from the ceiling. Nasty temper. Range of fire is about 40 feet. Tail spikes can puncture steel. You got the fun one. Of course I did, I said, flicking the tiny dragon model on the nose. It hissed. Go big or go home. Waiting is the worst part of combat. When you're in the fight, time speeds up. You don't think, you react. But sitting in a tent, listening to the crowd scream, listening to the announcer's muffled voice, listening to the roar of a beast you can't see, that messes with your head. Cedric went out first. I heard the crowd roar. Then I heard silence. Then I heard a gasp. He's using transfiguration, Loki narrated for me. Turned a rock into a dog to distract it. Clever. Oh. Wait. The dragon didn't fall for it entirely. It toasted the dog. Cedric is running. Ooh, that was close. He got singed. He has the egg. He's out. Time. I asked. 15 minutes. Sloppy. Fleur was next. Enchantment, Loki reported. She's trying to put it to sleep. Risky. Dragons have high magical resistance. It's working, mostly. The dragon is snoring. She's moving in. Oh, bad move. The dragon snored a jet of fire. Her skirt is on fire. She put it out. She has the egg. A bit of a panic at the end there. Crumb. Crumb went out. Brute force, Loki said, sounding impressed. Hit it right in the eye with a conjunctivitis curse. That's nasty. The dragon is trashing around in pain. It stepped on its own eggs. That's going to cost him points. But he got the golden one. Then, the whistle blew again. 3 short blasts. Showtime, kid, Loki said. Remember. You aren't Harry Potter. You aren't a wizard. Show them what a Lochison looks like. I stood up. I cracked my neck. Left side. Right side. I shook out my arms. I walked to the entrance of the tent. The bright sunlight was blinding for a second. I stepped out onto the rocky path that led into the enclosure. The noise hit me like a physical wall. Thousands of people screaming, booing, cheering. The stands were packed. It was a coliseum of noise. And finally, Bagman's voice boomed, magically amplified. The 4th champion. The youngest. Let's see if he can survive. Harry Potter. The crowd roared. Half of them were yelling my name, the other half were yelling for me to get eaten. I walked into the arena. It was a massive excavation, a bowl of rock and dirt surrounded by high wooden stands. Large boulders were scattered around for cover. And at the far end, chained to the ground but with enough slack to be terrifying, was the Hungarian horntail. It was huge. Easily 50 feet long. Black scales that looked like obsidian armor. Yellow eyes with vertical slits. A tail covered in bronze spikes that looked sharp enough to gut a whale. It was crouched over a nest of eggs, wings half spread. It saw me instantly. It roared. The sound was so loud I felt my teeth vibrate. A jet of fire shot into the air, turning the sky orange for a second. I didn't draw a wand. I didn't have one. I just kept walking. Hands in my pockets. Casual. Like I was walking to the corner store. The crowd quieted down. They were confused. "Where's his wand?" someone shouted. "Is he crazy? He's going to die." I stopped about 60 feet away from the dragon. Just outside its fire range. "Hey, ugly!" I shouted. The dragon's head snapped toward me. Smoke curled from its nostrils. "Yeah, you." I pointed. "Nice spikes. Compensating for something?" The dragon didn't understand English, obviously. But it understood tone. It understood that the tiny pink thing in front of it wasn't acting like prey. Prey runs. Prey hides. Predators stand their ground. The horntail lunged. The chain snapped tight, shaking the ground. It opened its mouth and a river of fire poured out. It fell 5 feet short of me. I didn't even flinch. I felt the heat wash over me, singeing the tips of my hair, but I didn't step back. "Is that it?" I yelled. My dad breathes hotter than that after a spicy curry. The crowd gasped. Now, I had to move. The dragon was pissed. It was going to test the chain. I broke into a run. Not away from the dragon. Toward it. "He's mad." Bagman screamed over the commentary. I sprinted. I wasn't using speed magic yet, just peak human conditioning. The dragon reared back, preparing to roast me. "Now," I whispered. I channeled Cedra. Not through a wand, but through my body. Green energy flared around my hands. Illusion. I pushed the magic out. Suddenly, there weren't just one of me. There were 20. 20 Hadrians sprinted in different directions. Some ran left, some ran right, some jumped into the air. The dragon was confused. Its reptile brain couldn't process the sudden multiplication of targets. It swung its head wildly. It breathed fire to the left, incinerating 3 of my clones. They vanished in puffs of green smoke. It swung its tail to the right, smashing 2 more clones against a rock. But I, the real me, was running straight up the middle, right under the arc of the fire. I reached the first boulder and vaulted over it. I was now 30 feet away. The dragon spotted me again. It realized the others were fake. It focused. Its neck snaked out, jaws snapping shut where my head had been a second ago. I slid. I dropped to my knees and slid across the gravel, passing right underneath the dragon's snapping jaws. I could smell its breath, sulfur and rotting meat. I popped up right under its neck. Too slow. I jumped. This wasn't a normal jump. I pushed Cedra into my legs, enhancing the muscles. I launched myself 20 feet into the air. I landed on the dragon's back, right between its wings. The crowd went absolutely silent. Even Bagman stopped talking. The dragon went berserk. It bucked. It twisted. It tried to reach me with its head, but I was in the blind spot. It flapped its wings, trying to shake me off. I grabbed onto a ridge of scales. They were hot and rough, like volcanic rock. "Hold on tight," Loki laughed in my ear. "This is better than a rodeo." "Shut up." I gritted my teeth. The G-force was intense. The dragon slammed its body sideways, trying to crush me against the ground. I anticipated the move. I let go, sliding down its flank, and then drove my dagger into the gap between 2 scales. I didn't stab deep enough to kill. Just enough to hurt. The dragon shrieked. It pulled away from the pain. I used the dagger as an anchor, swinging myself around its side. I was now hanging off the dragon, feet dangling, right above the nest. The golden egg was right there. But I wasn't done. I could have dropped, grabbed the egg, and ran. But that's what a thief does. I'm not a thief. I'm a conqueror. I climbed back up. I hauled myself up the scales, using my enhanced strength. I reached the neck. I scrambled up the neck as the dragon thrashed. It was like riding an earthquake. I reached the head. I wrapped my legs around the dragon's neck, right behind the spikes. I locked my ankles. Down! I shouted. I slammed my fist into the top of the dragon's head. I reinforced my hand with magic, making it hit like a sledgehammer. Thud. The dragon was dazed. It stumbled. I said, "Down." I hit it again. The dragon's legs buckled. It wasn't knocked out, but it was confused and intimidated. It had never had something ride it before. It had never been hit with god strength. It crashed to the ground, its chin hitting the dirt inches from the eggs. I sat on top of its head, panting slightly. The dragon growled, a low rumble in its throat. I leaned forward, right near its ear. "Stay," I commanded. My voice was laced with seizure, a compulsion. Not enough to control a mind this big, but enough to make it hesitate. I hopped off the dragon's nose. I landed softly in the nest. The dragon watched me. Its yellow eye was huge, staring at me. It could have snapped me in half. But it didn't. It was assessing me. I picked up the golden egg. It was heavy. I tucked it under my arm. Then, I turned to the dragon. I reached out a hand. The crowd screamed. "Don't touch it." I ignored them. I placed my palm on the dragon's snout. The scales were scorching hot. "Good girl," I said. The dragon exhaled, a puff of smoke blowing my hair back. It didn't bite. It accepted the dominance. I had beaten it physically, and animals respect that. I turned around and walked away. The crowd erupted. It was deafening. People were standing on the benches. I saw the judges standing up, mouths open. Karkaroff looked furious. Maxime looked faint. Dumbledore was clapping slowly, his expression unreadable. I grinned. That was fun. "Hadrian," Loki's voice cut through the noise. It wasn't his laughing voice. It was his warning voice. Sharp. Cold. "What?" I asked, scanning the stands. "Look up. Above the Ravenclaw Tower. The sky is wrong." I looked up. The blue sky of Scotland was tearing. It wasn't a cloud. It was a ripple in reality. The air shimmered like heat haze, but with colors, rainbow colors. "Bifrost?" I whispered, my blood running cold. "No," Loki said. "Tracking breach. A scout. They found the magical signature of you using Seedra on the dragon. It was too much power. It acted like a beacon. Damn it. Incoming!" Loki shouted. The ripple in the sky burst open. A beam of light slammed down into the arena, right between me and the exit. The ground exploded. Dust and rock flew everywhere. The shockwave knocked me back a few steps. The crowd stopped cheering. The silence was instant. Bagman's voice trembled over the speakers. What is that? Is this part of the show?" Out of the crater stepped a figure. He was huge. 7 feet tall easily. He was wearing armor that gleamed like burnished bronze, covered in intricate Asgardian runes. He wore a helmet that covered his face, leaving only glowing blue eyes visible. In his hand, he held a double-bladed axe that crackled with electricity. This wasn't a wizard. This was an Einherjar. An elite soldier of Asgard. Or maybe a bounty hunter hired by Odin. Hadrian Lochisen, the figure's voice boomed. It didn't need a spell to be loud. It sounded like grinding stones. By order of the All-Father, you are to be detained for judgment. I dropped the golden egg. It rolled into the dirt. You guys have terrible timing, I said, pulling my daggers. Surrender, the scout said. He stepped forward. The ground cracked under his boots. The traitor Loki cannot protect you here. The wizards in the stands were panicking now. Dumbledore was running down the stairs, wand drawn. Stay back. I shouted at Dumbledore. You can't fight this. Harry. Dumbledore called out. It's not Harry. I yelled. The scout didn't wait. He charged. He moved faster than a man that size should. He swung the axe. A horizontal slash meant to take my head off. I ducked. The axe passed over me, the wind of it cutting my cheek. I drove my dagger into his midsection. Clang. The blade sparked against the armor. It didn't penetrate. You plating. Crap, I muttered. The scout backhanded me. His gauntlet connected with my chest. It felt like being hit by a truck. I flew backward, skipping across the gravel like a flat stone. I slammed into one of the boulders. My ribs screamed. I coughed, tasting blood. Is that all? The scout taunted. A half-breed mongrel playing at godhood? I stood up, wiping the blood from my mouth. Okay, I said. That hurt. Hadrian, Loki said. The armor has a weak point. Under the left armpit. The strap mechanism. Or the neck seal. You have to be precise. Precise, I gritted out. Got it. The scout raised his axe again. Lightning gathered around the blade. He slammed it into the ground. A shockwave of electricity tore through the earth toward me. I couldn't dodge this. It was too wide. I clapped my hands together. Shield. A barrier of green energy formed in front of me. The lightning hit it and shattered, arcing around me harmlessly. The wizards gasped. This wasn't wand magic. This was raw. I dropped the shield and ran. I closed the distance. The scout swung the axe down. I sidestepped, letting the blade bury itself in the rock. While he yanked it free, I scrambled up his body. I jumped on his knee, then his chest plate. He tried to grab me, but I was faster. I was angry now. I reached his helmet. I grabbed the horns and swung myself around to his back. Get off me, vermin, he roared. I saw it. The neck seal. A small gap between the helmet and the backplate. Message for Odin, I whispered. I reversed my grip on the dagger. I channeled everything I had into the blade. It glowed white hot. I drove it down. The blade punched through the seal. It severed the spinal cord. The scout went rigid. The lightning on his axe died. He fell forward. I rode him down to the ground. He hit the dirt with a massive crash of metal. Silence. Again. I stood up on top of the corpse. I was panting hard. My chest hurt. I was covered in dust and dragon soot. I looked at the stands. Thousands of faces staring at me in horror. They had just watched a 14-year-old boy butcher a giant armored warrior in 10 seconds flat. Dumbledore reached the edge of the arena. He was pale. Behind him, Moody, Crouch, looked hungry. Snape looked sick. Harry. Dumbledore whispered. What was that? I hopped down from the body. I walked over and picked up the golden egg. I wiped the dirt off it with my sleeve. That, I said, my voice projecting to the silent crowd, was an eviction notice. I looked up at the sky. The rift was closing. Tell Heimdall he missed, I shouted at the clouds. I turned to Dumbledore. I won, I said flatly. Where's my score? Bagman was trembling in the judge's box. He held up a wand. A number 10 shot into the air. Madame Maxime gave me a 10. She looked terrified not to. Crouch gave me a 10. Dumbledore hesitated. Then, slowly, he raised his wand. 10, Karkaroff gave me a 4. I looked at Karkaroff. I pointed my dagger at him. The 4 turned into a 10. Perfect score, I said. I walked toward the exit tunnel. The crowd parted. No one cheered. They were too scared to cheer. They just watched the monster walk by. I didn't go to the celebration party in the Gryffindor common room. I didn't go to the hospital wing. I went straight to the astronomy tower. The wind was cold up here. It felt good on my bruised face. You exposed us, Loki said. He was sitting on the parapet, looking out over the dark grounds. That scout sent a signal before he died. They know exactly where we are. They knew anyway, I argued. The dragon magic was too loud. I couldn't help it. You killed him. He was trying to take my head off, Dad. What was I supposed to do? Ask him to sit down for tea. Loki sighed. He looked old for a second. No. You did what you had to do. You fought like a warrior. He looked at me. But now the game changes. The wizards know you aren't one of them. Dumbledore won't let this slide. He's going to demand answers. He's going to try to control you. Let him try, I said. I'm done pretending to be a normal student. I leaned against the stone. Who sends the destroyer? Loki flinched. Odin. Only Odin commands the automaton. If the scouts fail, and the warriors 3 fail, he sends the armor. Can I kill it? No, Loki said seriously. You can't kill the destroyer. You can only survive it. Maybe. Great. Something to look forward to. I heard footsteps on the stairs. I didn't turn around. Go away, Dumbledore. I'm not in the mood for a lecture on the greater good. It's not Dumbledore, a cool voice said. I turned. Daphne Greengrass was standing there. She was wrapped in a green cloak. Her face was pale, illuminated by the moonlight. You have blood on your face, she said. It's not mine, I said automatically. Then I winced. Well, some of it is. I bit my tongue. She walked over to me. She didn't look scared. That was the thing about Daphne. She looked fascinated. That man, she said. The one in the armor. He wasn't human. No. And he wasn't a wizard. No. And you aren't really Harry Potter, are you? I told you, I said. Harry Potter is a brand name. I'm the hostile takeover. She reached out. Her hand hovered near my cheek, where the axe had cut me. She touched the skin gently. You're shaking, she whispered. I looked at my hand. It was trembling slightly. Adrenaline crash. I just killed a guy, Daphne. It's not exactly like doing homework. You enjoyed it, she said. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement. When you were on the dragon. You were laughing. The dragon was fun. The scout was, work. She stepped closer. She smelled like winter mint and expensive parchment. My father is going to write to me tomorrow, she said. He's going to tell me to stay away from you. He saw what you did. The whole world saw. They're calling you a dark wizard. A monster. And what do you think? I asked. I found myself actually caring about the answer. She looked into my eyes. I think monsters are useful. If you know how to point them. She took a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the blood from my cheek. You missed a spot, she said softly. Thanks. The egg, she asked. Did you figure it out? I haven't even looked at it yet. It's heavy. Open it underwater, she said. I blinked. What? The clue. It screams when you open it in air. I read about similar enchantments. Try water. You're helping me. I told you. I want to see what you do next. It's entertaining. She turned to leave. Daphne, I called out. She stopped. The Yule Ball is coming up. In December. I'm aware. Don't accept any invites yet. She looked back over her shoulder. Her lips quirked up. Are you asking me, or ordering me? I'm warning you, I grinned. If you go with someone else, I might have to challenge them to a duel. And as you saw, I don't play nice. Impress me, Loki, she said. Survive the week. Then ask me properly. She walked down the stairs. I touched my cheek where she had cleaned it. She's definitely a keeper, Loki said, appearing next to me again. She's terrifying, I said. Exactly. A perfect match. I looked back out at the grounds. The lights of the Quidditch stadium were being extinguished. The dragon was being crated up. The body of the scout had been vanished by the ministry, swept under the rug like everything else they didn't understand. But they couldn't sweep me under the rug. I was here. And I was just getting started. Hey, Dad. Yeah. Teach me that spell. The one you used to turn Thor's hammer into a rubber duck. Transmutation. High-level stuff. Why? Because if the destroyer comes, I said, gripping the stone ledge, I want to be ready to turn it into a toaster. Loki laughed. It was a good sound. That's my boy. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Snakes in fancy dress. The castle had changed since I turned a mythical beast into a glorified footstool and killed an interdimensional armored bounty hunter in front of the entire student body. Before, the vibe was, ooh, look, it's Harry Potter, the celebrity. Now, the vibe was more, don't make eye contact, he might decapitate you with a spoon. I walked down the corridor leading to the Transfiguration courtyard, and it was like parting the Red Sea if the Red Sea was made of terrified teenagers in robes. A group of second-year Hufflepuffs literally dived into a tapestry to get out of my way. I didn't even have a weapon drawn. I was just eating a green apple. They fear you, Loki's voice murmured. He wasn't there physically, he was currently indisposed, trying to hack into the Ministry's Fleur network from our secure location in the Room of Requirement, but he was projecting his voice via a small rune etched behind my ear. Fear is a useful currency, Hadrian. But don't spend it all in one place. You need them to admire you, too. Gods need worshippers, not just victims. I'm not looking for worshippers, Dad, I muttered, taking a bite of the apple. I'm looking for a quiet place to nap. The adrenaline crash from the dragon fight took 3 days to clear out. Sleep when you're dead. Or when you're Odin. Speaking of old men with too many secrets, look sharp. Cat lady at 12 o'clock. I looked up. Professor McGonagall was marching toward me. She looked stern, her lips thinned into a line so tight it was basically invisible. She stopped in front of me, adjusting her spectacles. Mr. Loki, she said. She still had trouble with the name. Every time she said it, she looked like she was swallowing a lemon. A word, if you please. I didn't do it, I said automatically. Whatever exploded, it was like that when I got there. Also, if this is about the crater in the Quidditch pitch, I argue self-defense against the giant robot. This is not about the incident, McGonagall said, her voice shaking slightly. Though the headmaster is still dealing with the Department of International Magical Cooperation regarding the unauthorized termination of a sentient construct. No, this is about the tournament traditions. Traditions? You mean like the tradition where you tie children to tombstones? Or the one where you make them fight lizards? The Yule Ball, she interrupted, ignoring my sass. It is a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament. A dance. It is an opportunity for us to host our foreign guests. I stared at her. A dance. Precisely. The ball is open to 4th years and above. As a champion, you are expected to open the dancing with your partner. I almost laughed. Professor, look at me. Do I look like I waltz? I don't dance. I break things. Sometimes rhythmically, but usually with more screaming. You represent Hogwarts, Mr. Lockison, she said, drawing herself up to her full height. You will not embarrass this school. You have already terrified half the Board of Governors. You will find a partner, you will wear dress robes, and you will dance. Is that clear? Crystal, I said. But if I step on someone's foot and break their metatarsals, that's on you. I suggest you practice, she said dryly, and marched away. I watched her go. A ball, Loki cackled in my ear. Oh, this is rich. This is perfect. Social warfare, Hadrian. The battlefield of silk and lies. You're going to crush it. I don't have dress robes, Dad. I have combat gear and stolen Asgardian tunics. Leave the wardrobe to me. We aren't going to look like wizards. We're going to look like royalty. Now, the real question is, who is the lucky sacrifice? I mean, date. I smirked. I already knew the answer to that. The library was quiet, mostly because Madame Pants patrolled it like a shark in a cardigan. I found Daphne Greengrass in the back, near the arithmancy section. She was alone, which was rare for a Slytherin. Usually, they moved in packs for protection. But Daphne didn't need a pack. She had a reputation. The Ice Queen. She was reading a book on advanced defensive theory. She didn't look up when I pulled out the chair opposite her. You're blocking my light, she said. I am the light, I replied, sitting down. Or so the prophecy says. Or maybe I'm the shadow. It's unclear. The translation from ancient runes is a bit dodgy. She marked her page and looked up. Her blue eyes were cool, analytical. What do you want, Hadrian? I'm busy trying to figure out how you survived a killing curse in a graveyard that hasn't happened yet. Time travel is messy, I waved a hand. Don't overthink it. I'm here for business. Business? The Yule Ball. It's happening. Christmas night. Formal dress. Terrible music. Probably substandard food. I'm aware, she said. Pansy Parkinson has been shrieking about it for 3 hours. She thinks Draco is going to ask her. Tragically for her, he probably will. And you? I asked. Who's asking the Ice Queen? I have 3 invitations already, Daphne said, ticking them off on her fingers. Blaise Zabini, who wants to merge our family vaults. Theodore Knott, who is terrified of his father and wants a strong ally. And Davies from Ravenclaw, who just thinks I'm pretty. Boring, and shallow, I critiqued. You need an upgrade. And you're the upgrade? She raised an eyebrow. The boy who carries knives to breakfast. The one the Daily Prophet is currently calling the Butcher of Hogwarts. Exactly. Think of the statement it sends, Daphne. The Greengrass heiress, untouchable, neutral, walking in with the most dangerous uncontrollable element in the room. It says you aren't afraid. It says you hold the leash to the monster. She paused. I could see the gears turning. She was a political creature. She liked power. They'll say I'm turning dark, she pointed out. Aligning with you. They'll say you're ambitious. And besides, I leaned in, dropping my voice. I know for a fact that Karkaroff is terrified of me. If you're with me, the Durmstrang lot won't dare look at you sideways. And I promise not to wear anything embarrassing. No ruffles. I have standards. And the dancing? She asked. Can you actually dance, or will you just drag me around the floor like a sack of potatoes? I was raised by a god who invented performance art, I lied smoothly. I can dance. I can lead. The question is, can you follow? She stared at me for a long moment. Then, a slow, sharp smile cut across her face. Pick me up at 8, she said. Wear green. It brings out your eyes. And Hadrian? Yeah. If you step on my dress, I'll hex you so hard your grandchildren will be born dizzy. Deal. As I stood up to leave, I saw Draco Malfoy lurking in the stacks. He'd been watching. He looked furious. He stepped out as I passed him. Potter, he spat. It's Lochison, I corrected without stopping. Keep up, Draco. The rebranding is extensive. Stay away from her, Malfoy hissed, reaching for his wand. Greengrass is pure blood. She's not for the likes of a half-blood traitor like you. I stopped. I didn't turn around. I just let a little bit of cedar leak out. The temperature in the aisle dropped 10 degrees instantly. Frost webbed across the bookshelves. Draco, I said softly. I killed a man last week. He was 7 feet tall and made of magic metal. You're 5 foot nothing and made of daddy's money. Do the math. I heard him swallow. I walked away. Preparation for the ball was intense. Loki took it as a personal challenge. He wasn't satisfied with me just looking good, he wanted me to look like a weapon of mass seduction. No robes, Loki declared, rummaging through a trunk he had enlarged with space expansion charms. Robes are for wizards who want to hide their potbellies. You have the physique of a warrior. We show it off. He pulled out a suit. It wasn't Muggle, and it wasn't wizard. It was Asgardian formal wear, adapted for Midgard. The trousers were black, fitted, made of a material that looked like silk but felt like Kevlar. The shirt was emerald green, high-collared, with silver buttons that were actually small runic batteries. And over it, instead of a blazer, was a long, tailored coat of dragon leather, black, with subtle green stitching that shimmered when I moved. Put it on, Loki ordered. And the boots. Always the boots. I got dressed. The clothes fit perfectly. They should, Loki had basically sung them into existence around my measurements. I looked in the mirror. I didn't look like a student. I looked like a villain. A really well-dressed villain. Hair, Loki critiqued. He snapped his fingers. My messy black hair smoothed out slightly, just enough to look intentional rather than accidental. Better. Now, the illusion. He tapped my forehead. The lightning bolt scar vanished. In its place, the skin was smooth. Why hide it? I asked. It scares them. Tonight isn't about scaring them with the past, Loki said, fixing my collar. It's about scaring them with the future. You aren't the boy who lived tonight, Hadrian. You're the heir of chaos. You need to look untouchable. He stepped back. Perfect. You look like me, if I was younger and had less refined taste in wine. Thanks, Dad. Now, go. The girl is waiting. And remember, control the room. Don't let the room control you. I left the room of requirement and headed for the dungeons. The Slytherin common room entrance was down there. Daphne had agreed to meet me outside the wall. When I got there, a few Slytherins were loitering. Crabbe and Goyle looked like boulders in dress robes. Pansy Parkinson looked like a pug in pink frills. They all went silent when I walked up. I checked my watch. 7:59 p.m. The stone wall slid open. Daphne stepped out. I actually forgot to breathe for a second. She was wearing silver. Not gray, silver. The fabric looked like liquid moonlight. It clung to her, elegant and sharp. Her blonde hair was pinned up with emerald clips, leaving her neck exposed. She looked cold, expensive, and absolutely lethal. She saw me. Her eyes widened just a fraction. She scanned the outfit, the dragon leather, the runes, the lack of a tie. Acceptable, she said. You look dangerous, I said, offering my arm. I like it. She took my arm. Her grip was firm. Green and silver. We match. Unintentional, I lied. But effective. Ready to go traumatize the student body? Lead the way, Loki. We walked up from the dungeons. The great hall had been transformed. Ice sculptures, silver frost on the walls, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling. It was beautiful, in a tacky, wizarding sort of way. But when we walked in, nobody was looking at the decorations. The room went quiet. The chatter died. The music, some weird bagpipe waltz, seemed to fade into the background. We stood at the top of the stairs. Hadrian Loki, the god killer, and Daphne Greengrass, the Slytherin Ice Queen. We descended. Chin up, Daphne whispered. Look at them like they owe you money. They owe me more than money, I murmured back. We reached the floor. The crowd parted. We walked toward the champions' table. Ron Weasley was there, wearing dress robes that looked like they were made from a grandmother's curtains. They had lace. So much lace. He looked at me, then at Daphne, his face going red with jealousy and confusion. Harry, he squeaked. Hadrian, I corrected, not stopping. Hermione was there, looking surprisingly nice in periwinkle blue, on the arm of Victor Crumb. She looked shocked. Is that legal? She whispered to Crumb, pointing at my coat. Is stylish, Crumb grunted. He looked at me with respect. Good fight with dragon. Good suit. Thanks, Victor, I nodded. You clean up nice yourself. Less fur. We reached the front. Dumbledore was wearing purple robes with stars on them. He looked at me, his eyes twinkling, but there was a hardness behind them. He saw the Asgardian weave. He knew this wasn't Diagon Alley merchandise. Mr. Loki, Dumbledore greeted. And Miss Greengrass. A striking pair. Headmaster, I nodded. The champions will open the dance, McGonagall announced, her voice amplified. Please take the floor. This was it. The moment of truth. I led Daphne to the center of the dance floor. The other champions joined us. Cedric with Cho Chang. Fleur with some Ravenclaw guy who looked like he was under an imperious curse of happiness. Crumb and Hermione. The music started. A waltz. I placed my hand on Daphne's waist. I felt the silk, cool under my fingers. I took her other hand. Follow my lead, I whispered. I didn't dance like a wizard. I didn't count steps. I moved. Loki had taught me that dancing is just combat without the blood. It's about weight distribution, flow, and anticipating the partner's movement. I pulled Daphne into a spin. We moved fast. Faster than the others. My coat flared out, the dragon leather catching the light. We glided. It felt effortless. I used a tiny pulse of cedar to slick the floor under our feet just as we moved, reducing friction, making us slide like ice skaters, then gripping instantly when we stopped. It made our movements look impossible, unnatural. Daphne was good. She was rigid at first, used to the stiff, formal dancing of pure-blood galas. But she adapted. She felt the magic helping us. She relaxed into it. "You're using magic," she whispered, her face close to mine. "I'm cheating," I corrected. "There's a difference." I dipped her. Low. Her hair swept the floor. The crowd gasped. I pulled her back up, chest to chest. "You're enjoying this," she accused, breathless. "I like winning," I said. "And look around, Daphne. We're winning." She looked. Everyone was watching us. Malfoy looked like he was going to cry blood. Ron looked sick. The teachers looked mesmerizingly horrified. The music ended. I held the final pose for a second too long, just to let the image burn into their retinas. Then I stepped back and bowed. A proper, courtly bow, hand over heart. Daphne curtsied. The applause was hesitant at first, then thunderous. Even the Durmstrang students were clapping. We walked off the floor. "Well," Daphne said, fanning herself with her hand. "That was adequate." "Adequate?" "That was legendary." I think I saw Flitwick crying. We sat down at the head table for dinner. The food appeared on golden plates. "So," I said, stabbing a roasted potato. "Politics. Who do we need to intimidate?" "Crouch is absent," Daphne noted, looking at the empty chair next to Dumbledore. "Percy Weasley is sitting in for him. He looks important and useless." "Crouch has been sick," I said. "Or so they say. But I smell a rat. Or maybe a polyjuice potion." "Bagman is drunk," Daphne observed. "Look at him. His nose is redder than usual." "He bet on me," I said. "He's trying to get insider info." "Ignore him." Then, Rita Skeeter appeared. She materialized out of the crowd like a bad smell, her acid green quill floating beside her. "Harry." "Daphne." She beamed. "The Rebel Prince and the Snake Princess." What a headline. Love in the Time of Dragons. Or perhaps dark alliances formed over pork chops. Daphne stiffened. She hated the press. I put a hand on Daphne's arm. "Let me handle the beetle." I turned to Rita. I smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "Rita," I said. "You look squishable tonight." Her smile faltered. "Harry, darling, always the joker. Tell me, is this a serious romance? Or just a strategy to annoy the headmaster?" "It's a partnership," I said. "Like a hammer and an anvil. We make things. Usually noise." "And the rumors?" Rita pressed, her quill scratching furiously. "That you are training a private army? That you are planning to overthrow the ministry?" I leaned in. I picked up a glass jar from the table, it held pickles. I dumped the pickles onto my plate. "You know, Rita," I said, holding the empty jar. "I have a collection back in my room. Bugs. Rare bugs. I keep them in jars just like this. Sometimes I forget to punch holes in the lid." I looked at the jar. Then I looked at her. It would be a shame if I added a beetle to the collection. Rita went pale. She grabbed her quill. I think I have enough for the society page," she stammered. "Lovely dress, Miss Greengrass." She scurried away. Daphne looked at me. "You threatened to suffocate her." "I threatened to collect her," I corrected. Subtle difference. "You are unhinged," Daphne said, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. "And you're still here," I pointed out. "The food is good," she shrugged. After dinner, the Weird Band started playing. The Weird Sisters. They were loud, magical rock. The atmosphere shifted from formal to chaotic. I saw Karkaroff get up. The Durmstrang headmaster looked nervous. He kept checking his left arm. Excuse me, I said to Daphne. I need to go terrorize a foreigner. Don't kill him, Daphne said. It ruins the mood. No promises. I followed Karkaroff. He wasn't going to the bathroom. He was heading for the doors, out to the gardens. I slipped into the shadows. I didn't need an invisibility cloak. I just wrapped the darkness around me like a blanket. It was a simple illusion trick, bending light away from me. I tracked him outside. The gardens were full of couples making out in rose bushes. Disgusting. I navigated through the teenage hormones until I heard voices near a stone fountain. It was Snape and Karkaroff. It is getting darker. Karkaroff was hissing. He sounded frantic. He had his sleeve pulled up. Even in the dark, I could see the ugly black tattoo on his forearm moving. You cannot deny it, Severus. He is getting stronger. Keep your voice down, you fool, Snape snapped. The castle is full of eyes. I am leaving. Karkaroff paced. I will not stay when he returns. I tracked him down once, I will not let him find me again. You are a coward, Igor, Snape sneered. Fleeing will not save you. If the Dark Lord returns, he will find you whether you are here or in the Arctic. He calls to us. Karkaroff grabbed Snape's lapels. Can't you feel it? It burns. Get off me. Snape shoved him back. I decided to make my entrance. I stepped out of the shadows. I dropped the illusion. Evening, gentlemen, I said cheerfully. Lovely night for a conspiracy. Both men jumped. Karkaroff actually squeaked. Snape whipped around, wand instantly in his hand. Potter, Snape snarled. Eavesdropping. How typical. I prefer intelligence gathering, I said, walking toward them. I looked at Karkaroff's arm. He tried to pull his sleeve down, but he was too slow. Nice ink, I commented. Snake and skull. Very retro. A bit edgy for my taste, but hey, to each their own. You know nothing, boy. Karkaroff spat, trying to regain his composure. This is private business. It looked like Dark Lord business, I said, my voice dropping. He's coming back, isn't he? That's what the tattoo means. It's a pager. A very ugly, painful pager. Do not speak of things you do not understand, Snape warned. Go back to the ball, Hadrian. I stepped closer to Snape. I wasn't afraid of him. I understand more than you think, Professor. I know Voldemort is out there. I know he's weak, but getting stronger. And I know you two are scared. I looked at Karkaroff. Run if you want, Igor. But just remember, if Voldemort doesn't get you, I might. I don't like people who hurt students. And I know what you teach at Durmstrang. Karkaroff looked at me with pure hate. You are a threat to our world. I'm the immune system, I said. Sometimes the fever kills the patient to save the body. Try not to be the bacteria. I turned my back on them. A power move. Enjoy the party. Try not to summon any Dark Lords before dessert. I walked away. I felt Snape's eyes boring into my back. He didn't curse me. He was too smart for that. I found Daphne on a balcony overlooking the Black Lake. It was freezing, but she had cast a warming charm around herself. She was leaning on the railing, looking at the moon. Did you kill him? She asked without turning. No. Just rattled his cage. Karkaroff is a coward. Snape is complicated. I stood next to her. The silence was comfortable. You're different tonight, Daphne said. Usually, you're loud. Aggressive. Tonight, you're focused. It's the suit, I joked. It constricts my lungs. Makes me thoughtful. She turned to face me. Who are you, really? You say you're Hadrian Lochison. You say you were adopted. But the magic you use, it's not just powerful. It's different. It feels ancient. I looked at her. I decided to tell her the truth. Or at least, enough of it. I was 4 when they left me, I said quietly. The Dursleys. In an alley in London. It was raining. I was cold. I wished for someone to take me away. Anyone. Daphne watched me, her face soft. And he came, I continued. Loki. Not the myth. The person. He was hiding from his own family. He saw a kindred spirit. A cast-off. Someone unwanted. I looked at my hands. I let a spark of green cedar dance between my fingers. He took me to places you wouldn't believe. Realms of eternal winter. Forges inside dying stars. I grew up fighting frost giants and learning how to lie to gods. I'm not human, Daphne. Not culturally. My blood is human, but my soul. It's been rewritten. Why tell me, she whispered. Because you're the first person here who looked at me and didn't see Harry Potter, I said. You saw the monster. And you didn't run. I told you, she stepped closer. Monsters are useful. Is that all I am? Useful? She reached out. She took my hand. Her fingers were cold, even with the warming charm. No, she said. You're also surprisingly good at dancing. She looked up at me. The moonlight caught her eyes. The air between us crackled. It wasn't just magic, it was tension. I leaned in. She didn't pull away. Warning, I whispered. Kissing me is probably hazardous to your health. My dad has very strong opinions about dating. I can handle a dad, she murmured. He's a god, I reminded her. Then I'll bring a bigger offering. We were inches apart. I could feel her breath. Then, a rustle in the bushes below the balcony shattered the moment. What's that then? A voice grunted. I pulled back instantly, the combat instinct overriding the romantic one. I looked over the railing. Stay here, I ordered Daphne. Don't tell me what to do, she snapped, pulling her wand. We looked down. In the shadows of the garden, near the edge of the forbidden forest, something was lying on the ground. It was a man. We jumped the railing. I used a levitation charm to slow our fall. We landed softly in the snow. I approached the body. It was Barty Crouch Sr. He looked wrong. He wasn't moving. He was staring up at the sky, his eyes wide and glassy. He looked like he had been dead for hours. Mr. Crouch. Daphne whispered. I knelt down. I touched his neck. No pulse. But the skin felt weird. It felt wooden. He's dead, I said. Then, I saw it. His hand. It wasn't a hand. The fingers were fusing together. The skin was turning into bark. What is happening to him? Daphne asked, horrified. Transfiguration, I realized. Deep, structural transfiguration. He's not just dead. He's being turned into something. I watched as Barty Crouch Sr.'s face began to flatten. His nose receded. His skin turned brown and rough. In seconds, there was no body. Just a large, knobby log lying in the snow. A bone, I muttered, poking it. No, a branch. Someone killed him and transfigured the body to hide the evidence. But the spell failed. Or it wore off. Who would do this? Daphne asked, scanning the dark tree-line. Someone who is already in the castle, I said grimly. Someone who needed him out of the way. I stood up. I looked at the dark forest. I could feel eyes watching us. We need to get Dumbledore, Daphne said. No, I said. We need to get out of the open. I grabbed her hand. The game just changed, Daphne. This isn't a tournament anymore. It's a murder mystery. And we're the detectives, she asked, her voice steady despite the trembling of her hand. No, I said, pulling my daggers. We're the bait. I looked at the log that used to be a high-ranking ministry official. Merry Christmas, I muttered. Voldemort sends his regards. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Beneath the Black Lake. February in Scotland isn't just cold, it's a personal insult from nature. The wind coming off the Black Lake didn't just bite, it chewed. It gnawed at your bones and whispered that you were a soft, fleshy thing that had no business existing this far north of the equator. I stood on the wooden docks that had been erected specifically for the second task, shivering despite the warming charms woven into my swim gear. And by swim gear, I mean a pair of enchanted black tactical trousers and a tight-fitting thermal shirt that Loki had dug out of a shield safe house back in the 80s. No robes. Robes are essentially underwater death shrouds waiting to tangle your legs and drown you. You look like a brooding seal, Loki's voice echoed in my head. He was currently projecting his consciousness from the warmth of the Gryffindor common room fire, which was frankly rude. And you sound like a coward who didn't want to get his boots wet, I muttered under my breath, staring at the dark, chopping water. Remind me again why I didn't just summon a submarine. I know Stark has one. I could have stolen it. Because summoning a nuclear-powered vessel into a magical lake might upset the local ecosystem, Loki drawled. And because Odin is watching. He expects a show of personal power, not technological theft. Besides, the water is good for your skin. Exfoliating. I ignored him and looked around the docks. The stands were packed again. Thousands of students, shivering in their scarves, screaming for bloodsport. They were louder than last time, probably because they wanted to see if I'd kill something else. The other champions were going through their pre-game rituals. Cedric Diggory was pacing, looking pale. He was tapping his wand against his head, muttering incantations for the bubblehead charm. It was a solid choice, reliable, effective, looks ridiculous, but keeps you breathing. Victor Crumb was shirtless. The guy was insane. He was standing near the edge, staring at the water with the intensity of a man about to punch a shark. He was planning a partial self-transfiguration. Shark head. Risky, but Crumb had the magical core of a bulldozer, he could force it to work. Fleur Delacour was a mess. She was wrapped in 3 blankets, trembling violently. She looked sick. Her eyes were red, like she'd been crying for hours. I knew why. We all knew what the something precious was that had been taken from us. Last night, Dumbledore had called us into his office. He'd given us the riddle. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. Mere people. We had an hour to find what they stole. For Cedric, it was Cho Chang. Predictable. Teenage romance. For Crumb, it was Hermione. Also predictable, considering they'd been glued to each other in the library for weeks. For Fleur, it was her little sister, Gabrielle. That was low. Taking a kid? That was a cheap shot by the ministry to manufacture drama. And for me? I looked over at the Slytherin stands. They were a sea of green and silver. I saw Draco Malfoy looking smug. I saw Pansy Parkinson looking like she was smelling something bad. But there was a gap. A very noticeable, Daphne-shaped gap. But she wasn't the hostage. I looked at the empty space where the Greengrass sisters usually sat. Daphne was gone. But so was Astoria. They took Astoria, I had realized last night. Because Daphne is too dangerous to be a damsel. Daphne would wake up and hex the mermen. So they took the little sister to make me play the hero. Calculated, Loki had agreed. Daphne is your peer, Astoria is your responsibility. It hits the protective instinct button harder. So now, I was standing on a dock, freezing my nipples off, preparing to dive into a lake full of grindylows, giant squids, and apparently, my girlfriend's little sister tied to a rock. Champions! Ludo Bagman's voice boomed over the wind, magically amplified to sound way too cheerful for a potential drowning event. Take your positions. I stepped to the edge of the dock. The water looked like ink. It was opaque, hiding whatever nightmares Barty Crouch Jr., still pretending to be moody, had probably planted down there. Remember, Loki whispered. No gillyweed. It's a crutch. We do this the old way. The physiological way. It hurts, I reminded him. Pain is weakness leaving the body. Or in this case, gills entering the body. Focus, Hadrian. Shift the biology. You aren't a human right now. You are an amphibian. Visualize the water flowing through the neck. Visualize the webbing. I closed my eyes. I tuned out the screaming crowd. I tuned out Bagman's countdown. 3. I reached into my core. Not the magical core wizards talk about, but the spark of chaos Loki had placed in my soul. The seed. It was green, fluid, and heavy. 2. I pushed the magic into my cells. I demanded them to change. It felt like my skin was being stretched over a frame that was suddenly too big. My neck itched furiously. 1. The cannon fired. I didn't dive gracefully like Cedric. I didn't jump powerfully like Crumb. I just fell forward. The cold hit me like a sledgehammer. The moment I went under, the sound of the world vanished. The screaming, the wind, the cannon, it was all replaced by the heavy, muffled silence of millions of gallons of water. It was freezing. Instant hypothermia temperatures. A normal human would have seized up in seconds. But I wasn't normal. I opened my mouth and inhaled water. Panic flared for a microsecond, the lizard brain screaming you are drowning, before the magic kicked in. Re-yip. My neck felt like it was being slashed open with hot razors. 3 slits opened up behind my ears on both sides. Gills. The water rushed into them, filtering oxygen directly into my bloodstream. The burning in my lungs vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. I opened my eyes. Human eyes are useless underwater. Everything is blurry. So I shifted those too. My pupils expanded, turning vertical. A nictitating membrane, a clear second eyelid, slid across my corneas, protecting them from the pressure and the salt. Suddenly, the murky black water wasn't black anymore. It was a twilight blue. I could see the weeds swaying 50 feet down. I could see the shoals of fish darting away from the disturbance. I looked at my hands. The skin between my fingers had stretched, turning into thick, translucent webbing. My fingernails had elongated into hard, jagged claws. Gross, I thought. But effective. Stop admiring your manicure and move, Loki instructed. You have an hour. And the lake is deep. I kicked my legs. With the webbed feet, I had shifted those inside my boots, which was uncomfortable but necessary. I shot forward like a torpedo. I didn't need to swim, I glided. I passed Cedric almost immediately. He was struggling with a grindylow that had latched onto his ankle. He looked ridiculous with a giant bubble around his head, flailing his wand. I considered helping him. Nah, I decided. Character building. I swam deeper. The pressure built up against my eardrums, but I equalized it with a thought, reinforcing my inner ear bones with cedar. The deeper I went, the darker it got. The plants down here weren't normal seaweed. They were massive, grasping vines that looked like they were waiting for something to die so they could eat it. Left, Loki said. I'm sensing a magical signature. Ancient. Must be the Mare village. I banked left, swimming through a canyon of rock. That's when the first trap sprung. It wasn't a creature. It was the water itself. Suddenly, the current shifted. It wasn't natural. It swirled, tightening into a vortex directly in front of me. The water turned blacker, smelling of rot and old curses. Sabotage, I thought instantly. This isn't part of the tournament. From the vortex, shapes began to form. They looked like water elementals, but twisted. Skulls made of bubbles and silt. Hands made of freezing current. They lunged. I didn't have a wand, but underwater, wands are slow. The wood swells, the movements are dragged by the resistance. I had my daggers. I pulled the URU blade from my thigh sheath. The metal didn't rust. It gleamed in the dim light. A water construct grabbed my arm. Its grip was like a vice of ice. It tried to snap my bone. I twisted, slashing the dagger through its wrist. The blade was enchanted to cut magic, not just flesh. The construct shattered into bubbles. 2 more came at me. Kenas, I thought, projecting the rune for fire. Fire doesn't work underwater. Wrong. Magical fire, cedar fire, burns on fuel, not oxygen. My hand glowed with a sickly green light. I punched the water. A shockwave of boiling steam exploded outward. The cavitation bubble slammed into the constructs, ripping them apart. The water around me was now warm, disturbed. Moody? I asked Loki mentally. Or Karkaroff, Loki mused. Or Voldemort's little helpers. Someone doesn't want you reaching the village. Press on. Speed is key. I kicked hard, propelling myself through the debris of the water spirits. I swam for another 10 minutes. The silence was oppressive. I saw the giant squid in the distance, a massive shadow moving lazily. It ignored me. It knew a predator when it saw one. Then, I heard singing. It wasn't the beautiful mermaid singing from the cartoons. It was screechy, guttural, and sounded like rocks grinding together. Mermish war songs. I crested a ridge and saw it. The Mere People village. It looked like an ancient Greek ruin that had been dropped into a swamp. Crumbling stone pillars, houses carved out of giant caves, statues of merfolk holding spears. And in the center of the village square, a massive statue of a merman. Tied to the tail of the statue were 4 floating figures. They looked like ghosts. Their hair floated around their heads like halos. Their eyes were closed. They were in an enchanted sleep. Ron Weasley, wait, Ron. I guess they grabbed him for Harry Potter's best friend slot, ignoring the fact I hadn't spoken to him in months. Bureaucracy is stupid. Hermione Granger. Cho Chang. Gabrielle Delacour. And Astoria Greengrass. Wait. 5 hostages. I swam closer. There were mermen guarding them. They held spears with stone tips. They watched me approach, their yellow eyes unblinking. They didn't attack. The rules of the tournament said they were just jailers, not executioners. I looked at the hostages. Ron was tied next to Hermione. Cho was next to Cedric's spot. Then there was a gap. Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's little sister, was tiny. She couldn't have been more than 8. She looked fragile, her silver blonde hair drifting in the current. And next to her was Astoria. Daphne's little sister. She looked just like Daphne, but softer. Less ice, more snow. I swam up to Astoria. The Mermish chief floated forward. He was huge, with a shark tooth necklace and a spear that looked like it had killed things bigger than me. Only one, he rasped. He spoke English, but it sounded like he was gargling gravel. Take your own. I intend to, I said. My voice sounded weird underwater, distorted by the water in my throat, but understandable. I took my dagger and slashed the ropes binding Astoria. They were made of tough, woven weed. They snapped easily under the URU blade. I grabbed Astoria around the waist. She was weightless in the water. I turned to go. Then I looked at Gabrielle. Fleur wasn't here. Where is the French champion? I asked the chief. The merman grinned, revealing rows of needle teeth. Failed. The Grindylows took her. She feasts with the weeds now. Failed. Fleur had been overwhelmed. I looked at the little girl. Gabrielle. If I left her, well, the rules said Dumbledore would wake them up. They wouldn't die. Probably. But this was a tournament run by incompetent wizards who let Death Eaters rig the games. Could I trust Dumbledore to ensure her safety if Voldemort decided to turn the lake into a cauldron? I looked at the dark water above us. It felt heavy with malice. No, I decided. I swam over to Gabrielle. The chief moved his spear to block me. 1, he repeated. The rules. 1 prize. Rules are for people who can't rewrite reality, I said. I grabbed the spear shaft. Move, I warned. You break the pact. The chief screeched. The other mermen leveled their spears. There were about 50 of them. Dad? I asked mentally. Odds? 50-1, Loki said calmly. Fair fight. For you. I don't have time for a war, I muttered. I let go of the spear. I held up my free hand, the one not holding Astoria. I'm going to give you 3 seconds to back off, I told the chief. Or I'm going to show you why the Vikings feared the sea gods. The chief laughed. A bubbling, nasty sound. He thrust the spear at my chest. I didn't dodge. I let the cedar loose. I didn't use fire this time. I used pressure. I slammed my hand downward. Tum. A shockwave of pure kinetic energy exploded from my palm. It hit the lake floor. The silt erupted. The stone houses shook. The water was displaced so violently that it created a vacuum for a split second before crashing back in. The mermen were blown backward like leaves in a hurricane. They tumbled, spinning out of control, their spears lost in the turbulence. The chief slammed into the statue, dazed. 1 second, I counted retroactively. I swam to Gabrielle. I slashed her ropes. Now I had 2 unconscious girls. 1 under each arm. This is going to be heavy, I grumbled. I kicked off the bottom, powering upward. The mermen were recovering. They were angry now. They swarmed. Swim. Loki yelled. Don't fight them. You have cargo. They'll aim for the girls to slow you down. I pumped my legs, my webbed feet driving me upward. A spear whizzed past my ear, cutting a few strands of hair. Another bounced off my dragonhide pants. Hagalaz, I chanted in my mind. The rune for hail. Disruption. Chaos. I released a trail of ink-black magic behind me. It wasn't just darkness, it was sensory deprivation. The water became thick, sludgy. The mermen swimming into it got confused, swimming in circles, attacking each other. I cleared the ridge of the village. I was halfway up. But the lake wasn't done with me. As I ascended, the temperature dropped even further. The water turned gray. And then, the sabotage returned. A massive net of dark energy materialized above me. It spanned 50 feet. It was glowing purple. It was descending, meant to trap anything coming up from the village. Crouch Jr. really wants you dead, Loki noted. That's a soul net. Illegal in 9 realms. If that touches you, it won't just trap you, it'll drain your magic until you're a husk. I couldn't go around it. It was too wide, and I was too slow with the extra weight. Can I blast it? It absorbs magic. You have to cut it physically. But you have no hands free. I looked at Astoria. I looked at Gabrielle. Hold your breath, ladies, I whispered, though they couldn't hear me. I did the only thing I could think of. I spun. I generated a vortex with my own body. I spun faster and faster, channeling Cedra into my boots to increase the rotation. I became a human drill. I aimed myself at the center of the net. Ura's strength. Unstoppable force. I hit the net. The purple energy sizzled against my skin. It burned. It felt like acid. It tried to grab me, to suck the life out of me. I screamed, a gargled roar of bubbles, and pushed harder. The dragon hide of my coat smoked. My skin blistered. But the net was magic, and I was, more. I bit through the magic. Not with my teeth, but with my aura. My chaos ate their order. Snap. The net shattered. It unraveled into harmless purple sparks. I shot through the hole, momentum carrying me upward. 30 feet. 20 feet. 10 feet. The light was getting brighter. My lungs were starting to burn now. The gills were working, but the exertion was demanding more oxygen than the water could provide. I saw the surface. A ceiling of rippling light. I kicked one last time. I broke the surface with a splash that soaked the front row of the judges' table. I gasped, spitting out water. The gills on my neck clamped shut instantly, sealing into scars that faded in seconds. My eyes shifted back to human, stinging from the sudden light. The noise of the crowd was deafening. It hit me like a physical wall. He's up, Bagman screamed. Harry Potter has returned. I paddled to the dock, dragging Astoria and Gabrielle. I was exhausted. My magic reserves were low. That net had taken a chunk out of me. Hands reached down to help. Dumbledore. Madame Maxime. They pulled Gabrielle up first. Then Astoria. Then me. I hauled myself onto the wood and collapsed on my back, chest heaving. The cold air felt sharp and dry. Harry. Someone was shaking me. I opened my eyes. Daphne. She wasn't looking at me with her usual cool detachment. She looked terrified. She was kneeling next to me, disregarding the mud on her robes. You idiot, she whispered. You absolute moron. Nice to see you too, I wheezed. Your sister, she's fine. Wet. But fine. Daphne looked over at Astoria, who was being wrapped in blankets by Madame Pomfrey. Astoria was coughing up water, waking up. Daphne looked back at me. Her eyes were shiny. Tears. The Ice Queen. You saved her. Part of the job. And the French girl? Daphne gestured to where Fleur was currently sobbing and hugging Gabrielle, covering her face in kisses. Bonus points, I mumbled. I sat up, wincing. My skin felt raw where the net had touched me. Fleur got taken out. Couldn't leave the kid. I looked at the judges. Karkaroff looked furious. He was glaring at the lake like he expected his trap to have worked. Dumbledore was looking at me with that penetrating X-ray stare. He knew. He knew about the net. Or at least, he suspected. Cedric had surfaced a minute before me with Cho. Krum had just arrived with Hermione. Fleur ran over to me. She was still wrapped in blankets, shivering, but she moved fast. She grabbed my face and kissed me. Not romantic, French. On both cheeks. Hard. You saved her, she sobbed. You saved Gabrielle. Even though I failed. Hey, personal space, I grumbled, gently pushing her back. Don't mention it. Seriously. She's light. You are noble, Fleur declared. I was wrong about you. You are not a little boy. I've been telling people that, I said, standing up. My legs felt like jelly. Bagman's voice boomed again. Ladies and gentlemen. All champions have returned. And now, the points. The judges huddled. Murmuring. Arguing. I saw Dumbledore pointing at the clock, then at Gabrielle. Karkaroff was shaking his head violently. Finally, Bagman stepped forward. Cedric Diggory, for a flawless bubblehead charm and returning first. 47 points. Cheers from Hufflepuff. Victor Crumb, for a daring, if incomplete, transfiguration. 40 points. Durmstrang roared. Fleur Delacour demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead charm, but failed to retrieve her hostage. 25 points. Fleur hung her head. And finally, Harry Potter. The crowd went silent. Mr. Potter arrived last, Bagman said. However, he paused for dramatic effect. I hated him. The Merch of Tanis has informed us that Mr. Potter was the first to reach the hostages. He was delayed not by lack of skill, but because he refused to leave Miss Delacour behind when her champion fell. He returned with 2 hostages. The crowd murmured. This demonstrates moral fiber. Bagman shouted. And courage. Therefore. 45 points. I tied with Cedric roughly. Good enough. I didn't care about the points. I cared that I was breathing. I walked over to the edge of the dock, away from the celebration. I needed to check in with Loki. Dad? Here, Loki's voice was grim. That net. It was dark magic. It was. And the water spirits. Necromancy. So Voldemort isn't just watching. He's testing me. He wanted to see if I could break a soul net. And you did, Loki said. Which means he now knows your power level is above a standard wizard. He will escalate. I shivered. It wasn't the cold. Harry. Daphne was standing behind me. She had a towel. You're shaking, she said. Adrenaline crash, I lied. She wrapped the towel around my shoulders. She stood close, blocking the wind. Thank you, she said softly. For Astoria. Truly. She's family, I said without thinking. Daphne froze. Then she smiled. A real smile. It transformed her face. Yes, she said. I suppose she is. She reached out and took my hand under the towel. Her grip was tight. Come on. Pomfrey has pepper-up potion. It makes steam come out of your ears. It's undignified, but warm. I started to follow her. Then, it happened. It wasn't a pain. It was an amputation. My forehead split open. Arg. I dropped to my knees. The world went white. The screams of the crowd vanished. The cold vanished. I wasn't on the dock anymore. I was in a room. Dark. Smelling of mildew and snake venom. There was a rug near the fire. A large snake, Nagini, was curled up on it. A small, chair-like contraption sat in the shadows. Something small and ugly was in it. Wormtail, a high, cold voice hissed. It sounded like ice cracking. Am I Lord? A whimpering voice. Pettigrew. The boy, he is stronger than we anticipated. Should we cancel the plan, my lord? Use another? No. The voice rose to a shriek. It must be him. His blood. It contains the protection. And now, it contains the chaos. I can feel it. He broke my net. He has power I can consume. The small thing in the chair shifted. Red eyes glowed in the dark. Prepare the ritual, Wormtail. The third task. Make sure the cup is ready. I am tired of this body. I am tired of waiting. Yes, my lord. And the other matter? Barty has done well. The boy suspects, but he does not know. Let him feel safe. Let him win. The higher he climbs, the further he falls. Cruel, high laughter filled the room. Harry. I gasped, snapping back to reality. I was on the wood planks. Daphne was holding me up. Dumbledore was kneeling beside me, his face grave. He's having a seizure, someone shouted. No, I rasped. I pushed Dumbledore's hand away. I touched my scar. It was burning hot. I'm fine, I lied. I stood up, swaying. Harry, you need to go to the hospital wing, Dumbledore said firmly. That was not normal exhaustion. I looked at Dumbledore. I saw the worry in his eyes, but also the calculation. He knew my scar was a link. I looked at Daphne. She looked terrified again. I'm fine, I repeated, louder. Just a cramp. I leaned close to Daphne, so only she could hear. He's ready, I whispered. Voldemort. He's coming at the third task. Daphne didn't flinch. She just tightened her grip on my arm. Then we have to get ready too, she whispered back. I looked out at the black lake. The surface was calm now, hiding the monsters beneath. Yeah, I said, a cold resolve settling in my chest, replacing the fear. We do. I turned to walk to the tents. The cheering had stopped. Everyone was watching the boy who lived, who had just fallen to his knees screaming. Let them watch. Let them see. The hero act was over. The war was about to start. Loki? I projected. I saw it, Loki said. I saw what you saw. The mind link is strong. He wants my blood, Dad. He thinks my power is something he can steal. Loki laughed. It was a dark, dangerous sound. Steal chaos. Oh, he is in for a surprise. You cannot steal fire without getting burned, Hadrian. If he tries to take your blood, we will let him. And we will let it poison him from the inside out. I grinned. It was a grimace, really, but it felt like a weapon. Plan B? I asked. Plan Ragnarok, Loki corrected. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Graveyards and Gods. The third week of June in Scotland usually feels like a wet towel slapped across the face, but today was different. The air was dry, static, and crackling with the kind of heat that usually precedes a thunderstorm or a massive magical disaster. I was sitting in the champion's tent again. It was becoming a habit, and not a good one. The canvas walls were flapping slightly in a breeze that didn't feel natural. It felt like the castle was holding its breath. Loki was quiet. He'd been quiet all day. You're brooding, I said, checking the straps on my dragonhide bracers for the 10th time. It's a bad look on me, so it must be terrible on you. I am not brooding, Loki's voice echoed in my mind, sharper than usual. I am listening. The hum of the ley lines is wrong, Hadrian. The wards around the Quidditch pitch, the maze, they are interfering with my sight. It's a dead zone. That's probably to stop people from cheating, I said, sliding my favorite URU dagger into its sheath. Or to stop parents from seeing their kids get eaten by blast-ended scroats. No, Loki insisted. It's specific. It's blocking me. Someone knows I'm watching. Someone doesn't want divine eyes on this event. Voldemort? Or Odin? Or Dumbledore? Or maybe the universe just hates us today. Keep your guard up. The moment you step into that maze, you are on your own. I can't protect you from the outside. I don't need protection, I stood up, cracking my neck. I need a target. The tent flap opened. Ludo Bagman bounced in, looking like a man who had bet his entire life savings on a snail race. He was sweating buckets. His yellow and black robes were stained under the armpits. "Champions," he squeaked. "Time. It's time. The third task. The maze. The culmination of a year of, well, excitement." Cedric was already standing. He looked pale but determined. He gave me a tight nod. He was a good guy, Cedric. Honest. Hard-working. The kind of guy who dies in the first act of a war movie to show the stakes. I intended to make sure he didn't even make it to the opening credits of this war. Fleur looked like she was about to throw up, but she held her head high. Crumb was just Crumb. Brooding, hulking, and looking like he wanted to punch a hedge. "Ladies first?" Bagman asked, then checked his notes. No. Points. Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory are tied for first place. You go in together when the cannon fires. I walked out of the tent. The Quidditch pitch was gone. In its place was a monstrosity. Hedges that towered 20 feet high, thick, dark, and moving slightly as if they were breathing. The entrance was a black mouth waiting to swallow us. The stands were packed. Thousands of faces. I scanned the Slytherin section. Daphne was there. She wasn't cheering. She was wearing a black coat, her arms crossed, staring at me with that intense, calculating look. She nodded once. "Don't die." I winked. No promises. Dumbledore was at the podium. He looked old tonight. The twinkle was gone. The third task. Dumbledore's voice boomed. The Triwizard Cup is hidden deep within the maze. The first champion to touch it wins the tournament. But be warned, in the maze, you will find no friends. You will face creatures of the dark, and enchantments of the mind. People change in the maze. "Cheery," I muttered to Cedric. "Good luck, Hadrian," Cedric said, offering a hand. "See you in the middle." I took his hand. His grip was strong. "Yeah," I said. "Keep your head down, Diggory." Boom. The cannon fired. We ran. The moment I stepped inside the maze, the sound of the crowd vanished. It was like someone had hit the mute button on reality. The hedge walls closed in behind us, sealing the entrance. The air inside was heavy, smelling of damp earth and rot. "Left or right?" Cedric asked, wand lit. "I go left," I said. "You go right. Don't die." I didn't wait for him to argue. I sprinted down the left path. I wasn't using a wand. I had cedar pulsing through my veins, heightening my senses. I could hear the rustle of leaves, the scuttle of insects, and the heavy, dragging footsteps of something big up ahead. "Loki?" I whispered. Static. "Dad?" "Nothing." "Okay. So the interference was real. I was completely solo. Just me, my knives, and a labyrinth designed by sadists. I turned a corner and skidded to a halt. Blocking the path was a blast-ended scrut. If you've never seen one, imagine a lobster and a scorpion had a baby in a toxic waste dump, and then that baby grew to be 10 feet long and armor-plated. It had no head, just a stinging tail and an end that blasted fire. "Hagrid needs therapy," I muttered. The scrut hissed, steam venting from its shell. It lunged. I didn't cast a spell. Spells bounced off that shell. I'd seen the Care of Magical Creatures class try to stun these things. It was like throwing popcorn at a tank. I used physics. I ran at it. The scrut fired a blast from its rear end. I slid underneath the jet of fire, feeling the heat singe my eyebrows. I grabbed one of its many legs. Ura's. I channeled strength. My muscles locked. I heaved. The scrut weighed about a ton, but with the leverage and the magic, I flipped it. It went over onto its back, exposing the soft, pale underbelly. It screeched, legs flailing helplessly. "Stay," I said, patting its belly. I vaulted over it and kept running. The maze was trying to confuse me. The paths shifted. Every time I looked back, the wall I had just passed was gone, replaced by a new corridor. Illusion, I analyzed. Or spatial folding. Crude. I stopped at a fork. Left was dark. Right was covered in a golden mist. Mist usually means poison, I reasoned. Or gravity inversion. I took a coin from my pocket and threw it into the mist. It floated upward, hitting the ceiling of the sky. Gravity. Fun. I walked into the mist. Instantly, the world flipped. The ground was now the sky, and the sky was the ground. I felt my stomach lurch, but I didn't panic. I adjusted my center of gravity, letting the magic flow to my feet to grip the dirt which was now above my head. I walked on the ceiling of the world, looking down at the stars. It was trippy. I made it through the mist and the world righted itself with a sickening lurch. I heard a scream. Fleur. It was close. 2 paths over. I didn't hesitate. I drew my dagger and slashed through the hedge wall. The branches screamed as I cut them, bleeding green sap. I pushed through. Fleur was on the ground. Crumb was standing over her. But Crumb looked wrong. His eyes were glazed over, milky white. His wand was raised. Crucio. Fleur screamed, thrashing on the ground. Crumb. I shouted. He didn't hear me. He was under the Imperious curse. Heavy duty. I didn't bother with a disarming charm. I threw a throwing knife. It wasn't aimed to kill. I aimed for the wand. Cling. The knife hit Crumb's wand, shattering the wood. The spell broke. Fleur gasped, curling into a ball. Crumb turned to me. He looked confused, angry, and still very much under control. He charged like a bull, fists raised. Seriously? I sighed. He swung a heavy right hook. I ducked. I drove a fist into his gut, knocking the wind out of him. He doubled over. I brought my elbow down on the back of his neck. Lights out. Crumb collapsed like a sack of potatoes. I knelt next to Fleur. She was shaking. Can you move? He attacked me, she whispered. His eyes. Imperious, I said. Someone is rigging the game. Stay here. Shoot red sparks. Get out. You are leaving me. I have to finish this, I said. If I don't, whoever controlled Crumb wins. I stood up. I looked at the unconscious Crumb. Whoever did this was getting a visit from my daggers later. I turned and sprinted back into the dark. 10 minutes later, I found the center. Or rather, I found the guardian of the center. A sphinx. It was majestic, terrifying, and looked incredibly bored. It had the body of a lion and the head of a woman. It was pacing back and forth in front of the final archway. It saw me and sat down, curling its tail around its paws. You are very nearly there, the sphinx purred. The quickest way is past me. Let me guess, I said, panting slightly. A riddle? A riddle, the sphinx agreed. Answer correctly, I move. Answer incorrectly. I attack. Walk away. I do nothing. I hate riddles, I said. My dad loves them. He speaks in them. It's annoying. Here is your riddle, the sphinx said, ignoring my complaint. First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of the end. and finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this: which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? I stared at the Sphinx. Seriously? I asked. That's primary school stuff. Answer, the Sphinx said, eyes narrowing. Okay, let's break it down. Person in disguise who lies, a spy. Last thing to mend, middle of middle, the letter D. Sound of searching. Air. Spider. Spider. The Sphinx smiled. It was a predatory smile. Correct. It stood up and moved aside. You know, I said as I walked past. A spider isn't that scary. I fought a giant one in second year. Aragog. Nice guy, once you get past the cannibalism. The Sphinx just blinked. I walked through the archway. There it was. The Triwizard Cup. It was glowing with a blue light, sitting on a plinth in the center of a grassy clearing. It looked innocent. But I knew better. My scar was throbbing. A low, dull ache that was slowly turning into a drill bit in my forehead. Harry. I turned. Cedric Diggory burst through a hedge on the other side of the clearing. He was battered, his robes torn, singed, and he was limping. You made it. Cedric grinned, stumbling forward. I thought that Acromantula had me for sure. He looked at the cup. Then he looked at me. We were equidistant from it. Go for it, Cedric panted, stopping. You saved Fleur. I saw the sparks. You deserve it. We tied in points, I said, walking slowly toward the plinth. Technically, we should race. I can't race, Cedric laughed, gesturing to his leg. It's busted. Go on, Hadrian. Take it. Hogwarts wins either way. I looked at the cup. I looked at Cedric. The Honorable Hufflepuff. The spare. No, I said. What? We take it together, I said. Both hands. Joint victory. Cedric's face lit up. Really? You'd share it? Why not? I shrugged. The prize money is 1,000 galleons. Split 2 ways, that's still enough for a decent motorcycle. Cedric hobbled forward. I walked forward. We reached the plinth at the same time. On 3? Cedric asked. Sure, I said. 1. 2. I looked at him. Sorry, Cedric. Wah, I moved faster than he could react. I didn't grab the cup. I spun and drove a fist into Cedric's jaw. It was a precise hit. Not enough to break bone, but enough to rattle the brain against the skull. Cedric's eyes rolled back. He crumpled to the grass, unconscious. You're a good guy, I whispered to his sleeping form. Too good for where I'm going. If the cup was a trap, and it was, I wasn't taking a civilian into the war zone. I turned to the cup. Okay, Voldemort, I hissed, my hand hovering over the glowing handle. Let's dance. I grabbed the handle. The sensation was instant. A hook behind the navel. The world dissolved in a swirl of color and wind. The portkey activated. I was gone. I hit the ground hard. This wasn't Hogwarts. The grass was overgrown, dead. The air was cold, biting. There was no cheering crowd. No music. Just the sound of wind whistling through old yew trees. I stood up instantly, daggers in both hands. I was in a graveyard. It was old. The headstones were crooked, weathered. A small church stood on a hill nearby, dark and foreboding. Little Hangleton, I recognized the geography from the dreams. Home sweet home. Harry Potter. The voice came from the darkness. I turned. A figure was walking toward me through the mist. Short. cloaked, carrying a bundle that looked like a swaddled baby. But the baby felt wrong. It radiated malice like a heat lamp. "Wormtail," I said. My voice was calm. Unnaturally calm. "You look terrible. Being a rat for 12 years really ruins the complexion, doesn't it?" Wormtail flinched. He stopped near a large marble headstone. The name on it read Tom Riddle. "Do it. Now," the high, cold voice hissed from the bundle. Wormtail fumbled for his wand. Incarcerus. Ropes flew out of thin air. I could have dodged. I could have sliced them. But I didn't. I wanted to see this. I needed to see him rise so I could kill him properly. You can't kill a ghost, but you can kill a man. I let the ropes wrap around me, pinning my arms to my sides against the headstone. "Tight," I commented. "But sloppy not work." Wormtail didn't answer. He was trembling. He dumped the bundle into a massive stone cauldron that sat at the foot of the grave. The cauldron was huge, filled with a potion that was already bubbling, turning a poisonous diamond color. The thing in the bundle hissed as it hit the liquid. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." Wormtail waved his wand. The grave under my feet cracked open. A fine stream of dust rose up and floated into the cauldron. The potion turned a vivid, sickly blue. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." Wormtail was crying now. Sobbing. He pulled a long, silver dagger from his robes. He stretched out his right hand, the one missing a finger. He didn't hesitate. Desperation is a hell of a drug. He swung the knife. Squelch. I watched without blinking. The hand fell into the cauldron. The potion turned burning red. Wormtail screamed, clutching his stump, falling to his knees. "Gross," I said. "Hygiene is clearly not a priority here." Wormtail staggered up, gasping. He came toward me. He held the knife. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." He brought the knife to my arm. He sliced the fabric of my suit, cutting into the skin of my forearm. He collected the blood in a glass vial. "Take it," I whispered to him. "Take all you want. It's spicy." He dumped my blood into the cauldron. The potion turned blinding white. Sparks flew. Heavy, dark smoke billowed out, drowning the graveyard in shadow. The cauldron simmered, then the liquid vanished. From the steam, a shape began to rise. It was tall. Skeletal. "Robe me," the high voice commanded. Wormtail, sobbing, threw a black robe over the figure. The figure stepped out of the cauldron. Lord Voldemort had returned. He was pale, white as a skull. He had no nose, just slits for nostrils. His eyes were red, with vertical pupils like a cat. He looked like a snake that had learned to walk on two legs. He examined his own body. He touched his chest. He looked at his hands, long spider-like fingers flexing. "I can touch you now," he whispered, looking at me. He reached out a finger and pressed it to my scar. Pain. Real pain this time. My head felt like it was splitting open. I gritted my teeth, refusing to scream. I pushed the cedar into my mind, building a wall of green fire to block the intrusion. Voldemort pulled back, looking surprised. "Strong," he murmured. "Very strong." He turned to Wormtail, who was bleeding out on the grass. "My lord, you promised," the hand. "Hold out your arm," Voldemort said lazily. "The other one, Wormtail." He pressed his wand to the dark mark on Wormtail's arm. The mark turned jet black. Instantly, the air in the graveyard filled with the sound of cracking whips. Apparition. Figures in black cloaks and silver masks appeared. They formed a circle around the grave. The Death Eaters. The inner circle. Voldemort looked around at them. He smiled. "Welcome, my friends," he said softly. 13 years it has been, and yet, you answer my call as if it were yesterday. He walked around the circle. He stopped at a man who was shaking. "Lucius," Voldemort whispered. "My slippery friend." Lucius Malfoy fell to his knees. "My lord, we thought you were broken. And so you did nothing?" Voldemort mocked. "You enjoyed your wealth? Your influence? While I rotted in forests? My lord, enough." Voldemort turned back to me. He stood in the center of his followers, arms spread wide. "But I have returned," he declared. "And I have brought you a gift. The boy who lived." The Death Eaters laughed. A cruel, sycophantic sound. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, walking toward me. "You stand on the bones of my father. You gave me your blood. We are family, in a way." I looked at him. I was still tied to the tombstone. "Are you done?" I asked. The laughter stopped. Voldemort paused. "Excuse me." "The monologue," I said. "It's a bit cliché, isn't it? I'm back, you're all useless, look at me, I'm a snake man. We get it. You have daddy issues and a god complex." The Death Eaters gasped. Bellatrix Lestrange, I recognized her from the wanted posters, stepped forward. "How dare you speak to the Dark Lord like that, you filth?" "Quiet, Bella," Voldemort said. He was staring at me, his red eyes narrowing. "You have spirit. Or perhaps you are simply foolish. Do you not know who I am?" "I know what you are," I said. "You're a lich. A soul parasite. You split your soul so many times you forgot what it feels like to be human. You call this godhood?" I laughed. "Buddy, I was raised by a god. You're just a magical accident with a bad nose job." Voldemort's face contorted. Rage. Pure, cold rage. Crucio. The curse hit me. It felt like white-hot knives were being driven into every nerve ending. My muscles locked. I screamed. I couldn't help it. It was agony beyond description. He held it for 10 seconds. Then he lifted the wand. I sagged against the ropes, panting. Sweat dripped down my face. "You see?" Voldemort whispered. "I can break you." I spat blood onto the grass. I looked up. I grinned. My teeth were red. "Is that all you got?" I rasped. "My dad's hugs hurt more than that." Voldemort raised his wand again. "I will kill you, Harry Potter. But first, we duel. I want my followers to see. I want them to see that you are nothing. Just a boy." He waved his wand. The ropes binding me snapped. I fell forward, landing on my hands and knees. My limbs were shaking from the cruciatus aftershocks. "Pick up your wand, Potter," Voldemort commanded. "Wormtail, give him his wand." Wormtail, now sporting a shiny silver hand that Voldemort had conjured a moment ago, threw my wand onto the grass. Wait. That wasn't my wand. I didn't have a wand. That was a stick. A literal twig from the ground. "I don't need a wand," I said, standing up. I swayed a little, then steadied myself. I reached into my coat. I pulled out my daggers. The URU metal hummed. It sensed the dark magic in the air. It was hungry. "Knives?" Voldemort laughed. "You intend to fight Lord Voldemort with kitchen utensils?" "These aren't for cooking," I said. "Unless we're cooking snake." "Bow to death, Harry," Voldemort said. "Bow." He forced my spine to bend with magic. I fought it. I poured cedar into my back muscles. I stood straight. I bow to no one, I snarled. Especially not you. Voldemort's eyes flashed. Avada Kedavra. The green light rushed toward me. I didn't block it. You can't block a killing curse with a shield charm. But you can block it with solid matter. Leguz. I stomped my foot. The earth erupted. A slab of marble tombstone shot up in front of me. The curse hit the stone. The stone exploded into dust. I was already moving. I sprinted through the dust cloud. Voldemort was surprised. He expected fear. He expected a wizard's duel. He didn't expect a tactical assault. I threw a dagger. He shielded. The dagger bounced off his protego with a clang. But the dagger was a distraction. I was behind it. I closed the distance. I launched myself at him. Stupefy, he cast lazily. I swatted the spell away with my bare hand, coating my palm in cedar. It stung, but it worked. I was inside his guard. I punched him. A solid right cross to the jaw. Voldemort stumbled back. He looked shocked. He touched his face. You struck me. I'm going to do more than that, I promised. Kill him. Bellatrix shrieked. The Death Eaters raised their wands. No. Voldemort roared. He is mine. He unleashed a wave of dark magic. It rolled out like black fire. I couldn't dodge it. I clapped my hands together. Cedar shield. A dome of green energy surrounded me. The dark fire crashed against it, hissing and popping. The strain was immense. It felt like holding up a collapsing building. You have power, Voldemort admitted, pressing his attack. But you have no technique. You are a brawler. Technique is for people who can't improvise. I dropped the shield and rolled forward. I split. Illusion. Suddenly, there were 10 Hadrians running at Voldemort. He spun, firing curses wildly. He disintegrated 3 of them. But I was the 4th one. I slid on the grass, slicing at his legs with my second dagger. I cut him. A deep gash on his shin. Black blood oozed out. You bleed, I said, popping up. If it bleeds, I can kill it. Voldemort looked at his leg. Then he looked at me. The amusement was gone. Now, there was only cold, calculating murder. He levitated into the air. He hovered 10 feet up, out of my reach. Clever tricks, he said. But can you fly, little bird? He began to bombard the ground. Explosive curses. The earth tore apart. Gravestones shattered. I ran. I was dancing through a minefield. Loki. I screamed internally. I could use a little help here. The air shimmered. Not Loki. But, something. My dagger. The one I had thrown earlier. It was lying near the cauldron. I reached out with my magic. Recall. The dagger flew into my hand. I looked at Voldemort floating above me. Hey, Tom. I shouted. He looked down. Catch. I threw the dagger again. But this time, I poured every ounce of chaos magic I had into it. The blade glowed with a blinding green light. Voldemort swatted it aside with his wand. But I had anticipated that. Fehu. Expansion. The dagger didn't hit him. It exploded in midair. Shrapnel. You shrapnel. Voldemort screamed. He dropped out of the sky, crashing onto the ruined grass. He clutched his face. Black blood was streaming between his fingers. I had taken an eye. The Death Eaters were frozen. Their god had just been grounded by a teenager. I didn't wait for them to recover. I didn't wait for Voldemort to stand up. I sprinted for the cup. It had fallen near the cauldron during the fight. Stop him! Voldemort shrieked, his voice gargling with blood. Stop him! 20 wands turned on me. Avada Kedavra. Green lights filled the air. I dove. I rolled. I scrambled. I saw Wormtail cowering near the cup. I grabbed the cup. But before the portkey took me, I reached out with my other hand. I grabbed Wormtail's severed, fleshy hand, the one lying in the dirt. Evidence, I thought grimly. A killing curse grazed my shoulder. It burned like ice. See you soon, Tom. I shouted. The hook behind my navel yanked. The graveyard vanished. I slammed into the ground at Hogwarts. Hard. The music was playing. People were cheering. He's back. Harry Potter wins. I lay there for a second, staring at the stars. My shoulder was screaming. My body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder. I sat up. The cheering stopped instantly. They saw me. My clothes were shredded. I was covered in dust and black blood. I was holding the Triwizard Cup in one hand. And in the other, I was clutching a severed, bloody human hand. Dumbledore was running toward me. Fudge was there. Daphne was pushing through the crowd, her face pale. Harry. Dumbledore knelt beside me. Harry, what happened? Where is Cedric? Cedric is fine, I rasped. Left him in the maze. Safe. I stood up. I swayed. Daphne caught me. You're hurt, she whispered, looking at my shoulder. Not mine, I said, dropping Wormtail's hand onto the pristine grass of the Quidditch pitch. The crowd gasped. Fudge looked like he was going to faint. What is the meaning of this? Fudge sputtered. See here, Potter, I ignored him. I looked at Dumbledore. He's back, I said. My voice carried across the silent stadium. Voldemort is back. Screams. Panic. He's in Little Hangleton, I continued. He has Death Eaters. Malfoy, McNair, Crabbe, Goyle, Nott. I saw them all. I pointed at the severed hand. Pettigrew cut that off to resurrect him. Check the prints. I looked at Snape, who was standing near the stands, clutching his forearm. He was pale. He nodded once, almost imperceptibly. Impossible. Fudge shouted. He can't be back. You're lying. You're disturbed. I stepped toward the minister. I was bleeding, dirty, and radiating pure, unadulterated rage. I took his eye, I said softly. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small piece of cloth I'd grabbed from the ground, a piece of Voldemort's robe that had been torn off by the shrapnel. It was soaked in black ichor. He bleeds, I said. And if he bleeds, we can kill him. I looked at the crowd. The war has started, I announced. Pick a side. Then, the adrenaline finally ran out. The world tilted sideways. The last thing I felt was Daphne's arms around me, and Loki's voice in my head, finally breaking through the interference. Well done, son. Now, sleep. We have work to do in the morning. I let the darkness take me. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Bifrost breaks. Waking up after being hit by the Cruciatus curse feels like you've been used as a chew toy by a dragon, then put through a spin cycle inside a washing machine filled with rocks. Every nerve ending is raw. Your teeth hurt. Your hair hurts. Even your blinking hurts. I opened my eyes and immediately regretted it. The light in the hospital wing was aggressive. It stabbed right into my brain. I groaned and tried to pull the sheet over my head, but my arm felt like it weighed about 400 pounds. He's awake, a soft voice said. I knew that voice. Cool, composed, but with a hairline fracture of worry running through it. "Daphne," I croaked. My throat tasted like copper and grave dirt. "Turn off the sun." "It's a candle, you big baby," she said, but I heard the rustle of fabric as she moved to block the light. I forced my eyes open again. The blurry shape of Daphne Greengrass swam into view. She looked tired. Her perfect Slytherin composure was frayed at the edges. Her hair was a little messy, and she was wearing yesterday's clothes. She had been sitting in that uncomfortable wooden chair for a long time. "How long?" I asked, trying to sit up. My abs screamed in protest. 12 hours, she said, handing me a glass of water. "You passed out on the Quidditch pitch. Madame Pomfrey said your nervous system was overloaded. Like a circuit breaker that popped." I drank the water. It was the best thing I had ever tasted. "Voldemort?" I asked. "Quiet," she hissed, looking around the ward. It was empty except for us. "The official story is that you suffered a hallucination brought on by the stress of the maze. Fudge is currently in Dumbledore's office trying to figure out how to expel you for bringing a severed hand onto school grounds." It was evidence, I muttered, swinging my legs out of bed. The floor was cold. "Where are my clothes? Where are my knives?" "Your knives are on the bedside table. Your clothes were ruined. I had the house elves bring fresh ones." She pointed to a neat pile of black combat gear at the foot of the bed. I grabbed a dagger first. Just holding the URU metal made me feel better. It hummed against my palm, a low vibration that synced with the chaotic magic in my blood. "We need to move," I said. "Fudge is going to try to bury this. If he buries it, Voldemort wins the propaganda war before it even starts." "Dumbledore believes you," Daphne said. "He's recalling the Order of the Phoenix. Whatever that is." "It's his birdwatching club," I said, pulling on a fresh shirt. "It's not enough. We need to wake the world up. And I don't mean with a press release." The doors to the hospital wing banged open. Speak of the devil, and he appears wearing a lime green bowler hat. Cornelius Fudge marched in, flanked by 2 Aurors I didn't recognize and Percy Weasley, who looked like he was trying to swallow a ruler. Dumbledore was right behind them, looking furious. "Harry!" Fudge blustered, stopping at the foot of my bed. "Good, you're awake. Now we can get this sorted out. A tragic breakdown, that's what we're calling it. The stress of the tournament, very understandable." I finished tying my boots. I didn't look at him. "Mr. Potter," Fudge said, louder. "I am speaking to you." I stood up. I was a head taller than Fudge. I looked down at him. "It's Loch Ison," I said. "And I'm not having a breakdown, Minister. I'm having a war. You're the one having a denial crisis. See here." Fudge spluttered, turning red. "There is no war. He who must not be named is dead. He remains dead. You are spreading panic. You brought remains onto school property. That is a crime." "It was Peter Pettigrew's hand," I said. "Check the fingerprints." "Oh wait, you didn't, did you? You probably vanished it." "The object has been disposed of," Fudge said sniffily. "We cannot have hysterical boys running around waving body parts. Now, you will sign a statement retracting your claims, or I will have you arrested for disturbing the peace and violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery." "You want to arrest me?" I laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh. "Minister, I killed a dimension-hopping bounty hunter last month. I fought a dragon for fun. Last night, I went toe-to-toe with your worst nightmare and took his eye. You think 2 Aurors and a Weasley can put cuffs on me?" The Aurors reached for their wands. "Don't," I warned. My eyes flared green. The air in the room dropped 10 degrees. The water in the pitcher on the bedside table froze instantly, cracking the glass. "Cornelius," Dumbledore stepped forward, his voice calm but heavy with power. "Harry is telling the truth. I have seen the signs. The mark is active." "The mark means nothing," Fudge shouted, spinning around. He was sweating. "It's a trick. A plot to destabilize my administration. You want my job, Dumbledore. You've been plotting this with the boy." I looked at Daphne. She rolled her eyes. This was politics. It was stupid, slow, and dangerous. "I don't have time for this," I said. I walked past Fudge. He grabbed my arm. "You are not leaving, boy." I looked at his hand on my arm. Then I looked at him. "Let go," I said softly. A spark of cedar jumped from my skin to his hand. A static shock, but amplified about 1,000 times. Fudge yelped and snatched his hand back, shaking it. He attacked me. "Aurors. Seize him." The two Aurors stepped forward. "Incarcerus." Ropes flew at me. I didn't dodge. I just dissolved. Illusion. The ropes hit the empty air where I had been standing. "What?" Fudge spun around. "Look at the wall, Minister," my voice came from everywhere and nowhere. I wasn't in the room anymore. I was projecting my voice. But I was about to project a lot more than that. "Loki," I whispered into the ether. "I need the amplifier." Connecting, Loki's voice buzzed in my ear. "You're going to break the statute of secrecy if you aren't careful." "Screw the statute. They need to see." I was standing on the roof of the astronomy tower. I had sprinted there under the cover of invisibility while my illusion distracted them. I raised my hands. I didn't need a wand. I needed the sky. Kenas. The rune of revelation. Torchlight. Knowledge. I pumped every ounce of spare magic I had into the rune. "Show them," I commanded. In the great hall, breakfast was being served. The mood was grim. Rumors were flying. Suddenly, the enchanted ceiling, which usually showed the sky outside, went black. Then, it wasn't the sky anymore. It was a graveyard. Giant, three-dimensional, high-definition memory projection. It wasn't just visual, it was auditory. The sound of the bubbling cauldron filled the great hall. The cold wind of Little Hangleton blew through the student tables. Every student froze. On the ceiling, they saw me tied to the tombstone. They saw Wormtail cut off his hand. They saw the creature drop into the potion. And then, they saw him rise. Voldemort. 10 feet tall on the ceiling projection. Pale, snake-like, terrifying. "I can touch you now." The voice echoed off the stone walls of Hogwarts. People screamed. First years dove under the tables. The projection shifted. The duel. They saw me fight. They saw the killing curse hit the tombstone. They saw me cut him. They saw the dagger explode. They saw the Dark Lord bleed. And finally, they saw me grab the cup and the hand. The image froze on Voldemort's face, one eye missing, screaming in rage. Then, the ceiling snapped back to normal. Silence. Absolute, terrified silence. Then, chaos. I stood on the astronomy tower, panting. That had taken a lot out of me. "Message delivered," I whispered. The door to the tower burst open. Dumbledore. He looked winded. He'd probably run all the way up. "Hadrian," he said, breathing hard. "What have you done?" "I turned on the news," I said, leaning against the parapet. Fudge can deny my words. He can't deny a mass broadcast memory projection. Half the students will be writing home in 5 minutes. The Ollery is going to be busy. Dumbledore walked over to me. He looked out at the grounds. You have started a panic. Panic is better than ignorance, I argued. Panic makes people pack their bags. Panic makes people check their wards. Ignorance gets them killed in their sleep. You are reckless, Dumbledore sighed. Like your father. Which one? James or Loki? Because honestly, both seem like they had impulse control issues. Loki, Dumbledore said, turning to me. His blue eyes were sharp. We need to speak about him. About where he is. He's around, I said evasively. He is a god, Dumbledore said. A god of chaos. His presence here complicates things. The ancient treaties, the treaties can wait, I snapped. Voldemort is back. He has giants. He has dementors. He has loyalists in the ministry. We need allies. Loki is an ally. Is he? Dumbledore asked softly. Or is he just using you to play a game against Odin? Before I could answer, the sky tore open. It wasn't a subtle rift like the scout used. This was violent. The clouds boiled. The sun was blotted out by a swirling vortex of rainbow light. Thunder shook the tower. Not natural thunder. The sound of hammers hitting the firmament. Speak of the devil, I muttered, looking up. A beam of light, the Bifrost, slammed down. But it didn't hit the castle. It hit the edge of the forbidden forest, near Hogsmeade. The impact was like a meteor strike. Trees were vaporized. A shockwave rolled over the lake, creating a tsunami that crashed against the shore. That wasn't a scout, I said, my stomach dropping. No, Dumbledore said, pulling his wand. That was an invasion. Dad! I shouted into the air. A shimmer next to me. Loki appeared. But he wasn't looking good. He was wearing his Asgardian leather, but it was shredded. He was bleeding, golden blood, from a gash on his forehead. He was leaning heavily on a staff I hadn't seen before. Loki. I grabbed him. What happened? Heimdall found the safe house, Loki gasped, coughing. I had to shift dimensions fast. Too fast. I left a trail. Who is coming? Loki looked at the pillar of rainbow light dissipating in the distance. The Warriors 3, he said grimly. And they aren't here to talk. 3 guys? I asked. We can take 3 guys. Hadrian, Loki looked me in the eye. These are Asgard's finest. Volstagg the Voluminous. Fandral the Dashing. Hogun the Grim. They have fought wars that lasted longer than your civilization has existed. They are here to take me back to the dungeons. And they will go through this school to get to me. Not happening, I said. I pulled my daggers. We need to leave, Loki said. Now. Before they lock onto our signature. Too late, a booming voice echoed across the grounds. It was amplified by magic, sounding like it was coming from the mountains themselves. Loki Laufeyson. Surrender. The Allfather demands your return. It was Volstagg. They're at the gates, I said. I looked at Dumbledore. Headmaster, I said. You wanted to see what my family brings to the table. Grab some popcorn. I vaulted over the parapet. Hadrian, no. Dumbledore shouted. I fell. I loved falling. Mid-air, I twisted. Levioso. I caught the air, turning the fall into a glide. I landed on the grass running. I sprinted toward the main gates. By the time I reached the massive iron gates of Hogwarts, a crowd had gathered. Students were watching from the windows. Teachers were running down the lawn. Standing on the other side of the gates were 3 figures. They looked like they had walked out of a heavy metal album cover. In the center was Volstagg. He was massive. Not fat, massive. He was wide as a car, wearing intricate red and gold armor, holding a double-bladed axe that looked like it weighed more than me. He had a voluminous red beard and a belly that looked like it could bounce cannonballs. To his left was Fandral. Tall, blonde, handsome in a dashing, Errol Flynn sort of way. He wore green and gold, and he was holding a rapier with a casual grace that screamed, "I am better than you." To the right was Hogan. Dark hair, grim face, silent. He held a spiked mace. He looked like he hadn't smiled in 1,000 years. They radiated power. Not the subtle buzz of wizard magic. This was heavy, dense, physical pressure. The air around them warped. "Open the gate, little wizards." Volstagg boomed. "We have no quarrel with your stick waving. We want the trickster." Flitwick and McGonagall were at the gate, wands drawn, looking terrified. "You are trespassing." McGonagall shouted, her voice shaking but firm. "This is a school. Depart at once." "School?" Fandral laughed. It was a musical, mocking sound. "We are here for a fugitive. Stand aside, madam, or we shall move you." I walked through the crowd of teachers. "Hey!" I shouted. "Goldilocks and the two bears." The warriors three looked at me. "The boy," Hogan said. His voice was like grinding stones. "The abomination." "I prefer Hadrian," I said, stopping 10 feet from the gate. "And you're blocking the driveway. Some of us have places to be." "You are the spawn of Loki," Volstagg said, narrowing his eyes. "We have orders to retrieve you as well. The All-Father wishes to see what his wayward son has created." "Tell Odin I'm busy," I said. "I have exams coming up." "Insolence," Fandral sighed. He stepped forward. He poked the iron gate with his rapier. The gate exploded. It didn't just break, it shattered into shrapnel. The iron bars flew inward. I reacted instantly. Protego. I didn't use a wand. I threw up a wall of siege. The shrapnel hit the green barrier and fell harmlessly to the ground. McGonagall gasped. "Mr. Lockison. Get back," I told the teachers. "These guys aren't wizards. Expelliarmus won't work on them. They eat lightning for breakfast." The warriors three stepped onto the grounds. "You fight with spirit," Fandral noted, pointing his sword at me. "But you are a child. Surrender. We will not harm you, much." "I don't surrender," I said, pulling my URU daggers. "And I don't lose." "Then you fall," Hogan said. He charged. Hogan was fast for a grim guy. He swung the mace. It whistled through the air. I ducked. The mace smashed into the ground where I had been, creating a crater the size of a bathtub. Dirt sprayed everywhere. I rolled to the side and slashed at his legs. Clang. My dagger hit his greaves. Sparks flew. Tough armor. "Flank him!" Fandral shouted, darting in. Fandral was the problem. He was fast. His rapier moved like a viper. Thrust, parry, thrust. I was dancing backward, deflecting the strikes with my daggers. Cling, cling, cling. "You have some skill." Fandral laughed. "Did Loki teach you?" "It's sloppy. Too much flair." "It works." I grunted. I caught his blade between my daggers and twisted. I tried to snap it. The steel held. Asgardian steel. "Nice toothpick," I said. I kicked Fandral in the chest. It was like kicking a brick wall. He slid back a few inches, but he didn't fall. Then Volstagg arrived. "Make way," he bellowed. He spun his axe. It created a whirlwind. A literal tornado of dust and pressure. It hit me. I flew. I tumbled across the grass, bouncing like a ragdoll. I crashed into a stone statue of a gargoyle, smashing it to pieces. Ouch, I groaned, standing up. My healing factor was working overtime. Okay. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Dumbledore appeared between me and the warriors. Enough. Dumbledore shouted. He raised the Elder Wand. He unleashed a wave of pure force. It was impressive. It would have leveled a building. Volstagg just leaned into it. He braced his shoulder. The magic washed over him, blowing his beard back, but he didn't move. Magic of Midgard is thin, Volstagg grunted. You cannot stop the Aesir with wind, old man. Hogan threw a knife. It moved faster than sound. Dumbledore deflected it, but the force of the impact knocked his wand arm back. He looked shocked. They're too dense, Professor. I yelled. Magic slides off them. You have to hit them with physics. I charged back in. Loki. I screamed. Any time now. A green flash. Loki appeared on the head of the destroyed gargoyle. He looked pale, but he was grinning. That manic, desperate grin. Did someone call for a distraction? Loki raised his staff. Mirror image. Suddenly, there were 100 Lokis on the lawn. They were everywhere. Hanging from trees, sitting on Volstagg's shoulders, dancing around Fandral. Brothers, the Lokis chorused. You look terrible. Have you gained weight, Volstagg? And Fandral, that mustache is tragic. Trickster. Volstagg roared, swinging his axe wildly at the illusions. They puffed into green smoke when hit, giggling. It was chaos. Perfect. Hadrian, the big one. Loki shouted, the real one, I hoped. Trip him. I saw the plan. Volstagg was heavy. His momentum was his enemy. I sprinted at Volstagg. He was distracted by 5 Lokis making rude gestures. Leguz. I turned the ground under Volstagg's feet into mud. Deep, slick, frictionless mud. Volstagg took a step. His foot slid. Whoa. He flailed. I hit him with a kinetic blast right in the center of gravity. Timber. Volstagg fell. When he hit the ground, the earth shook. He slid 30 feet, taking out a flower bed and crashing into Fandral, who was busy fencing a tree he thought was Loki. They went down in a heap of limbs and armor. Hogan was the only one left standing. He looked at his fallen comrades. He looked at me. He didn't look amused. Impressive, Hogan admitted. For a mongrel. He raised his mace. It began to glow blue. But playtime is over. He slammed the mace into the ground. A shockwave of energy rippled out. It wasn't just force, it was a binding seal. Runes lit up on the grass, forming a circle around us. I felt my feet stick to the ground. I couldn't move. Capture rune, Loki cursed, appearing next to me. He was stuck too. Old school. I hate Hogan. Hogan walked toward us slowly. The All-Father awaits. I struggled. The magic was holding my boots like superglue. I don't want to go to Asgard, I said through gritted teeth. I hear the food is bland. Silence, Hogan raised a pair of shackles. They were inscribed with runes to suppress magic. Dad? I asked. I'm out of juice, Loki admitted. That dimension jump drained me. I can't break the seal. Hogan reached for me. Suddenly, a spell hit Hogan in the face. It wasn't a powerful spell. It was a bat bogey hex. Hogan roared as giant bats made of snot erupted from his nose, flapping around his face, blinding him. I looked toward the castle. Daphne Greengrass was standing on the steps. Wand raised. Beside her stood Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, and, was that Luna? Get away from him! Neville shouted. Reducto. Neville's spell hit the ground near the rune circle. It cracked the earth. The rune broke. My feet were free. I love this school, I grinned. I grabbed Loki. Move! We scrambled back as Hogan ripped the bats off his face. Volstagg and Fandral were untangling themselves. Retreat! Volstagg yelled. The destroyer approaches. They stopped fighting. They looked at the sky. The clouds were darkening again. They're leaving? I asked, confused. No, Loki said, fear in his eyes. They're clearing the blast zone. If they can't catch us. Odin sends the heavy artillery. The warriors 3 backed away to the broken gates. You have bought yourself hours, Lochison. Fandral shouted, nursing a bruise on his chin. Enjoy them. When the automaton arrives, there will be no tricks. They vanished in a flash of light, a localized Bifrost extraction. Silence returned to the grounds. The teachers were staring. The students were staring. I stood there, chest heaving, holding my daggers. Loki was leaning on me. Are you okay? Daphne ran down the stairs. I'm fine, I said. But we have a problem. A problem? Daphne asked, looking at the destroyed gates and the cratered lawn. You call this a problem? It looks like a disaster. No, I said, looking at the sky where the storm was brewing. This was the appetizer. The main course is coming. Dumbledore walked up to us. He looked old. He looked tired. Hadrian, he said. What is coming? The destroyer, I said. It's a suit of armor. Indestructible. Unstoppable. It has a face laser that can melt mountains. And it's coming here? McGonagall asked, her hand to her mouth. Yeah, I said. Because Odin wants his son back. And he doesn't care if he has to burn Hogwarts to the ground to get him. I turned to the students gathered on the lawn. Listen up. I shouted. They flinched. The war isn't just with Voldemort anymore. We have gods knocking at the door. If you want to live, you need to listen to me. I looked at Daphne. Get the first years to the dungeons. Get the seniors to the battlements. We need to fortify. Fortify against a god? Neville asked, stepping forward. He looked terrified, but he was standing tall. We don't need to kill it, I said, lying through my teeth. We just need to survive it. I looked at Loki. He gave me a weak nod. Welcome to the family business, Hadrian, Loki whispered. I hate the family business, I muttered. I sheathed my daggers. Let's get to work. We have an apocalypse to cancel. 1 hour later. The headmaster's office. The mood was funereal. Fudge had fled. He ran back to the ministry the moment the giant Vikings showed up, probably to stick his head in the sand. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, Loki, and I were gathered. Loki was sitting in Dumbledore's chair, feet on the desk, drinking Dumbledore's wine. He had healed his head wound with a bit of cedar, but he still looked pale. Explain, Dumbledore said, standing by the window. Odin is angry, Loki said simply. I stole something before I left Asgard. Something he wants back. What did you steal? Snape asked, sneering. Loki pointed at me. Him. Silence. I didn't steal him from the Potters, Loki clarified. I stole him from Destiny. The Norns, fate, they had a plan for Harry Potter. He was supposed to die. A martyr. A sacrifice to stop the Dark Lord. Dumbledore stiffened. He looked guilty. I saw that thread, Loki continued, swirling his wine. I didn't like it. Boring. Tragic. So I cut it. I took the boy. I raised him as a chaotic variable. A glitch in the system. And Odin cares because? I asked. Because Odin fears chaos, Loki said. He likes order. Prophecies. He thinks by changing your fate, I have unbalanced the 9 realms. He wants to reset the timeline. Reset? McGonagall asked. Kill the anomaly, Loki said, looking at me. Kill Hadrian. Restore the Harry Potter thread. Over my dead body, I said. That is literally the plan, Loki noted. So, I summarized. Voldemort wants to kill me because I'm the boy who lived. Odin wants to kill me because I'm not the boy who lived. And the Ministry wants to arrest me for pointing out that they're all idiots. I laughed. It was a manic sound. I'm popular. The Destroyer, Dumbledore interrupted. How do we stop it? You don't, Loki said. It's enchanted you. Magic bounces off it. Physical force is absorbed. There must be a weakness, Daphne said from the doorway. She had invited herself in. I liked that about her. It's a construct, Loki said. It has no brain. It follows orders. If we can confuse the orders, or override the signal. Signal? I asked. Like a radio? Like a soul link to Odin, Loki said. But if we could introduce a stronger signal. A chaotic signal. I looked at my hands. The green energy of Cedra flickered there. You want me to hack a god's robot? I want you to infect it, Loki grinned. You are a living paradox. Wizard and Asgardian. Human and divine. Order and chaos. If you touch the Destroyer, if you push your essence into it, you might just give it an existential crisis. And if it fails? Snape asked. Then we are vaporized, Loki shrugged. Good plan, I said. Solid. I rate it 2 out of 10. I walked to the window. I looked out at the grounds. The sun was setting. The storm clouds were purple and black. We need a distraction, I said. The Destroyer will target me. I need someone to keep it busy while I get close. I will do it, Dumbledore said. I possess the Elder Wand. I can perhaps hold its attention. I'll help, I turned. Snape had spoken. You? I asked. Snape looked uncomfortable. The Dark Lord returns. If this machine destroys the castle, there is nothing left to defend. I have my orders, Potter. I must protect the school. Hadrian, I corrected. Hadrian, Snape conceded. It was the first time he'd used my name without a sneer. Okay, I said. Dumbledore and Snape on defense. Loki on tactical support. I'm on offense. And me? Daphne asked. You run communications, I said. Coordinate the students. If the Destroyer breaches the walls, evacuate. She nodded. She didn't argue. She knew her role. I looked at the group. A wizard god, a headmaster, a spy, a Slytherin princess, and a teenage assassin. The Avengers we have at home, I joked. Nobody got the reference. Right, I cracked my knuckles. Let's go break some toys. The wait was the worst part. Night fell. The castle was dark. We had extinguished the lights to make targeting harder, though I doubted the Destroyer relied on eyesight. I sat on the steps of the main entrance, sharpening my dagger. Loki sat next to me. You did well today, he said quietly. Against the warriors. You fought with your head. I fought dirty, I said. Same thing. He hesitated. If this goes south, if the destroyer overloads. Don't, I said. Don't give me the, I love you, speech. It's a death flag. Loki chuckled. I was going to say, if it overloads, try to aim the explosion at the ministry. I laughed. Deal. Then, the ground shook. Boom. A single footstep. We stood up. Out of the forbidden forest, it walked. The destroyer. It was 12 feet tall. Made of silver metal that looked like liquid mercury held in a shape. It was spiky, angular, and terrifying. The face was just a visor. A black slit. Inside the visor, a fire began to build. Orange. Hot. Here we go, I whispered. The visor opened. A beam of heat shot out. It hit the astronomy tower. The stone melted like wax. The top of the tower just dissolved. It didn't explode, it ceased to exist. Okay, I swallowed. That's bad. Go. Loki shouted. Dumbledore and Snape stepped out onto the lawn. Maxima. Dumbledore roared. He fired a spell. It was a beam of pure white light. It hit the destroyer in the chest. The destroyer didn't even slow down. It just walked through the beam. Snape fired. Sectum sempra. The invisible blades slashed against the metal. No scratches. The destroyer turned its head toward them. The visor glowed. Now, Hadrian. Loki yelled. I ran. I flanked the destroyer. I used every ounce of speed I had. I became a blur. The destroyer was focusing on Dumbledore. It fired. Dumbledore conjured a shield of silver. The beam hit the shield. The shield buckled. Dumbledore slid backward, his feet carving trenches in the grass. I reached the destroyer. I jumped. I grabbed the spikes on its back. The metal was scalding hot. It burned through my gloves. Arg. I climbed. The destroyer sensed me. It reached back with a hand. Not today, Tin Man. I dodged the hand. I scrambled up to the neck. Loki said to infect you. I shouted. Let's see how you like a virus. I placed both hands on the helmet. I closed my eyes. I didn't push power. I pushed me. All the confusion. All the anger. The memories of the Dursleys. The laughter of Loki. The smell of Daphne's perfume. The chaotic mess of being two things at once. Chaos. I screamed. I poured it into the metal. The destroyer stopped moving. The orange light in the visor flickered. It turned green. Then purple. Then static. The machine shook. It vibrated. Inside my head, I heard a voice. Ancient. Cold. Unauthorized access. Purging. Access granted. I shouted back mentally. Override code, I don't care. I pushed harder. My nose started bleeding. The destroyer dropped to one knee. It raised its hands to its head, as if it had a migraine. It's working. Loki shouted. But then, the destroyer stiffened. The light turned red again. Override failed. Initiating self-destruct. Oh, I said. The metal began to glow white hot. Hadrian, get off. Loki screamed. I can't. My hands were stuck. The magnetic field had locked them. It's going to blow. I looked at the castle. Hundreds of students watching. I looked at Dumbledore. Dad. I yelled. Portal. Get it out of here. I can't. Loki yelled back. I'm empty. I looked at the glowing machine beneath me. Fine, I gritted my teeth. I'll do it myself. I didn't have the power to portal a giant robot. But I had the power to portal myself. And if I was stuck to it. Bifrost. I screamed the word, not as a spell, but as a plea to the universe. I channeled every drop of magic in my core. I tapped into the ley lines of Hogwarts. The sky answered. A crack of thunder. A rainbow beam. But it wasn't coming down. It was coming from me. I tore a hole in space. See you later, folks. The beam swallowed me and the destroyer. We vanished. The lawn was empty. Daphne screamed. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, Jailbreak Space Travel via Bifrost isn't like the movies. It doesn't look like a pretty rainbow road where you slide gracefully from one planet to another while orchestral music plays in the background. It feels like being shoved through a cheese grater made of light and sound. I tumbled out of the tear in reality and slammed into something wet, hard, and freezing. Ice. I skidded across a jagged glacier, my boots carving deep grooves into the frost, before I finally came to a halt against a ridge of black rock. My body was smoking. Literally. Steam was rising from my dragonhide coat, and little arcs of leftover Bifrost energy were zapping my fingertips. I groaned and rolled onto my back. The sky above was a swirling mess of auroras, green and violet ribbons dancing over a desolate, frozen landscape. Note to self, I wheezed, staring up at the lights. Next time you hijack a divine transport signal, aim for the Caribbean. Hadrian. Loki's voice exploded in my head. It was loud, panicked, and sounded like he was shouting directly into my auditory nerve. Dad, stop yelling, I muttered, sitting up. I have a headache the size of a continent. You are alive, Loki breathed. The relief was palpable, even telepathically. The signal cut out. The destroyer vanished. I thought you atomized yourself. I didn't atomize myself, I said, checking my limbs. 2 arms, 2 legs, all fingers accounted for. I just, displaced. Where am I? Northern Greenland, Loki said. I'm tracking your signature. It's faint, but you're on Midgard. Where is the armor? The destroyer? I looked around. The glacier was empty, save for me and a very confused polar bear about 200 yards away. I dumped it in the void between realms. I let go of the connection right as I passed the dimensional threshold. It's probably floating in Niflheim right now, frozen solid. You dumped a weapon of mass destruction into the cosmic trash chute. Loki sounded impressed. That is, responsible. Surprisingly so. I try. I stood up. My knees wobbled, but they held. The cold here was intense, easily 40 below, but the cedar in my blood burned hot enough to keep me from turning into a popsicle. Okay. Situation report. How's Hogwarts? Standing, Loki said. The students are shaken, the teachers are drinking heavily, and your girlfriend is currently threatening Dumbledore with legal action if he doesn't find you within the hour. Daphne, I smiled despite the pain. She's terrifying. I miss her. You have been gone 20 minutes, Hadrian. It feels longer. Look, I need a pickup. I can't teleport back. My reserves are tanked. If I try to apparate this far, I'll splinch my legs off. I cannot come to you, Loki said, his voice turning grim. The Warriors 3 didn't just leave because of the destroyer. They left because they received a summons. A recall order. Odin? No. Something is interfering with the Allsight. Something dark is clouding the eyes of Asgard. They've pulled back to the Bifrost Observatory to regroup. But that's not the problem. The problem is the magical signature I'm sensing right now. In the North Sea. I paused. The wind howled around me, carrying snow and ice crystals. What kind of signature? Death, Loki said. Cold, wet, rotting death. Massive necromantic surge. It's spiking, Hadrian. Off the charts. I closed my eyes and reached out with my senses. I ignored the throbbing in my head and pushed my awareness outward. I felt it. A pulse. Like a heartbeat, but slow and diseased. It was coming from the southeast. Azkaban, I whispered. Voldemort, Loki confirmed. He isn't wasting time. He's going for his army. I looked down at my hands. They were trembling slightly. I was exhausted. I was battered. I had just fought an indestructible robot and surfed through a wormhole. I have to go, I said. Hadrian, you are running on fumes, Loki warned. You have no backup. No weapons besides those knives. And Azkaban is a fortress surrounded by Dementors. Voldemort is breaking them out, I said, a cold rage settling in my gut, overriding the exhaustion. Bellatrix. Dolohov. The Lestranges. The worst of the worst. If he gets them free, the war is over before it starts. He'll have a strike force of elite killers. And what is your plan? Loki asked. Swim there and punch the Dark Lord. I'm going to crash the party, I said. And I'm going to make sure that whoever walks out of that prison wishes they had stayed in their cell. I reached into my pocket. I pulled out a small, jagged stone. A rune stone I'd carved years ago. Raidho. The rune of travel. I have enough juice for one jump, I said. One short-range, line-of-sight jump. Or, one massive, reckless jump if I burn a little life force. Don't die, Loki said softly. Daphne will kill me if I have to tell her you died being a hero. I'm not a hero, Dad, I said, clutching the stone. I'm the consequences. I crushed the stone in my hand. Azkaban. The world twisted. The smell hit me first. Salt. Mold. Rotting seaweed. And beneath it all, the metallic tang of old blood and despair. I materialized on a jagged outcrop of black rock, slick with sea spray. The ocean was churning violently, waves crashing against the stone walls of a fortress that loomed above me like a giant, broken tooth against the night sky. Azkaban prison. It was hideous. Just looking at it made you want to give up. The stone seemed to absorb the moonlight, leaving the island in perpetual twilight. But tonight, it wasn't quiet. High above, near the upper cell blocks, the wall had been blown open. Smoke poured out, blacker than the night. Flashes of green and red light illuminated the clouds. Started without me, I muttered. I checked my daggers. The URU blades were cold, indifferent to the misery of this place. I started climbing. The rock was slippery, but my boots found purchase. I moved fast, sticking to the shadows. I didn't use magic to climb, I saved it for the fight. I hauled myself up ledge by ledge, the sound of battle growing louder. Screams drifted down. Not screams of fear, screams of manic, hysterical laughter. The Death Eaters were winning. I reached a lower balcony, about 50 feet up. An iron door hung off its hinges, blasted open from the outside. I stepped through. The hallway inside was narrow, dripping with condensation. The torches flickered with blue flame. Stay back, a voice shouted. Stupefy. A red beam shot down the hall. An aura. He was backed into a corner, firing wildly at a group of shadows moving toward him. Avada Kedavra. A green light answered. The aura dropped, eyes wide, dead before he hit the wet stone floor. 3 figures in black cloaks stepped over the body. They weren't wearing masks yet. They had just been freed. Their faces were gaunt, skeletal, eyes sunken and wild. But they had wands, likely stolen from the guards or brought by their rescuers. Fresh air, one of them rasped. It was Antonin Dolohov. I recognized him from the files Loki stole from the Ministry. Smells like victory. Smells like you need a shower, I said, stepping out of the shadows behind them. They spun around. Who's there? Dolohov hissed, raising a wand. The janitor, I said. I'm here to take out the trash. Dolohov laughed. A boy? The Ministry sends a boy to stop us. Kill him, another Death Eater sneered. I want to test this wand. He fired a blasting curse. I didn't shield. I moved. I closed the 10 feet between us in a blur. I slid on my knees across the wet stone, passing under the curse. As I slid, I lashed out with my left hand. My dagger caught the Death Eater's ankle. The URU blade sliced through the tendon like it was wet paper. He screamed and collapsed. I popped up behind him. I grabbed his hair and slammed his head into the stone wall. Crunch. He went limp. Dolohov fired a purple curse, his signature spell. It moved fast, a spiraling rib-breaker. I deflected it with my main dagger. The magic sparked against the metal, diverting into the ceiling and bringing down a shower of dust. You're fast, Dolohov noted, his eyes narrowing. But you bleed. Everyone bleeds, I said. I threw a smoke pellet, a little Asgardian trick. It exploded in a cloud of gray, choking smoke. Where is he? The third Death Eater shouted, coughing. I was beside him. I didn't use a knife this time. I used cedar. I coated my fist in kinetic energy and punched him in the throat. He gagged, dropping his wand, clutching his crushed windpipe. I kicked his legs out and sent him tumbling down the open elevator shaft nearby. It was a long way down. That left Dolohov. The smoke cleared. Dolohov was waiting. He had cast a shield charm. You are no aura, Dolohov said. He looked intrigued. You fight like a muggle. Brutal. Efficiency isn't muggle, I said, circling him. It's universal. Crucio. I sidestepped. Expulso. I ducked. I was getting closer. He was backing up. You can't keep this up forever, boy. Dolohov yelled. I don't need forever, I said. I need 3 seconds. I feinted left. He took the bait, firing a curse to block me. I pivoted right, using the wall to push off. I launched myself at him. I grabbed his wand arm. My grip was iron enhanced with magic. Break. I snapped his radius and ulna. Dolohov screamed, dropping the wand. I spun him around, putting him in a chokehold. Sleep, I whispered. I applied pressure to the carotid artery. But I didn't just knock him out. I sent a pulse of chaos magic into his brain. A little parting gift. He'd wake up, if he woke up, with the mental capacity of a flobberworm. I dropped him. 3 down, I panted. About 40 to go. I picked up Dolohov's wand. It felt greasy and resistant in my hand. I snapped it in half and tossed the pieces. I hate rented gear. I continued up the stairs. The upper levels were a war zone. The outer wall was gone here, exposing the cells to the stormy night. Dementors were swarming in through the breach. Hundreds of them. But they weren't attacking the prisoners. They were gliding alongside them. They switched sides, I realized. Voldemort offered them more souls than the Ministry ever could. In the center of the main cell block, a battle was raging. A group of Aurors, maybe 10 of them, had formed a defensive circle. They were firing patron uses, silver animals trying to hold back the tide of Dementors and Death Eaters. Leading the Death Eaters was a woman with wild, curly black hair. She was cackling, dancing through the spellfire like she was at a ball. Bellatrix Lestrange. She looked emaciated, her dress torn to rags, but she moved with a terrifying, fluid grace. "Is that the best you can do, Kingsley?" she shrieked, firing a curse at a tall, black aura. "Come on. Play with me." Kingsley Shacklebolt blocked the curse, but he was sweating. His silver lynx Patronus was fading. "Hold the line!" Kingsley shouted. "Reinforcements are coming." "No one is coming." Bellatrix laughed. "The Dark Lord has cut the flow. You are all going to die here." She raised her wand, a stolen one, clearly, and pointed it at a young female auror whose shield was faltering. "Avada." I didn't have time to run. I didn't have time to shout. I threw my dagger. It flew through the air, spinning end over end. A silver blur in the darkness. It hit Bellatrix's hand. Not the wand, the hand. The blade went right through her palm. Bellatrix shrieked, dropping the wand. She stared at her hand, at the black metal protruding from it. "Who dares?" she screamed, pulling the knife out with a sickening squelch. She didn't even flinch at the pain. She was insane. I stepped out onto the walkway. "Hi, Bella," I said, projecting my voice over the storm. "Remember me?" She looked up. Her eyes widened. Then, a slow, twisted smile spread across her face. "The baby hero," she cooed. "The one from the graveyard. The one who made the Dark Lord bleed." She licked the blood from her injured hand. "I'm going to eat your heart," she promised. "You'll choke," I said. I jumped from the upper walkway, landing in the space between the aurors and the Death Eaters. "Kingsley," I nodded to the auror. "You guys look like you could use a break." "Potter?" Kingsley stared at me. "What are you doing here? How did you get here?" "School trip," I said. "Take your team. Get to the boats. I'll buy you time. We can't leave you." "You're in my way," I said flatly. "Go." I turned to the Death Eaters. There were about 20 of them. Plus the Dementors. "Okay," I cracked my neck. "Who wants to die first?" Bellatrix snatched a wand from a nearby Death Eater, who looked like Rookwat. "Kill him," she ordered. "Fillet him." 10 spells fired at once. I didn't block. I attacked the floor. Hagalaz. I slammed my fist into the stone walkway. The rune of disruption exploded downward. The floor collapsed. The stone bridge beneath the Death Eaters crumbled. 5 of them fell screaming into the abyss of the lower levels. The others scrambled back, clinging to the edges. Bellatrix levitated, hovering in the air. "You little brat," she screamed. "Crucio." I dodged the red light. I grabbed a piece of floating debris, a chunk of stone, and threw it at her. I reinforced it with cedar. It hit her in the chest, knocking the wind out of her. She dropped a few feet but recovered. Now the Dementors were moving in. They sensed my magic. It was bright, tasty chaos. They swarmed me. The cold was intense. I felt the happiness draining out of me. I remembered the cupboard under the stairs. I remembered being hungry. I remembered the loneliness. "Get out of my head," I growled. I didn't have a wand to cast a Patronus. I didn't have a happy memory strong enough to make a silver shield. But I had something else. I had rage. "You want to feed?" I shouted at the hooded figures. "Eat this." I unleashed the cedar. Raw. Unfiltered. Green fire erupted from my body. It wasn't hot, it was chaotic. It burned on a spiritual level. I became a beacon of green light. The Dementors shrieked. The chaos magic tasted like poison to them. It wasn't positive emotion, it was pure, destructive will. They recoiled, their cloak smoking as if they had touched acid. "Back!" I roared, pushing the energy outward. The shockwave cleared the room. Dementors fled. Death Eaters were thrown against the walls. I stood in the center, breathing hard, green flames licking off my shoulders. Bellatrix stared at me. For the first time, she looked wary. "What are you?" she whispered. "I'm the guy who ruined your night," I said. I charged her. She fired curse after curse. I batted them away with my daggers or dodged them with enhanced speed. We clashed. It was close quarters. Her wand against my knives. She was fast. Incredible reflexes. She dodged a slash that would have taken her head off, bending backward like a contortionist. "Missed," she giggled. "Did I?" I swept her legs. She fell. I brought the dagger down. She rolled. The blade sparked against the stone. She kicked me in the chest. Hard. She had strength behind that madness. I stumbled back. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the prison. The roof of the cell block was ripped off entirely. A shape descended from the clouds. Voldemort. He was flying without a broom, black smoke trailing behind him. He looked down into the ruined prison. "Hadrian," his voice boomed. I looked up. "You are persistent," Voldemort said. "And annoying." He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A massive beam of green light, thicker than a tree trunk, shot down at me. I couldn't block that. I couldn't dodge that. It was an area of effect nuke. Protego Diabolica. Wait. I didn't cast that. A figure jumped in front of me. A man. Long, matted hair. Tattered gray prison robes. He looked like a corpse that had refused to lie down. He raised a stolen wand. Blue fire erupted from it, meeting Voldemort's green curse. The energies collided. An explosion of light blinded everyone. The man was thrown backward, slamming into me. We both tumbled across the floor. I scrambled up, dragging the man with me behind a pillar. It was Sirius Black. He looked terrible. His face was gaunt, his teeth yellow, his eyes haunted. But he was alive. "Harry," he wheezed, clutching his chest. "You look, just like James." "Stop," I said, checking him for wounds. He was burnt, but alive. "I'm not James. I'm Hadrian. And you just saved my life." "Why?" "You're my godson," Sirius coughed, a bloody grin appearing on his face. "It's my job. Even if I'm a bit out of practice." "You're an idiot," I said. "He almost vaporized you." "Better me than you," Sirius said. He reached out a shaking hand to touch my face. "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I tried. I tried to find you." I looked at him. Really looked at him. This was the man who was supposed to raise me. The man who went to prison for a crime he didn't commit. I felt pity. But not connection. "Listen to me," I said, gripping his shoulder. "We need to move. Voldemort is going to fire again." "I can't," Sirius said. "My leg, think it's broken." "You go. I'll hold them off." "I don't leave people behind," I said. "It's a bad habit I picked up from the Avengers." "The Who?" "Never mind." I grabbed Sirius. I hauled him up. He groaned. Voldemort was descending. Bellatrix was laughing again, rallying the Death Eaters. "My lord. He is here. Sirius is here." "Excellent," Voldemort hissed. "Two birds. One stone." I looked around. We were trapped on the walkway. The Aurors were gone, Kingsley had listened to me. "Good man." "Okay," I said to Sirius. "Do you trust me?" "I don't even know you," Sirius admitted. But you have Lily's eyes. So yes. Hold on. I grabbed Sirius tight. I looked at Voldemort. Hey, Tom. I shouted. Voldemort paused. You want a war? I yelled. You got one. But tonight? Tonight I'm taking the dog for a walk. I pulled a small sphere from my belt. A flashbang grenade. Stark Tech Loki had a crate of them. I pulled the pin with my teeth and threw it at Voldemort's face. Muggle toy. Voldemort scoffed, shielding. Bang. It wasn't just light. It was a sonic boom. 170 decibels. Voldemort flinched, his hands going to his ears. The Death Eaters screamed, blinded. Jump. I told Sirius. What? Jump. I tackled him. We went over the railing. We fell into the darkness of the lower levels, toward the churning sea below. Falling is easy. Landing is the hard part. We hit the water. It was freezing. The impact knocked the breath out of me. I grabbed Sirius's collar. He was unconscious. The shock had been too much for him. I kicked upward. The waves were massive, tossing us like corks. Loki. I screamed mentally. Need an extract. Now. I have a lock. Loki shouted back. But you have to clear the anti-apparition wards. Swim out. Another 100 yards. 100 yards in a freezing storm with a deadweight wizard. Easy, I lied to myself. I started swimming. My seed reserves were gone. I was running on pure adrenaline and spite. I saw green lights flashing above the water. Voldemort was firing into the sea, trying to hit us. A jet of green boiled the water 10 feet to my left. Keep moving, I commanded my limbs. Don't stop. I dragged Sirius. He was heavy. 50 yards. My vision was blurring. 20 yards. I felt the wards drop. The heavy, oppressive feeling of the prison vanished, replaced by the natural chaos of the ocean. Now. I gasped. I grabbed the rune stone in my pocket, the backup. Home. The hook behind the navel. The squeeze of space. We vanished from the ocean. The safe house. Unknown location. We crashed onto a wooden floor. Warmth. Firelight. I rolled over and vomited seawater onto a rug. Hadrian. Daphne. She was there. She was on her knees beside me instantly. I'm okay, I coughed. I'm okay. Loki was there too. He was checking Sirius. He's alive, Loki announced. Barely. Hypothermia. Magical exhaustion. Malnutrition. He needs a healer, not a god. I can stabilize him, Daphne said, pulling her wand. She started casting warming charms and diagnostic spells with a speed that impressed me. I lay back on the floor, staring at the ceiling. It wasn't the Great Hall. It wasn't Azkaban. It was a cabin. A safe house. Did we win? Daphne asked, not looking up from Sirius. No, I said, closing my eyes. Voldemort got his army. Bellatrix is out. The Lestranges are out. Dolohov is out, though he might be drooling on himself. The Dementors have turned. So we lost. No, I said. We didn't lose. We just entered phase 2. I sat up, wincing. Every muscle hurt. Sirius Black, I pointed at the man on the floor. He saved me. Took a curse meant for me. He's a convict, Daphne said. He's innocent, I said. I saw it in his head when we touched. No guilt. Just regret. Loki stood up. He looked serious. Hadrian, you exposed yourself completely. You walked into Azkaban and fought the inner circle. Voldemort knows you are hunting him now. He won't underestimate you again. Good, I said. I want him afraid. I stood up, swaying. Daphne tried to steady me, but I waved her off. I need a weapon, I said. My daggers, the URU is chipped. Bellatrix has a hard head. Rest first, Loki ordered. You look like death warmed over. I can't rest, I said, walking to the window. I looked out at the forest surrounding the cabin. He's going to come for Hogwarts, I said. He knows Dumbledore is the only thing standing in his way. He'll gather his giants. He'll rally the vampires. He's going to lay siege to the school. I turned back to them. We need an army, I said. We have the Order, Daphne said. The Order is a book club, I scoffed. We need warriors. We need killers. I looked at Loki. Dad. The Valkyries. Loki blinked. They are retired. And they hate me. Can you get them? Maybe. If I bribe them with enough mead and a promise of a glorious death. Do it, I said. I looked at Daphne. Your family. The neutrals. Can you sway them? If I show them you can win, Daphne said. My father respects power. You showed power tonight. Get them, I said. Tell them if they sit on the fence, Voldemort will burn the fence down with them on it. I looked at Sirius, who was groaning, waking up. And him? Loki asked. The stray dog? He stays, I said. He knows the layout of the old pureblood houses. He knows where the bodies are buried. And he hates Voldemort more than I do. I walked over and knelt beside Sirius. His eyes fluttered open. Gray eyes. James, he whispered. Hadrian, I corrected gently. Welcome to the Resistance, Padfoot. Sirius managed a weak, barking laugh. You have terrible friends, kid. Is that Loki? Long story, I said. Drink this. I handed him a potion Daphne had brewed. I stood up. Get some sleep, I told everyone. Tomorrow, we stop running. Tomorrow, we start building the fortifications. Where? Daphne asked. Hogwarts, I said. It's my turf. And I'm not letting a snake-faced lich evict me. I walked to the door. Where are you going? Loki asked. To sharpen my knives, I said. And to write a letter to Odin. Odin? Loki looked horrified. Why? Because, I grinned, and it was a feral thing. If the destroyer is gone, he's going to send something else. I figure I might as well invite him to the party. If we're going to have Ragnarok in Scotland, we might as well have all the players on the field. I stepped out into the night air. The jailbreak was over. The war had begun. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, Chapter 9, Ragnarok in Scotland. The Great Hall didn't smell like roast beef and pumpkin juice anymore. It smelled like ozone, sweat, and the sharp, metallic tang of sharpening stones grinding against steel. I stood on top of the Gryffindor table, or what was left of it. We had flipped most of the heavy oak tables on their sides to create barricades near the main doors. It was a medieval siege tactic, but when you're fighting wizards who throw green light that kills you instantly, having a 3-inch thick slab of wood between you and them is surprisingly comforting. You're doing it wrong, I called out to a group of 5th-year Ravenclaws who were trying to reinforce the main entrance with a simple locking charm. They looked up, terrified. They had every right to be. I was wearing full combat gear, dragonhide trousers, my armored coat, and a new set of bracers Loki had forged from the scrap metal of the destroyed gates. I looked less like a student and more like a warlord who had raided a hot topic. The locking charm is useless against a blasting curse, I explained, jumping down from the table. I landed with a heavy thud. You need to disperse the energy, not block it. Use the Protego tot alum array, but weave a rebounding hex into the matrix. We haven't learned that yet, a girl with pigtails stammered. Well, learn fast, I said. Because the final exam is coming through those doors in about 2 hours, and it grades on a curve of alive or dead. I walked past them, my boots clicking on the stone floor. The castle was buzzing. It wasn't the happy buzz of a school day, it was the frantic, vibrating energy of a hive that knows the bear is coming. Daphne was over by the Slytherin table, or rather, the Slytherin command center. She had organized the students who hadn't fled. Surprisingly, a lot of Slytherins stayed. Not out of loyalty to Dumbledore, but because Daphne had made it very clear that Voldemort viewed them as disposable servants, whereas I viewed them as valuable assets. Status? I asked, leaning against a pile of spellbooks she was using as a map weight. The younger years are in the Chamber of Secrets, Daphne said without looking up. She was marking XS on a map of the grounds. Loki opened it. Apparently, being a Parselmouth is genetic in your weird adopted family tree. Or he just picked the lock with magic. I didn't ask. Good. It's deep, it's shielded, and there's a dead basilisk down there to scare off intruders. What about the perimeter? The plant nerd, Longbottom, has the greenhouses rigged. Daphne pointed to the east side of the map. He says something about venomous tentacular artillery. I don't want to know. The Weasley twins have mined the bridge with something called portable swamps and decoy detonators. And the teachers are holding the astronomy tower. It's not enough, I muttered, looking at the map. Voldemort isn't just bringing wizards. He's bringing giants. Trolls. Werewolves. A standard shield ward won't stop a 20-foot club from smashing the walls. That's why we have you, Daphne said, finally looking up. Her eyes were tired, dark circles bruising the skin beneath them, but her gaze was steady. You and your father. Speaking of Dad, I looked around. Where is the god of mischief? Roof, Daphne said. He said something about preparing the welcome mat. I nodded. I reached out and squeezed her hand. It was cold. If the walls breach, I said quietly, you retreat. You get to the chamber. You survive. If the walls breach, Daphne said, tightening her grip, I'm going to start hexing people in the eyes. I didn't stay here to hide in a sewer, Hadrian. I grinned. It felt tight on my face. That's my girl. I turned and walked out of the hall. I needed air. I needed to see the enemy before they saw me. The battlements of Hogwarts usually offered a stunning view of the Scottish Highlands. The Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the rolling green hills. Today, the view was a nightmare. I stood on the ramparts next to Loki. He was wearing his full Asgardian armor today, the green leather, the gold plating, the horned helmet. He held his staff, the gem at the tip glowing with a faint, pulsing light. They are loud, Loki commented, looking down at the valley. Below us, just outside the boundary of the school's wards, an army was gathering. It looked like an oil slick spreading across the grass. Thousands of black cloaks. Torches burning with green fire. And the giants. 6 of them. Massive, hulking shapes that blocked out the stars. They were carrying tree trunks as clubs. Voldemort doesn't do subtle, I said, resting my hands on the cold stone. He wants a spectacle. He wants the world to see him crush the resistance. He is a performer, Loki agreed. A bad one. He lacks nuance. Look at that formation. Giants in the front. Predictable. He's using them as battering rams to break the wards. It'll work, I said. The wards are old. They weren't designed for siege warfare against mythical creatures. That is why I added a few modifications, Loki smirked. He tapped his staff on the stone. A shimmering green grid appeared momentarily over the castle dome, overlaying the translucent white of Dumbledore's protection spells. Asgardian repulsor fields? I asked. Hard light constructs, Loki corrected. If a giant hits that, he's going to break every bone in his hand. It won't hold forever, but it will buy us time to thin the herd. And the other thing? I asked, looking at the sky. The destroyer? Loki's smile vanished. He looked up at the dark clouds. The void is vast, Hadrian. But the destroyer is relentless. It tracks the seed or signature. You infected it with your chaos. It knows your scent now. It will claw its way back. It might take hours, it might take days. But it is coming. Great, I said. So we have a dark wizard army on the lawn and a Terminator in the mail. Just another Tuesday. A flash of light from the forest edge caught my eye. A green spark. Then another. They're signaling, I said, pulling my daggers. It's starting. Down in the valley, a horn blew. A deep, guttural sound that vibrated in my chest. The giants roared. They began to run. The ground shook. Even up here on the tower, I felt the vibrations. Tum. 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 Showtime, Loki said. Headmaster. I shouted down to the courtyard where Dumbledore was standing with the Order of the Phoenix. Incoming heavy infantry. 12 o'clock. Dumbledore raised the Elder Wand. His voice boomed across the castle, magnified by magic. Defenders of Hogwarts. Hold your ground. The first giant reached the boundary of the wards. He swung a massive club made of an entire oak tree. Crack. The club hit the invisible barrier. Usually, the ward would just absorb the impact. But Loki's modification kicked in. The green grid flashed. A shockwave of kinetic energy exploded outward from the point of impact. The giant's club shattered into splinters. The shockwave traveled up his arm. You could hear the bones snap, a sound like gunshots. The giant screamed, falling backward, crushing 3 Death Eaters who were running in his shadow. Nice, I commented. Physics, Loki shrugged. For every action, an equal and opposite reaction. Plus a little extra for spite. But the other giants didn't stop. They slammed into the barrier. Boom. Boom. The sky above the castle flickered. The white dome was cracking. They're overloading the focal points, I analyzed. Dad, drop the repulsors. Let them through. What? Loki looked at me. Are you mad? If the ward breaks under stress, the magical backlash will knock out our defenders too, I explained rapidly. Drop the shield. Let them into the kill zone. We fight them on the bridge. Loki looked at the bridge. The long, stone viaduct leading to the main courtyard. It was narrow. A choke point. Risky, Loki said. I like it. He slammed his staff down. The green grid vanished. Dumbledore dropped the white shield a second later, trusting my call. The giants roared in triumph. They charged the bridge. Now. I screamed into my comms, a magical earpiece linked to Daphne and the Weasley twins. As the first giant stepped onto the bridge, Fred and George Weasley triggered their trap. The stone of the bridge didn't explode. It turned into a swamp. Instant, magical quicksand. The giant's foot sank. He stumbled, pitching forward. His massive bulk blocked the path. The Death Eaters behind him tried to stop, but the momentum of the charge pushed them forward. They piled up, pressing against the fallen giant. Neville! I yelled. Fire! From the greenhouses, a barrage of projectiles launched into the air. Clay pots. They smashed into the cluster of Death Eaters on the bridge. Venomous tentacula seeds. Mandrakes. Devil's snare cuttings. Chaos erupted on the bridge. Vines whipped out, strangling wizards. Mandrakes screamed, stunning them. That's my plans. Neville's voice cracked over the roar of battle. But it wasn't enough. Voldemort's army was too big. Voldemort himself stepped forward from the forest edge. He didn't run. He glided. He raised his wand. Bombarda Maxima. A beam of white light hit the bridge. The trap dissolved. The quicksand hardened back into stone. The plants withered and died instantly under the wave of dark magic. The fallen giant was blasted off the bridge, falling into the ravine below. The path was clear. Kill them all, Voldemort's voice whispered, carrying on the wind to every ear in the castle. The Death Eaters charged. Thousands of them. Okay, I said, cracking my neck. My turn. I jumped off the battlements. Falling from 100 feet is exhilarating if you know you won't go splat. I used a burst of cedar to cushion my landing in the middle of the courtyard. I hit the ground in a crouch, dust billowing around me. The first wave of Death Eaters breached the gate. Avada Kedavra. Green lights flashed. I moved. I wasn't a wizard dueling. I was a blender. I ducked under a killing curse, closed the distance to the lead Death Eater, and drove my URU dagger through his chest armor. He gasped, blood bubbling. I used his body as a shield to block the next two curses. Get him, someone shouted. It's the boy. 10 Death Eaters surrounded me. Circle of death. I shouted, spinning. I threw 5 knives at once. It was a trick Hawkeye would have envied. I curved the trajectory with telekinesis. 5 throats. 5 bodies hitting the floor. I recalled the knives with a flick of my wrist. Snick snick snick. Is that all you got? I roared. A werewolf lunged at me. Fenrir Greyback. He was huge, hairy, and smelled like wet dog and murder. He swiped at my head. I caught his wrist. He looked shocked. Werewolves have immense strength. But I had Acer-enhanced muscles. Bad dog, I snarled. I broke his wrist. Then I headbutted him. Greyback staggered back, howling. I spun and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying back into a group of snatchers. The courtyard was a meat grinder. Students were fighting on the balconies, raining spells down. McGonagall was animating the stone gargoyles, sending them wading into the fray to smash skulls. But we were outnumbered. 10 to 1. I saw Remus Lupin go down, hit by a curse from Dolohov, who had apparently recovered enough to fight. Sirius was there, shielding his friend, fighting like a man possessed. Hadrian. Daphne's voice in my ear. The east wall. Giants are breaching the Transfiguration courtyard. I'm on it. I sprinted. I didn't take the stairs. I wall ran up the side of the corridor, vaulting over the balcony railing. I reached the east courtyard. A giant was smashing the wall. The stone crumbled like biscuits. Students were screaming, running back. Hey! Ugly! I shouted. The giant turned. He looked at me. A tiny speck. He raised his club. I didn't have a spell to kill a giant. Their skin was spell-resistant. But I had gravity. I pointed my hands at the massive stone archway above the giant's head. Break! I blasted the supports. Tons of stone masonry collapsed. It buried the giant. He disappeared under a mountain of rubble. Dust choked the air. I coughed, waving the dust away. Then, the rubble moved. The giant roared. He pushed the stones off. He was bleeding, battered, but still alive. He was angry. He reached for me. His hand was the size of a van. Crap. I couldn't dodge. I was cornered against the rubble. Suddenly, a beam of red light hit the giant in the eye. He screamed, clutching his face. I looked up. Daphne Greengrass was standing on a floating platform of ice, literally an ice floe she had conjured. She was gliding through the air like a silver surfer. "Get away from him," she yelled. She waved her wand. The ice platform shattered into 1,000 jagged spikes. She hurled them at the giant. They acted like shrapnel. They dug into his skin, blinding him further. "Show off," I shouted, grinning. "You looked like you needed help," she called back, landing beside me. I had him right where I wanted him. "Sure you did." Under his thumb. We stood back to back as a squad of Death Eaters rushed through the breach the giant had made. "Ready?" I asked. "Always," she said. We fought. Ice and chaos. Daphne froze the ground, making them slip. I finished them off while they were down. It was a brutal, effective rhythm. But then, the air changed. The noise of the battle didn't stop, but it felt distant. Static electricity made the hair on my arms stand up. "Do you feel that?" Daphne whispered, blasting a snatcher backward. "Yeah," I said, looking up. "He's back." The clouds above the castle swirled. Not storm clouds. Void clouds. Purple and black tears in reality. Lightning didn't strike down. It struck out. A tear opened in the sky, right above the astronomy tower. It wasn't a clean portal. It looked like someone had ripped the sky open with dirty fingernails. From the tear, a shape fell. It didn't glide. It plummeted. A meteor of silver metal. Crash. It hit the Quidditch pitch. The impact threw dirt and grass hundreds of feet into the air. The shockwave knocked everyone in the vicinity off their feet, Death Eaters and students alike. Silence fell over the battlefield. Even the giant stopped smashing things to look. From the crater, a figure rose. The destroyer. But it looked different. Before, it was sleek. Perfect. Now, it was scarred. The metal was pitted, covered in frost from the void. One of its spikes was broken. And the visor. The light inside wasn't just orange anymore. It was flickering. Green. Purple. Orange. "It's glitching," I realized. My chaos magic, it didn't destroy it. It drove it insane. The destroyer stepped out of the crater. It was 12 feet of murder machine. It looked left. It saw a group of giants. It opened its visor. Srakakum. A beam of unstable energy shot out. It wasn't a straight line. It arced, wild and jagged. It hit a giant. The giant didn't burn. He unraveled. His matter just fell apart. 1 second a giant, the next second a pile of dust. Voldemort, standing on the hill, lowered his wand. He looked confused. "What is this?" Voldemort hissed. "A new weapon of Dumbledore's?" The destroyer turned. It scanned the battlefield. It wasn't looking for Dumbledore. It was looking for the signature. It locked onto me. Found. The voice wasn't audio. It was a psychic scream that hit every mind within a mile. "Run!" I shoved Daphne. "Get back to the castle." "Hadrian, you can't fight that." "I don't have to fight it. I just have to aim it." I sprinted. Not away from the battle, but through it. I ran straight toward the main concentration of Death Eaters near the Forbidden Forest. "Hey! Tin Man!" I screamed, waving my arms. "Over here. Come and get it." The destroyer roared, a metallic screech. It ignited its thrusters and launched itself into the air. It landed 50 feet behind me, crushing a stone bridge. "Stop him," a Death Eater shouted. "Kill Potter." A group of 20 Death Eaters blocked my path. "Out of the way!" I yelled, not slowing down. They fired curses. I slid under them. The destroyer was right behind me. It didn't care about the Death Eaters. It walked right through them. Literally. It trampled them. It backhanded a wizard, sending him flying into a tree with enough force to snap the trunk. It fired its face laser again. I dove into a ditch. The beam passed over my head. It hit the line of Death Eaters. 10 men vaporized instantly. "Thanks for the assist," I yelled, popping up and running again. I was leading the destroyer on a chase through Voldemort's army. It was chaotic perfection. Giants tried to smash it. The destroyer caught their clubs and melted them. Werewolves tried to bite it and broke their teeth on URU metal. Voldemort realized what was happening. "Stop the machine!" Voldemort roared. "Focus fire on the construct." Hundreds of wands turned away from the castle and pointed at the destroyer. Avada Kedavra. Bombarda. Confringo. A storm of magic hit the armor. Green, red, orange lights exploded against the silver metal. It did absolutely nothing. The destroyer stood in the center of the bombardment, unbothered. It was enchanted by Odin. Midgardian magic was like rain on a windshield to it. It turned its head slowly toward Voldemort. It seemed to analyze him. High threat level. Obstacle. The destroyer charged Voldemort. Now things got interesting. Voldemort wasn't a normal wizard. He was powerful. Ancient. He didn't panic. He flew into the air, dodging a swipe from the metal giant. "You defy Lord Voldemort," he shrieked. He conjured a whip of fire, fiendfire. It took the shape of a massive snake. The fire snake wrapped around the destroyer, squeezing. The metal began to glow cherry red. The destroyer struggled. The heat was intense. But I wasn't watching the show. I was using the distraction. I ran back to the courtyard. "Regroup." I shouted to the defenders. "Push them back while they're distracted." Dumbledore was there. He looked exhausted, his beard singed. "Hadrian," he gasped. "That creature. It is fighting Voldemort." "Enemy of my enemy is my heavily armored bomb," I said. "But it won't last. Voldemort is strong. And the destroyer is unstable. If it blows, it takes the castle with it." "We must disable it," Dumbledore said. "No," I said. "We need to send it back. But I need juice. I need a power source bigger than me." I looked at the castle. The Great Tower. The ley lines ran directly under it. "The ward stone," I said. "In the basement. If I tap into the Hogwarts battery, it could drain the school," Dumbledore warned. "The castle could collapse." "Better a pile of rocks than a pile of ash," I argued. "Go," Dumbledore said. "I will hold the line." I sprinted into the castle. The basement of Hogwarts was a labyrinth. I navigated by feel, letting the magic guide me. I found the ward room. It was a circular chamber, ancient stone, with a massive crystal pulsing in the center. The heart of Hogwarts. "Okay, old girl," I said to the castle. "I'm going to need to borrow your car keys." I placed my hands on the crystal. It was warm. It hummed with 1,000 years of magic. Founder's magic. I opened my internal gates. I let the cedar flow into the crystal, creating a bridge. "Connect," I whispered. My mind expanded. I felt every stone in the castle. I felt the students hiding in the chamber. I felt Daphne on the wall. I felt the vibration of the battle outside. I reached out to the destroyer. It was fighting Voldemort. The Dark Lord was hammering it with lightning, trying to weld its joints shut. I touched the destroyer's mind again. Connect. The link snapped into place. The chaos I had left inside it acted as a backdoor Trojan. Target lock, I commanded. Priority Alpha. I didn't target Voldemort. He would just dodge. I targeted the Bifrost signature itself. Go home. Outside, the destroyer froze. Its visor turned blue. It began to vibrate. It wasn't overloading this time. It was harmonizing. It grabbed Voldemort. The Dark Lord shrieked as the metal hand closed around his ankle. No! Voldemort shouted. He slashed his wand, cutting his own foot off, magic made flesh, easy to replace, to escape the grip. He flew back, leaving a boot and a foot in the destroyer's hand. The destroyer looked at the severed foot. Then it looked at the sky. It raised its hands. A beam of light shot up from the armor. It punched a hole in the clouds. The Bifrost answered. A rainbow beam slammed down, engulfing the destroyer. But because I was channeling the Hogwarts ward stone, I widened the aperture. The beam expanded. It hit the destroyer. But it also hit the giant standing nearby. It hit the front line of the Death Eaters. Ride the rainbow. I gritted my teeth, sweat pouring down my face in the wardroom. The suction was immense. The destroyer was lifted into the sky. The giants were lifted. They screamed, clawing at the air. About 50 Death Eaters were sucked up into the vortex. Then, with a sound like a thunderclap, the beam vanished. The sky closed. Silence returned to the valley. I slumped against the crystal, drained. My nose was bleeding again. My vision was swimming. Did it work? I whispered. Hadrian. Daphne's voice in my ear. I'm here. It's gone, she said, sounding breathless. You vacuumed them into space. Cool, I wheezed. But Voldemort is still here, she added, her voice tightening. And he is furious. I forced myself to stand up. I'm coming back up. I emerged from the castle to find a standoff. Voldemort stood in the middle of the decimated courtyard. He was missing a foot, balancing on a conjured prosthetic of silver mist. He looked less like a man and more like a demon. His army was broken. The giants were gone. The best Death Eaters were either dead, captured, or in space. But he was still Lord Voldemort. And he had Dumbledore cornered. Dumbledore was on his knees near the fountain. His wand arm hung uselessly at his side, broken. He was exhausted. Voldemort pointed the Elder Wand. No, wait, he didn't have the Elder Wand, Dumbledore did. Voldemort had his U-Wand. He pointed his U-Wand at Dumbledore. It ends, Albus, Voldemort hissed. You have failed. The boy has failed. He raised the wand for the final curse. I didn't run. I didn't shout. I walked out of the main doors. Hey! Voldemort turned. I walked down the steps. I was limping. My coat was torn. I was bleeding from a dozen cuts. But I was smiling. You look like crap, Tom, I said. Voldemort stared at me. His red eyes burned. You, he whispered. You stole my army. You stole my victory. I'm a thief, I shrugged. It's what I do. I learn from the best. I stopped 10 feet from him. Just you and me now, I said. No giants. No robots. No teachers. I pulled my daggers. Let's finish it. Voldemort laughed. It was high, cold, and empty. You think you can defeat me? I am immortal. I have walked paths you cannot imagine. I don't need to imagine, I said, the cedar flaring around me one last time, green fire dancing on the blades. I'm going to walk over your corpse. Voldemort raised his wand. I raised my knives. Dumbledore watched. Daphne watched from the balcony. The world watched. The King of Mischief versus the Dark Lord. The final act was about to begin. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, to be written, Chapter 10, Chapter 10, The King of Mischief. The courtyard of Hogwarts looked like a bomb had gone off inside a quarry. Stone was everywhere. Dust hung in the air like a thick, gritty fog that tasted of pulverized granite and dark magic. The fires from the earlier battle were still burning in the forbidden forest, casting long, flickering shadows that danced across the ruins of the fountain. I stood 10 feet away from Lord Voldemort. My body felt like it was held together by duct tape and sheer stubbornness. My dragonhide coat was shredded, hanging off my left shoulder in strips. My right boot was soaked in blood, mine, probably, or maybe the giant's I had dropped a wall on earlier. I honestly couldn't tell anymore. The pain had dulled into a constant, throbbing background noise, drowned out by the adrenaline pumping through my veins like liquid fire. Voldemort wasn't looking much better. He was missing a foot, hovering on a cloud of silver vapor that acted as a prosthetic. His robes were singed. His pale, snake-like face was contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. But his power? It was suffocating. It rolled off him in waves, cold and oily, making the hairs on my arms stand up. "You are alone, Hadrian," Voldemort hissed. His voice didn't just travel through the air, it vibrated in my skull. "Your father is gone. Your machine is gone. Dumbledore is broken. You have nothing left but a sharp piece of metal and a death wish." I spun my "You dagger in my hand. It was chipped. The edge looked like a saw blade now, battered from cutting through enchanted armor and giant hide. "I have you right where I want you, Tom," I said, keeping my voice steady. "No armies. No human shields. Just two guys in a parking lot. Well, a courtyard. Same difference." Voldemort raised his wand. The tip glowed with a sickly yellow light. "I am going to peel the skin from your bones," he promised softly. "I am going to make you beg for the release of death, and when you finally die, I will resurrect you as an inferior so you can serve me for eternity." "Kinky," I grinned. "But not my type." He didn't laugh. He fired. It wasn't a beam of light. It was a shockwave. A wall of pure force moving at the speed of sound. I didn't try to block it. You don't block a tsunami with a dinner plate. I dropped flat. The shockwave passed inches over my head. Behind me, the remains of the clock tower entrance exploded outward, stone turning to dust. I scrambled up and sprinted. Confringo. Voldemort cast again. The ground where I had just been standing erupted. I zigzagged. Left, right, slide. I was moving on instinct, letting the cedar enhance my reflexes. The world slowed down. I could see the tip of his wand move before the spell even formed. Avada Kedavra. Green light. I rolled over a chunk of masonry. The curse hit the stone, blowing it apart. Shrapnel rained down on me. I popped up and threw a throwing knife. Voldemort swatted it aside with a lazy flick of his wand. The knife melted into slag in midair. "Is that the best you can do?" Voldemort taunted. He rose higher into the air, floating 20 feet up. "You are a rat scurrying on the ground." He raised both hands. The rubble around the courtyard began to shake. Huge stones, broken pillars, pieces of the bridge, they all lifted into the air. Tons of rock, hovering around him like a brutal asteroid belt. Depulso Maxima. He launched the rocks at me. It was an avalanche. I couldn't dodge this. There was too much of it. I stood my ground. I sheathed my dagger. I needed both hands for this. I clapped my hands together. Gibo. The rune of partnership. Exchange. Balance. I didn't try to stop the rocks. I tried to redirect them. I caught the kinetic energy of the first boulder with a net of cedar. I spun my body, using the momentum to swing the boulder around me like a slingshot. It smashed into the second boulder. Dust explosion. But there were too many. A piece of a gargoyle hit me in the chest. Crack. Ribs broken. Definitely. I flew backward, skidding across the cobblestones. I tasted blood. Voldemort laughed. He descended, landing softly on the ground. Pathetic, he spat. You have tricks, boy. But you lack mastery. You rely on chaos because you cannot control order. I pushed myself up. My chest was screaming. Breathing was hard. Chaos is just order that hasn't made up its mind yet, I wheezed. Voldemort walked toward me. He looked like a reaper. Daphne. I yelled into my comms. Status. We're holding the Great Hall, her voice came back, crackling with static and the sounds of explosions. The remaining Death Eaters are trying to breach the doors. We're busy, Hadrian. Good, I muttered. Stay busy. I stood up. I pulled my dagger again. Voldemort was 10 feet away. Bow, he commanded. Die like a wizard. I'm not a wizard, I snarled. I charged. Voldemort raised his wand. But I didn't attack him. I attacked the ground. Leguz. I liquefied the stone beneath his feet. He sank. Just for a second. He was surprised. He tried to fly up. But I was already there. I leaped. I tackled him. We crashed into the mud. It was ugly. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. I punched him in the face. He clawed at my eyes with his long, pale fingers. He was strong. Much stronger than he looked. Magic reinforced his body. He blasted me off him with a wandless pulse of magic. I tumbled back, recovering in a crouch. Voldemort stood up, mud dripping from his robes. He looked furious. He wiped black blood from his lip. Enough games, he whispered. He stabbed his wand into the earth. Mors Mordra. But he didn't aim at the sky. He aimed at the ground. The earth cracked open. Green mist poured out. And then, the dead began to rise. Not inferi. These were older. Skeletons. Ancient warriors buried in the crypts of Hogwarts or the surrounding graveyards. They clawed their way out of the dirt. Bones rattling. Rusty swords and rotted wands in their hands. 50 of them. 100. Kill him, Voldemort commanded. The skeleton army charged. Oh, come on. I shouted. Zombies? That is so cliché. I backed up. I was surrounded. I slashed the first skeleton. The URU blade shattered the bone instantly. But there were too many. A skeleton grabbed my coat. I kicked it apart. Another one swung a rusty sword at my head. I ducked, slicing its spine. Loki. I screamed mentally. I could use a weapon here. This butter knife isn't cutting it. I am busy keeping the Allfather from turning Scotland into a parking lot. Loki's voice shouted back. Improvise. You are in a school of magic. Use the inventory. Inventory. I looked around. Ruins. Rubble. Then I saw it. Lying near the fountain, half buried in dust. A ragged, old hat. The sorting hat. And sticking out of the hat, a hilt. Rubies. Silver. Godric, I whispered. I sprinted toward the fountain. The skeletons swarmed. They blocked the path. Out of my way, boneheads. I channeled Cedra into my legs. Explosive jump. I vaulted over the army of the dead. I landed next to the hat. I grabbed the hilt. It was warm. It vibrated against my palm. I pulled. The sword of Gryffindor slid out of the hat with a sound like a choir hitting a high note. The blade was pristine silver. It glowed in the firelight. Nice, I said. But it needs a little spice. I didn't just hold the sword. I pushed my magic into it. I fed the chaos into the goblin-wrought silver. The blade changed. The silver turned black. The rubies turned emerald green. Runes etched themselves along the flat of the blade, glowing with sickly green fire. It wasn't just a sword anymore. It was a conduit. I turned to the skeleton army. Round 2, I grinned. I swung the sword. I didn't even touch them. I released a wave of green energy from the blade. A crescent arc of destruction. It hit the front line of skeletons. They didn't break. They disintegrated. Powdered bone. I swung again. Another wave. I carved a path through the army. I was walking toward Voldemort, swinging the sword like a scythe, mowing down his minions. Voldemort watched. He looked concerned. Goblin silver, he muttered. Imbued with basilisk venom, and now. Asgardian chaos. I reached the end of the skeleton line. The last one crumbled to dust. I pointed the sword at Voldemort. Your turn, I said. Voldemort didn't summon more minions. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green beam shot out. I didn't dodge. I swung the sword. Metal hit magic. Usually, the killing curse is unblockable. But the sword of Gryffindor imbibes that which makes it stronger. It had chaos in it now. It had the essence of a god-killer. The sword cut the spell. The green beam split in two, passing harmlessly on either side of me, scorching the ground. Voldemort's eyes widened. Impossible. I'm the glitch, remember? I said. I ran. I closed the distance. Voldemort fired rapidly. Stunners, cutters, blasters. I parried them all. The sword moved like it had a mind of its own. It was faster than I was. It pulled my arm into the blocks. Clang. Clang. Hiss. I was 5 feet away. Voldemort realized he couldn't win a ranged fight against a magic-eating sword. He did something unexpected. He transfigured the air around him into glass shards. Millions of them. A tornado of razor-sharp glass. Shred, he screamed. The tornado hit me. I couldn't block a million shards. They cut me. My face, my hands, my legs. My coat turned into tatters. Blood sprayed. I screamed, but I didn't stop. I pushed through the storm. I shielded my eyes with my arm. I was inside the tornado. Voldemort was right there. I thrust the sword. He tried to block with a shield charm. The sword punched through the shield like it wasn't there. The blade sank into his chest. Right through the heart. Voldemort gasped. The glass tornado vanished instantly. Silence fell. We stood there, locked together. My hand on the hilt, the blade buried in his black robes, exiting his back. Voldemort looked down at the sword. Then he looked at me. He didn't look scared. He smiled. Blood, black and tar-like, bubbled up his throat. You fool, he gurgled. You think, this kills me? He grabbed my wrist. His grip was iron. I have gone further than death, he whispered. I have anchors. I have Horcruxes. I know, I said, panting. I destroyed the diary. Dumbledore got the ring. We'll find the others. You missed one, Voldemort hissed. His red eyes bored into mine. He reached up. He touched my forehead. Right on the scar. Me. The world exploded into white pain. I wasn't in the courtyard anymore. I was in a void. White, misty, silent. Welcome, Voldemort's voice echoed. I spun around. He was there. But not the Snake Man. This was Tom Riddle. The handsome, 17-year-old prefect. He looked solid. Healthy. And I looked like a child. I looked 4 years old again. Small. Weak. Wearing oversized clothes. This is your soul, isn't it? Tom walked toward me. It's messy. Chaotic. Just like your father. Get out of my head, I said. But my voice was a squeak. I can't get out, Tom smiled. I live here. I've lived here since the night I gave you that scar. A piece of my soul latched onto yours like a barnacle. He knelt down in front of me. And now, he whispered, I'm going to take the rest. He reached for me. Your body is dying out there, Hadrian. The sword wound is fatal to the host vessel, but the soul survives. If I take over, I can heal the body. I can be reborn. Fully. With your power. With your chaos. He touched my chest. I felt cold spreading. He was eating me. Absorbing me. I tried to push him away, but my hands were tiny. Useless. Don't fight it, Tom cooed. Just sleep. Let the adults handle the war. I felt myself fading. The white mist was turning black. Is this it? I thought. After everything. Eaten by a ghost in my own head. Then, I heard a voice. Not Loki's. Not Daphne's. It was my own voice. But older. Colder. You are not a victim. I looked down at my hands. You are a Lochisen. I remembered the cold of Jotunheim. I remembered the heat of the forge. I remembered the dragon. I wasn't a scared little boy in a cupboard. That was Harry Potter. I killed Harry Potter a long time ago. No, I whispered. Tom paused. What? I grabbed his wrist. My hand wasn't small anymore. It grew. My arm thickened. The dragon hide coat materialized on my shoulders. I stood up. I grew taller. Taller than Tom. I was Hadrian again. I said, I looked him in the eye, get the hell out. I didn't use magic. I used will. I grabbed Tom Riddle by the throat. He looked shocked. You can't touch me. I am part of you. You're a tenant, I snarled. And you haven't paid rent. I squeezed. Tom choked. He started to flicker. His handsome face distorted, turning back into the snake monster. This is my mind. I roared. The white mist turned green. Green fire swept through the void. My chaos. My rules. I reached into my own chest. It didn't hurt. I reached past my ribs, past my heart, into the core of my soul. I felt it. A black, oily leech attached to my light. The Horcrux. I grabbed it. Tom screamed. No. You'll kill us both. I'm willing to take that risk, I said. I pulled. It felt like tearing off a limb. It was agony. Pure, blinding agony. But I pulled harder. Ryip. I tore the black leech out of my soul. Tom Riddle disintegrated. He shattered like glass, screaming into the void. The black blob in my hand shrieked. I crushed it. The void collapsed. I snapped back to reality. I was screaming. A raw, guttural sound that tore my throat. I was still standing in the courtyard, holding the sword impaled in Voldemort. But something had changed. Voldemort was screaming too. He arched his back. Black smoke was pouring out of his eyes, his mouth, his ears. The connection was severed. The anchor was gone. What have you done?" he shrieked. His body began to crack. Fissures of light appeared on his pale skin. "I evicted you," I gasped. I twisted the sword. The chaos magic in the blade reacted to the destabilized soul. It detonated. Voldemort didn't explode. He imploded. He collapsed in on himself. His robes fell empty. His body turned into ash, then into dust, then into nothingness. A shockwave of dark energy blasted outward, knocking me off my feet. I flew back and hit the fountain. I lay there, staring at the sky. It was quiet. The battle had stopped. The Death Eaters at the gate had felt it. Their marks had burned black and then faded to gray. Their master was gone. Really gone this time. I tried to sit up. I couldn't. My body was numb. Hadrian. Daphne. She was running toward me. She slid on her knees, disregarding the blood and muck. "Hadrian, look at me." She grabbed my face. Her hands were shaking. "Did I get him?" I whispered. My vision was blurry. "You vaporized him," she sobbed. She was crying. I had never seen her cry before. "He's dust. It's over." "Cool," I mumbled. "I think I'm gonna take a nap now." No, stay awake." She pressed her hands to my chest, trying to stop the bleeding from the glass cuts. "Dumbledore. Get a healer." I looked past her. The sky was opening. The clouds parted. The storm vanished. A beam of light descended. Not the Bifrost. This was softer. Golden. A projection appeared in the center of the courtyard. It was Loki. But he wasn't alone. Standing next to him was an old man. He had one eye, a long white beard, and he radiated so much power that even the dust on the ground seemed to bow down. Odin. The All-Father. Dumbledore, clutching his broken arm, limped into the courtyard. He stopped and bowed low. The students were pouring out of the ruined doors, staring at the giant golden hologram. "Hadrian," Loki said. His voice was amplified, booming across the silence. "You look terrible." "Thanks, Dad," I coughed. "You should see the other guy." "Oh wait, you can't. He's atmosphere." Odin looked down at me. His single eye was piercing. It felt like he was weighing my soul on a scale. "The boy lives," Odin said. His voice sounded like mountains shifting. "And the dark creature is destroyed." "As promised," Loki said quickly, glancing at Odin. "He cleaned up the mess. A threat to Midgard neutralized. And he sent the destroyer back intact." "Mostly." Odin hummed. "The destroyer is traumatized. It keeps asking for chaos. It will take centuries to repair the logic core." "Sorry," I said. "I have that effect on people." Odin leaned forward. The projection zoomed in. "You carry the blood of chaos, boy. You are dangerous. A variable that should not exist." Daphne stiffened. She pulled her wand, standing between me and the giant god projection. "He saved us," she shouted at the sky. "He saved everyone." Odin looked at Daphne. He looked amused. "A Valkyrie spirit," Odin noted. Midgard breeds them tough these days. He looked back at me. Loki has argued your case, Odin said. He claims you are an asset. That your existence protects this realm from threats that Asgard cannot police. I do my best, I said. Very well, Odin decided. The hunt is called off. You are exiled from Asgard, Hadrian Lochisen. You may not walk the Bifrost. You may not enter the Golden City. You are bound to Earth. I like Earth, I said. It has pizza. However, Odin added, raising a finger. Do not think you are unobserved. If you threaten the balance of the 9 realms, I will come myself. And I will not send a suit of armor. Understood, I said. Stay in my lane. Keep the noise down. Odin nodded. Loki. Come. Loki looked at me. He winked. A single, proud wink. All right, Loki said. Keep your daggers sharp, son. The projection faded. The golden light vanished. The silence returned. Then, slowly, a sound started. Clapping. It started with Neville Longbottom. Then the Weasley twins. Then the entire student body. They were cheering. Screaming. Throwing hats in the air. Hadrian. 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 I closed my eyes. We won, Daphne whispered, kissing my forehead. Yeah, I sighed. Now get me a potion before I bleed out on the pavement. 2 weeks later. The sun was shining on the Black Lake. It was a beautiful day, which felt incredibly sarcastic given that the castle was half rubble. Scaffolding covered the astronomy tower. House elves were buzzing around repairing the stone. The giants' bodies had been removed, burned, mostly. I stood at the main gates, newly repaired, though lacking the ominous Viking vibe I preferred. I was wearing a new coat. Dragonhide again, but this one was red. A gift from Charlie Weasley as thanks for not letting his brother die. I had a backpack slung over one shoulder. My motorcycle, a vintage Triumph I had bought with the Triwizard winnings and enchanted to run on liquid luck, was idling next to me. Dumbledore walked down the path. His arm was in a sling. He looked older, friendlier, but the twinkle was back in his eyes. Leaving so soon, Hadrian? He asked. School's out, Professor, I said, strapping my helmet on. And honestly, I think I've learned everything I can here. How to levitate a feather isn't really high on my priority list anymore. You could stay, Dumbledore said. Complete your education. There is much you could teach the students. Defense against the dark arts, perhaps. I laughed. Me? Teaching? Professor, my lesson plan is, stab it until it stops moving. Parents would riot. Dumbledore smiled sadly. You are a hero to them. They need a leader. They have you, I said. And they have Harry Potter. Harry Potter is gone, Dumbledore said quietly. You made sure of that. Exactly. Hadrian Lochisen isn't a mascot. He's a problem solver. And right now, the problem is solved. I looked past him. Daphne was walking down the path. She was wearing leather riding gear. She looked spectacular. She carried a sleek, silver rucksack. Ready? She asked, ignoring Dumbledore entirely. Born ready, I said. Miss Greengrass, Dumbledore nodded to her. I assume you are, taking a sabbatical as well. I'm dropping out, Daphne corrected. My father agrees that real-world experience is more valuable than any WTS at this point. Plus, someone has to make sure Hadrian doesn't accidentally start a war with Atlantis. It was one time. I defended. And the mermaid started it. Daphne rolled her eyes. She climbed onto the back of the bike, wrapping her arms around my waist. Where are we going? Dumbledore asked. South, I said. I hear there are vampires in Spain causing trouble. And Loki sent me a tip about a hidden vault in Egypt that has some interesting toys. I revved the engine. The bike roared. It wasn't a mechanical sound, it was the roar of a captured dragon's soul inside the engine block. Goodbye, Albus, I said. Try not to lose the school while I'm gone. Goodbye, Hadrian, Dumbledore raised his good hand. And, thank you. I kicked the kickstand up. Don't thank me, I grinned, flipping my visor down. Just thank the chaos. I gunned the throttle. The bike shot forward, leaving a trail of green fire on the pavement. We sped through the gates, down the winding road toward Hogsmeade, and out into the wide, weird world. The Dark Lord was dead. The gods were watching. And I had a full tank of gas and the most dangerous witch in Britain on my back. Life was good.